Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Fire Princess? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Fire Princess appeared in a blaze of glory during Kyoka's last year of middle school, leaving behind a defeated hero who had been thoroughly beaten into the ground. It was like she knew my quirk better than me, the hero ended up saying to the insistent journalists who were hounding him for the following weeks. He retired just a month later. It was in stark contrast to the current scene. A young woman around her age, dressed in a uniform just like hers, wearing a collar that wouldn't be out of style for Kyoka either, eating lunch. She did so alone, on a chair in the corner of the cafeteria with a table she had taken and carried there. None of the teachers told her to cut it out. It was likely to the benefit of all as the amount of distance everyone put between themselves and the girl was so large it would have been impossible to seat everyone if she'd taken a normal table. It was kind of beautiful in a way. The way she smiled whenever she took a bite, as if this was her first meal in a long time, even though Kyoka had watched her eat with the same happiness and vigor for the past week. Kyoka Jirou had never used the word beautiful to describe someone else before. She had used cool, and handsome and cute. She had gone as far as to describe things as enchanting and even pretty, but beauty always seemed like the wrong word for it. Scary, huh? Kyoka blinked, turning her head slightly to her friend to her left. Mina Ishido was never one to think before talking, but the pink-skinned girl was not stupid. Nobody who managed to pass the exams to become a student here was. I don't know, Kyoka admitted. She's harmless, isn't she? The collar around her neck would see to that. Kyoka would be the last to admit just how much she knew about it, but her hearing was enhanced and she could easily hear the crackles of electricity whenever Izuko moved her neck. Sometimes the collar malfunctioned, making the former villain wince in pain, and Kyoka's heart drop into her stomach. Not scared, but some other negative emotions. All might vouches for her, Mina said, shrugging as she popped a fry into her mouth. Still, a villain attending UA just feels kinda weird, Yano? She's Gen Ed, Kyoka found herself saying. She wasn't sure why the distinction was that important, maybe like it was a shield to let the girl learn like any other student her age. It's not like they're making her a hero. Shame, Mina said, smiling. Can you imagine? A former villain, redeemed and reformed, now a hero? What a headline that'd be. What? Kyoka found herself agreeing with a small nod. It wouldn't look so out of place, the shaggy mop of green hair hanging around her shoulders, the intense eyes of the same color glaring down at a villain rather than the heroes she was fighting, the fitting costume that made Jirou want to give more traditional clothes a try. She banished the thought and turned back to her own meal, which had already grown half the size of what it was before she ended up distracted. Mina was as much of a glutton as she was a gossip, and not even her friends' plates would be safe. It was fine though. Kyoka didn't feel very hungry when she heard another zap of electricity and the hiss of pain that accompanied it. What's our next class? Mina asked. Kyoka pursed her lips. Heroics, right? No, history first, Kyoka said, keeping her voice even. Izuko's plate was empty by now. Heroics right after lunch doesn't sound great for my stomach. Yeah. Kyoka wished she didn't notice Mina's eyes following her own gaze again. Yagi Toshinori sat in his small apartment, doing the things he could do while his time limit was recharging from a day of heroics. If it could be called a day, considering those minutes became fewer and fewer with every passing week. He was staring at his screen, logged into the network that was exclusive to top-ranked pro heroes with distinction, replaying the same clip that he'd watched yesterday and the day before that. The girl looked like a child. She was a child, even when the interrogating police officer was not treating her as such. Izuko Midoriya, the Fire Princess, had been captured by him in what people were starting to call a fateful battle. If only they knew the truth. Her mouth moved slightly, blue flames lighting up the space in front of her lips for short moments, and the collar that they had all but muzzled her with lighting up in response, causing a shock that would stop her from using her quirk with any sort of focus. He winced when, for the first time since the video started, she made a noise. A strangled gargle. The intensity of the collar was much stronger back then. While he understood why so many people found it necessary, the circumstances would forever force him to confront the fact that he could not live up to that ideal he had set for himself, and the ideal he had made of himself in the hearts of all those young children who looked up to him. He was a false idol, and this girl was the proof. Please state your name and age for the record. Izuko Midoriya, she said. Her voice was raw, and yet the cup of water on the table in front of her was untouched. 15 years old. Due to the circumstances of your quirk acquisition, this conversation is happening without your legal guardian or counsel. You understand this, correct? She raised her head, and all that echoed through the microphone was the sound of chains around her wrists and hands as she nodded. Her eyes were shining with the light of the recording camera, but the expression on her face made her look many years older than she was. All for one. The policeman spoke the name of All Might's nemesis without the poison which would lace the voice of anyone who remembered the darkest times. How did you find him? He found me, Izuko said. Her nose scrunched up slightly. It was unpleasant. The circumstances in which he found you, could you describe them? Do you know why he chose you specifically? Any information you give us will help your sentence greatly. Unless you're willing to throw a 15-year-old girl into Tartarus, I feel like your plea deals make for a very bad incentive, Izuko said. The policeman sighed, as if expecting that answer. Before he could speak up, however, Izuko continued. I can guess. Extrapolate. I'm good at that. Yes, the policeman said. You are. So please, extrapolate. Why me in particular is not accurate. He chose multiple people, she explained. Leaning back into the chair, she raised her gaze towards the ceiling, as if trying to grasp a memory that was floating above her. We were all disillusioned. In heroes. Those he saw value in he kept nurturing, those he didn't. He stole their quirks, the policeman supplied. Izuko shrugged. The collar made a strange noise, but didn't shock her. So what made you valuable? Do you have people you hate, officer? Izuko asked. Her voice changed, getting deeper for a moment. The policeman hesitated, then nodded slowly. Imagine the worst villain you could face, someone so terrible you would kill them without a moment's hesitation. Later you find out there's someone who was hurt by them. That's me. And the villain of this story was? All Might, Izuko said. All Might winced, pausing the video. It still stung. He rewinded 2 seconds, then hit play again. And the villain of this story was? All Might, Izuko said. The villain of this story indeed. All Might paused again, coughing into his hand and ignoring the warm droplets of blood that ran down his palm before he continued watching. The way she said it hurt the most. Without any change in her voice, without any sort of emotional attachment, as if it were another day of the week. In a way, it might have been. This was a girl who had been let down by society. He was just the last in a long line of failures. And the lack of resentment in the entire situation, the matter-of-fact recitation, made him wonder just how used she was to such a thing. And due to your anger towards All Might, he decided to give you a quirk, the officer said, looking down at a file on the table and flipping it open. No missions, nothing else. You claim that after giving you the quirk of Tuya Todoroki, he just let you go? He's smart, resourceful and incredibly patient when he wants to be, Izuko said, shrugging again. If he let me go, I'd say it was to distract from something else he was doing. He didn't contact me again. I didn't really care enough to look for him, and I was high profile a week later. You really don't care, do you? Izuko blinked, and All Might, too, had that reaction the first time he watched the recording. The policeman, not entirely stoic but mostly semi-professional, broke that facade for just a moment to ask a genuine question. No, Izuko said. Her voice took on a different edge. It was like a wind chime, rhythmless and unsteady in its pitch. I do care. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you. All Might stopped there. He thought about rewinding again before closing the file, logging out of the server by pulling his license out of the small slot above the screen, and leaning back into his chair. Much like Izuko's gaze earlier, his own wandered towards the dark ceiling, and the memory he fished out of it was that of a young girl on the rooftop, crying and begging for an answer that would keep her going. He could not grant her that answer. While the death of his teacher was the worst thing he failed to prevent, this mess was more than just a failure. It was his fault. 5 p.m. The day was practically over at this point. Izuko Midoriya stared out of the window from the back seat of the nondescript car that would take her home. If it could be called that, of course. It was not the warm confines of the home she had abandoned, but the rather spacious mansion that was the living space of two pro-heroes. In the end, part of her probation was that she couldn't go home alone and had to be picked up. This meant waiting, as the heroes' work often kept Rumi and Kigo, the heroes, Mirko, and Hawks, from picking her up when school ended. Fortunately, UA was a campus which allowed its students to stay until 7, with some extra leeway for students from the support department and a few extracurricular activities for people who enjoyed the more regular clubs of normal high schools. She wasn't allowed to join a club. Unfortunately, this led to many bored hours on the top of a roof with a phone that couldn't even play any games, waiting for the call to come to the gate. "How was your day?" the ever-friendly and laid-back Hawks asked, his eyes reflected in the rear-view mirror. He had offered to just fly her home instead of using the car just last week, but she couldn't stomach the idea of drawing more attention to the people who were kind enough to take her in. "Fine," she said. The teachers treated her normally, at least, and seeking approval from those far older than her has been a fault that she had never quite managed to suppress. She supposed that was the professionalism of heroes for you. "Lunch Rush is very good at cooking. He offered to teach me a bit once I've settled in better." The teachers, as polite and professional as they were, still seemed divided on whether to try to help her as much as possible to find her footing back in civilized society or if they should just treat her like any other student. Lunch Rush belonged to the former category. People who took the words of All Might on the steps of the court to heart. "Then your society is wrong." "Sounds nice," Hawk said, nodding as he took a turn to the right with the car, closer to Tokyo and further from Mizudafu. "I don't really know how schooling works, to be honest with you. If there's anything bothering you, you know you can talk to me or Rumi or All Might, right?" "We've known each other for a while, Hawk-san," Izuko said, putting her hands into her lap. "I think you'd know by now that if I have a complaint, I'd be very explicit about it." "Fair enough," Hawks said, braking in front of a red light. "I suppose this means you've made some friends, huh?" Izuko tried her best to convey the annoyance at the question through her stare alone. "Yes, because everyone wants to be friends with the girl villain." She felt closer to a circus freak than a student, but she couldn't say it. She couldn't even joke with anyone who was responsible for her, because they had a habit of taking any kind of comment with the seriousness that she wished people had treated her with years ago. Her fingers tucked into the hem of her skirt as she looked down, avoiding the animalistic gaze of the pro-hero. "It's fine to say you're lonely," Hawks said. "It's fine not to say anything in response here, Hawk-san." Her voice carried more frustration than she would have preferred. He said nothing, and her stomach felt like a pit had been opened in it. Kyoka's parents once described her biggest weakness in very plain terms. She was someone who was too conscious of disappointing others, to the point where she very rarely voiced her own thoughts and wants. Case in point, the day she told her parents she wanted to become a hero was accompanied by a stomachache that caused her to miss school for the day. Her father gave her some advice later that day, after giving her all his support to do whatever she wanted with her future. "If you want something, you have to say so. If you're too nervous to say it, then you have to grasp it." Which was why she ended up staying after school instead of walking to the train station together with Mina and Yamamo. She found herself standing near the stairs up to the roof, where she knew that Izuko Midoriya was spending her time waiting for someone to pick her up. For someone who valued personal freedom, the idea of not being allowed to go home by herself made Kyoka uneasy. Clearly, it was pity that caused her obsession, not any other kind of emotion that she felt whenever she found herself staring at the villain in rehabilitation. Not that Izuko was pitiful. In the end, the Flame Princess had caused a huge upheaval in the way teenage villains were treated, with the support of All Might in court as well as after the sentencing. There were many people in their age bracket who looked up to her, seeing her as this strange anti-hero rather than a plain villain. It helped that Izuko Midoriya, whenever captured on camera, couldn't be more different than the typical caricature of a villain that wasn't usually presented in front of heroes. She was polite, soft-spoken, and graceful. Kyoka clenched her teeth, suppressing the feeling in her stomach as she took step after step up towards the door to the rooftop. It was closed, and once again she had found herself hesitating before her hand could touch the handle. "I can hear you fumbling around." Izuko's voice caused Kyoka to jump. She hadn't heard it before, not live it. Only in recordings from her exploits as a teenage villain. Grasping all of her courage, she pushed the handle down and opened the door, finding the girl in question still lying there lazily without any concern about who the mysterious stalker might be. She was lying on a rather large blanket, watching the clouds. "I could have been a teacher," Kyoka said. Izuko's head turned slightly, her eyes meeting hers. A teacher wouldn't have been afraid to open the door. Kyoka couldn't say much about that. "I wasn't afraid. I was nervous." Sure, Izuko said, nodding into the blanket. "You're the girl who keeps glaring at me from across the lunch hall." Not glaring." Kyoka hated stumbling over her own words. She was already nervous about speaking her mind, and it was only more difficult to keep that up when speaking with someone who was essentially a local celebrity. "You can't fault me for being curious, right?" "Right," came Izuko's unconvinced answer. She sat up, shuffling slightly to the right and leaving a bigger space on the blanket and patting it. "Well, I'm dying of boredom and you're the first person who's talked in a while." Kyoka swallowed. "Grasp what you want." She stepped forward, short steps taking her over to the blanket before sitting down slowly. Izuko radiated heat, almost enough to cause her to sweat. It was certainly enough to make Kyoka uncomfortable with the stuffy uniform. She took the blazer off, sighing in relief at the soft summer breeze. Izuko Midoriya. An introduction from the villain who had no need to introduce herself. "And you are?" "Kyoka Jirou, Heroics Class 1A, Kyoka said. "That I know who you are." "I'd be more surprised if you didn't," Izuko said, rubbing her chin between index finger and thumb. "I'm kind of famous. Or infamous, as it were." Kyoka wasn't sure if it was a joke or a serious statement, so she held herself back from showing any reaction. "So when you saw me on TV and all that, you were curious?" Izuko asked. Kyoka nodded slightly. "Any reason? I know I have a bunch of weirdos as fans, but they're usually younger." "You looked lonely," Kyoka said. Izuko blinked. Her almost aloof attitude vanished for a moment, revealing a more painful truth underneath. Her eyes flashed, and a blue flame lighted up from her open mouth, causing the collar to shock her enough to cause her to wince into herself. Kyoka noted that she resisted the urge to grab her neck, instead forcing her arms towards her knees. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to dash," Kyoka started. "Huh?" Izuko sighed out. It sounded almost like a laugh. "You're a good person, Kyoka Jirou." "That collar is just cruel," Kyoka murmured, voicing the thoughts she had since the day she heard it spark for the first time. Izuko shrugged. "It looks stylish at least," she said. "It's not every day you become the youngest villain to hit national TV." "Former villain, right?" Kyoka found herself asking. "All Might redeemed you and all that, or you wouldn't be in you. That old man decided what he wanted to do by himself and I just got pulled along," Izuko said, pursing her lips. In spite of her words, Kyoka found the former villain's lips twitching slightly as if remembering a fond memory. Some kind of guilt trip he talked himself into. "I'm not a good person, see?" She put on a face between a disdainful glare and a snarl. It looked almost intimidating, if it wasn't for the way her nose scrunched up like that of a child throwing a tantrum. Compared to Kirishima, who managed to make even happy smiles look rather scary, it was actually pretty cute. Kyoka found herself snorting at the sight, and Izuko stopped, laughing along. "I see at least one person appreciates my sense of humor," Izuko said. Her hair bobbed from left to right as she looked for her phone, which had ended up a bit away from the blanket. "I don't suppose you'd tell me the reason why you're gracing me with your presence?" "Like I said," Kyoka began slowly, fiddling with her earlobe jack, "you seemed lonely. That's why I wanted to ask you if you wanted to do something, but after school doesn't work for you, right?" "Right?" Izuko said, looking towards the fence and over the neighborhood. I'm afraid I'm not the best to ask for this. Then how about during school? Kyoka insisted. Eat lunch with me or I can join your table. Ah, Izuko said, blinking again. Are you hitting on me? I'm sorry, but my current circumstances make it hard for me to commit myself to a relationship. Kyoka found herself speechless, her mouth falling open. It took all her mental fortitude to banish the images that were creeping up in her mind at the mere suggestion. It wasn't an unpleasant thought, but the suddenness of it in addition to the hot sun overhead made her feel very light-headed. But if you want to start as friends, Izuko said, causing Kyoka to regain her bearings at the short stutter. I wouldn't mind. For a moment, she didn't quite look like the fire princess. Her own eyes were wandering, and she was biting her lower lip, as if waiting for an answer that would pain her. Kyoka stood. You wouldn't mind? Izuko looked up, meeting Kyoka's gaze again. Of course not, Izuko said, standing up as well. I don't have the freedom to pick my friends, you know? You're definitely better than nothing. Kyoka grinned. She didn't miss the smile that Izuko fought down, but decided not to mention it. When Izuko raised her hand to shake, Kyoka instead found her arm thrown around the other girl's shoulder. You're not exactly the greatest catch either, Kyoka said. So, lunch at my table tomorrow. I don't think the heroics class would enjoy that very much. Point 2. Screw that, Kyoka said. She knew some wouldn't mind, and those that did could be dealt with otherwise. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I'm good at that, Izuko said. Kyoka blinked. Be burning things, that is. Kyoka found herself laughing loudly at the awful joke. Izuko laughed with her. She was great at making friends. Kyoka was waiting for her the very next day, 2 plates of steaming hot food already in hand. Kyoka could see Izuko trying to resist the urge to smile, and it gave her a bit of smug satisfaction when she failed. Hey, Kyoka greeted, smiling back. Izuko nodded back, taking one of the plates off her hands and trying not to shove her face into the mashed potatoes from the look of it. Judgment came afterwards. When Kyoka dragged Izuko to the table which Class 1A had practically made their regular place whenever they went to eat together, the reactions varied. Mina and Yamamo, who were her best friends in class, already knew. Neither of them said anything, though their gazes were full of worry. Ida looked confused for a moment, but held his tongue. It wasn't the whole class, fortunately, but it was the group that had found itself eating lunch together as usual. Uraraka was the only person who offered Izuko a smile as they sat down. It was the least approachable person who ended up having the greatest reaction to it. Shoto Todoroki, the inarguably strongest person in class, was glaring at her with an intensity that made Kyoka feel a chill run down her spine. Everyone, this is Izuko, Kyoka introduced, as if it were necessary. We've become friends yesterday. Izuko said, bowing her head. A pleasure to meet you all. Nice to meet ya, Mina said, her eyes traveling left and right as if gauging the reactions of the others as well. I really like your look. Thanks, Izuko said, blinking and giving herself a once-over. They were wearing the same uniform, the only difference was the collar. Kyoka would agree though. She just really liked collars. There's a reason she had her costume prepared with one. A villain has no place in this school, Fire Princess. Todoroki's words were harsh. More than that, it was likely the longest sentence he had spoken to them so far. While he was always trying to stay detached from everyone, Uraraka and Ida's insistence for him to participate more with the class had seen him at least try to do so, even begrudgingly. Unfortunately, he didn't seem willing to extend that courtesy further out than his immediate classmates. Kyoka began. Izuko put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. She pursed her lips, looking over to her new friend with narrowed eyes. It's all right, Izuko said. She didn't sound all right. She sounded genuinely upset, even when her features were schooled into this aloof and dismissive expression. She sounded upset enough that everyone else on the table, who seemed happy enough to ignore her, were turning towards the scene. I understand. Do you? Todoroki asked. You took his quirk. That caused people to react. A few seats over, someone stood up so fast their chair fell down, drawing the attention of the rest of the cafeteria. All for one took his quirk, Izuko said. The name rang bells. The villain at large, someone whose name used to be spoken in the same breath as Destro. Though initially a secret, the blow-up of Izuko's arrest had caused the name to resurface. A villain who can steal quirks was, in this society, the scariest thing imaginable. So you say, as if it made a difference. Todoroki's voice was accompanied by a small gust of cold air from his mouth, making his breath visible. Izuko pursed her lips. If you find someone to fix this, go ahead and tell me, Izuko said, tapping the collar around her neck. It's not like I'm making much use of it. If anything, her blasé reply made Todoroki more angry. Mina stood up quickly, trying to distract from the tense conversation, if it could be called that. Whatever joke she was about to crack didn't get much further before Todoroki stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Kyoka watched him leave before turning her gaze to Izuko. At this distance, she didn't have to guess whether or not Izuko's lips were quivering. She could see soft blue sparks as she murmured, a habit she hadn't really noticed before. It was rapid and so quiet she had to rely on her quirk to hear it. Before Kyoka could say anything, Izuko, too, stood up. The plate of food was left uneaten, and the girl left, taking another door than the one Todoroki walked out of. Good, Ida said, sighing through his nose as he adjusted his glasses. I don't understand why you'd bring her to eat with us, Jirou-san. She's not Phi Dash. I don't understand why you can't give her the benefit of the doubt that All Might gives her, Kyoka found herself biting back. Ida was not a bad person, but he was very stuck in his ways, and his upbringing as well as his old school no doubt added to these mannerisms. So when confronted with the possibility that he was doing something wrong, he did not immediately become offended. She could see the gears turn in his head for a moment, but she wouldn't wait for an answer to that kind of conundrum. She stood as well, following behind Izuko. Mina, who tried to join her, was stopped by Yamamo. Kyoka didn't know how to feel about that. Rumi Usajiyama was a busy woman. Her job as a pro hero had become such a huge part of her routine that some days she had trouble remembering the name behind the professional mask that she wore during work. She was Mirko. She was on the way to the top, and heaven and hell would not stop her from reaching the position in the top 10 that she thought she deserved. She worked for it as hard if not harder than most heroes who were, at this moment, above her in the rankings. In the end, when All Might approached a handful of heroes to help him rehabilitate a teenage villain, she was the last person who wanted to have anything to do with it. If she could take the experience she had with the girl now and bring it back to her past self, she would accept to be her guardian without hesitation. Hawks usually picked the girl up. He had an easier patrol route due to his office. But when it came to who kept an eye on her once she was home, it was Mirko, who like most pro heroes came home late and went back to work early. Unlike Hawks, however, she needed a decent amount of sleep. That cheating BSTRD. Heaven and hell would not stop her from becoming a top pro hero, but that child? She made Mirko hesitate. What if nobody had given her the benefit of the doubt when she said she wanted to do heroics? Her quirk was strong now, yes, but back then? She couldn't do much besides jumping high, and now she could crush someone's skull with a twist of her legs. Where would Mirko be if All Might had seen her as a child and said, someone with a useless quirk like that can't be a hero? Whoever said that someone who had done bad could not be made to do good was wrong. Izuko Midoriya was living proof of that. In spite of her quirk-fueled rampage that saw hundreds injured, and some pro-heroes retired early, she was earnest and eager to not disappoint anyone's expectations in her. The fact that she had never maimed or killed anyone proved that said rampage was more than that. She was smart, and the interrogations and interviews by officers and prosecutors proved that more than anything. Before adopting Izuko, Mirko used to grab takeout on the way back home every day. Now, she opened the door to the smell of dinner, prepared and kept warm in the oven for her to enjoy. It was good to eat some homemade food again. She was awful at cooking and Hawks managed to burn water, so the kitchen in their home ended up being mostly decorative for the longest time. When she received a message after Hawks brought Izuko home, saying that the girl was in a bad mood, she felt a twinge of irritation. Early the next morning, Mirko grabbed her bag like usual and moved towards the door. It was when she was halfway down the street when she realized her mistake. Walking back home, She opened the door and walked to Izuko's room. She was still sleeping. Or rather, she was still in bed, pretending to be asleep. That should have tipped her off already. Izuko was an early riser. She exercised in the mornings, sometimes around the house, and often around the neighborhood. So why was the girl still in bed? The message from last night came to mind. Izuko, Mirko said. The girl shuffled on the bed, turning her eyes towards the door. Is everything all right? Yes, she lied with a professionality of a criminal. I'm just feeling under the weather. Now that was the worst lie she could pull. The girl had gotten a hefty bit of heat resistance with that quirk of hers. Summer heat would do nothing to her. Did something happen at school? Don't you have work to do, Mirko-san? Izuko asked. Mirko blinked, lowering her bag towards the ground and letting go before stepping into the room. The girl sounded tired, more so than usual after a long day at school. Do you want to talk about it? Mirko asked back. If not, that's fine, but you know I'm your guardian and I'm here if you ever need someone to listen, all right? You're my guardian, yes, Izuko said, her voice cracking slightly. You're not my mother. Mirko winced. Izuko Midoriya was a sore point to the girl, so for her to bring the woman up showed that something was wrong. Is it so hard to believe that someone besides your mother could care for you? In current circumstances, the answer feels like a yes, Izuko said. Doubt entered her voice. People need saving. There's other heroes, Mirko said. We're doing this now. Izuko didn't look very happy about it, but Mirko was more than willing to ignore it. When Izuko realized Mirko wouldn't just leave, she sighed. I made a friend at school, Izuko admitted. Mirko nodded slowly. It was inevitable that someone would find her tolerable, as much as she tried to pretend she was a caustic and unapproachable person. She made me join her for lunch. Tuya's little brother was there. Ah, Mirko said, biting her lip and looking away. Not the most pleasant of attitudes, I imagine. I can't blame him, Izuko said. If I grew up with that piece of shit endeavor, I'd probably be just as bad. Mirko didn't make judgments. She had heard the rumors, especially surrounding the circumstances of Tuya Todoroki's interview surrounding his home life. Hawks had a soft spot for the number 2, as a hero whom he looked up to as a child, but she was never much of a fan of his attitude. It reminded her of her own sometimes, and she didn't like to imagine turning out like Endeavor. But the cursing, that was something Mirko hadn't heard from Izuko before. It's because I can't blame him that I feel bad, Izuko admitted. It was said with her usual voice, the one that stood just a step above it all, a faux dismissiveness that made her sound more mature than she actually was. But I think I feel even worse because I'm not sorry. Why is that? Because Dabi, Izuko said, he was just like me. A shitty person with a shitty outlook on life, and unlike me he had no hesitation when it came to seriously injuring people. Kind of a capital V villain. I know what you mean, Mirko said. The woman sat down at the desk next to the bed, leaning against it. Shudo Todoroki probably has fond memories of who his brother was, rather than who he is now. And that also means people have worse memories of who you were, rather than who you are now. I'm not sure that's right, Izuko said, sitting up and pushing a few strands of her out of her face. Why is that? I don't feel like I'm a much better person now than I was, Izuko said. You know how I was captured, right? Yes, Mirko said. I don't know the exact play-by-play, but I've heard the gist of it. All Might said something to you? Yes, Izuko said, nodding. He said he's sorry. It feels dumb to say it like this, but I never really hated him for what he did, and hearing him apologize made me realize why I can't change who I was, why I'll always be the fire princess. Izuku played with the thin blanket, averting her gaze. For Mirko, I've never felt sorry for anyone I've hurt, Izuko said. Mirko nodded. She had guessed the gist of it. I hate looking back at the past, I want to look forward instead. So what do you want to do? Mirko asked. Izuko frowned. I don't know what you mean. Do you want to wallow here in self-pity? Mirko suggested. Izuko's frown deepened. You know you want something else, right? Why don't you tell me? I'll be sure to help you out as long as it's only a little bit illegal. Is that something a hero should say? If Endeavor can make a career out of abusing his family, I can make one out of making my charge happy, Mirko said, grinning in a way that made it unclear just how serious her words were. So, what do you want? I don't know, Izuko said. After a few moments, she shook her head slightly. No, I want to have a normal school life. I want to go to lunch with my friend, and I want to make more friends too. That's not impossible at all, Mirko said. You really need to stop thinking of yourself like some poisoned well. You're a good kid with a good head on her shoulders. You just need to let yourself open up a bit. You'd be surprised, Izuko said. I heard my childhood friend wasn't allowed to attend UA by his mother because I was going to attend. Heard she was worried I'd hurt him. We can't change the way people think about us, Mirko said. She stood, thumping her fist against the desk. I've had to deal with tabloids accusing me of sleeping my way up the ladder. What matters is what you think about yourself, and we're going to work on improving that image. Okay, Izuko said, blinking. Mirko lifted her up with one arm and dragged her out of the room before she had any time to complain. State your name and age. All Might watched the video of the first interrogation after her capture with a much more critical eye than usual. Izuko Midoriya, 15 years old. The man next to her in the interrogation room was a personal friend of All Might's. Rado, a lawyer who would see that she wasn't mistreated. The man had once helped All Might too, when a rather big lawsuit accused him of damages that would have bankrupted him early in his career before he left for the US. You are sound of mind. Yes, Izuko said. Sound of mind, you've probably checked my blood for drags, and you have made sure I'm not under any compulsion quirks. If you want me to establish I am fully culpable for what I've done, this is it. I, Izuko Midoriya, do a dash. Rado all but slapped his hand over Izuko's mouth, stopping her in her tracks. She glared at him, and Rado ended up pulling his hand back in pain when she used her quirk to heat up her breath. We are willing to make a deal, Rado said, nursing his hand. All Might is willing to vouch for her probation. The prosecutors and judges will have to decide that. I am willing to speak to them on your behalf, under the condition that all questions involving your former allies are answered to the best of your ability. Allies? Izuko asked, tilting her head. A small smile on her face. What allies? A 14-15-year-old does not have the capacities to go on a crime spree like this by herself, the policeman said, talking down at her. A mistake. She looked ready to drop the whole thing right there. We know of some names. Tuya Todoroki has been found. Endeavor is speaking of a lawsuit against you for harm to his family. Oh yes, Izuko said, nodding. Please let him sue me. I'm more than happy to pay whatever I have, which is nothing. Your mother is no longer her legal guardian, Rado said, glaring at the officer. And if you are trying to threaten a minor, criminal or not, I believe we'll see each other in front of court as well. Perhaps you would like to take over some of the costs that any additional lawsuits will incur. The policeman said nothing, but a knock on the door warned him that his time was up. Hard-ass that he was, he looked hesitant to leave and let someone else take it over. The woman who replaced him was more amicable. The prosecutors are currently talking about a possible plea deal with All Might as your character witness. Excellent, Rado said, nodding towards Izuko. She nodded back as he pulled out a piece of paper. A small document of questions. These are the things that Izuko Midoriya admits to having knowledge of while in contact with villains. I would request all questions to be limited to this list so we do not waste our time. We will have more than enough time to sign plea deals later, correct? Of course, the officer said, looking over the list. After a minute of silence, she pursed her lips. Please, tell me about how you came into contact with the Yakuza. A flash of blue in her eyes. Genuine anger. All Might paused the recording. These were some things he had never received proper answers for, and he knew only one person who would be able to get them. A number which he had not called in many years glared back at him from the screen of his phone. Monday morning. A day like any other. Except for the fact that everyone was hounding Todoroki, demanding answers for his hostile behavior. Not that all of them faulted him. Some like Ida seemed to have no issue with it, while others like Yamamo seemed undecided, And people like Uraraka looked unhappy about the class dynamic having turned into this over a quarrel. No, don't get me wrong, Todoroki said, crossing his arms. My brother, he ended up becoming a villain. A few in the class gasped at the admittance. Todoroki shook his head, shrugging. But in the end, whatever he did ended up not being too bad. My father managed to bribe him out of jail and now he's confined in a facility. I don't know if it's because he's truly unwell, or because my father doesn't want him to talk to anyone. That sounds like you have a problem with your dad, not Midoriya, Mina said, pursing her lips. Kyoka rolled her eyes. No, it was very clear Todoroki had a problem with the entire world. His father was just the catalyst. My brother left our home due to my father's abuse, Todoroki said. I couldn't remember his face or his voice, but one day they found him in a dish. He was delirious, scarred all over and quirkless. When they called us, he was chanting her name like a prayer. Whatever she did to him, it broke him. That's what this is about. She's scary, yeah, Uraraka said. Kyoka closed her eyes. But that doesn't mean she doesn't deserve a second chance, right? All Might told everyone it was his fault she did. Because he told a quirkless girl she couldn't be a hero, Ida said. A harsh assessment, but not untrue. It's simple biology, someone without a quirk is at a disadvantage against someone with a quirk. All Might was wrong, Todoroki said. The class turned to him. Everyone was listening, even Kyoka, who was trying to hide her frustrations despite knowing how futile it was. My brother, he said all for one made it a contest. She beat him, so she had the right to the quirk. I don't think that's true, Kirishima said. Todoroki's intense stare made him flinch back slightly, raising his hands in a placating gesture. It's just, beating a quirk like that without one of your own? Doesn't that seem kinda unrealistic? No, Todoroki said. Quirkless doesn't mean helpless. There's more than enough heroes to prove that you don't need a combat-oriented quirk to do heroics. Faint praise coming from someone with a quirk like his, Kyoka thought. How many of those heroes were in the top rankings? Yoroimasha maybe? If you want to be friendly with her, that's fine, Todoroki said, his voice cold. But even ignoring my brother, 156 people were injured, 3 heroes retired, and the total damages she caused exceeded the yearly gross of 3 Tokyo districts combined. She's dangerous. From what you told us about your father, so is he, Kyoka said, feeling awful about the way Todoroki flinched back at the assessment. She wouldn't let up, however. And yet people praise him as the second greatest hero in the country. 2 things can be wrong at the same time, Kyoka Jirou. Kyoka said nothing. She wasn't in the mood. Kyoka Jirou was frustrated. This wasn't an emotion she was unfamiliar with, quite the opposite, actually, it was one that tended to spiral out of control if she let it. As she grew more frustrated, she grew frustrated about being frustrated, and then tired, before finally growing frustrated about being tired all the time. And then she would get frustrated about being tired, starting the cycle all over again. The source of such frustrations, of course, was that after the initial mess with the class meeting Izuko, she had not exchanged another word with her friend. If they were still friends, she knew that Izuko was responsible for her own behavior. But making excuses for her to keep avoiding her was something Kyoka was good at, because Kyoka certainly felt like it was herself to blame. She shouldn't have pushed her to join them, and she should have been more outspoken in her defense during said lunch. It wasn't like she couldn't understand Todoroki's frustration. She didn't have a sibling, but the idea of making friends with a villain who hurt her family would not be something she could even humor. In the end though, Izuko wasn't someone who hurt her family. It was during the next heroics class with Aizawa-sensei that brought her frustrations to a boil, however. Her thoughts kept straying, her quirk wouldn't do what she wanted her. Jirou, Aizawa-sensei called her name. She looked up from her task, an attempt at using vibrations to break rocks without making them explode, and found him staring. Someone's here to see you. She frowned. Who'd that be on the campus of UA, during classes? She had her earlobes in the ground already. She could hear a soft breath that sounded entirely lopsided. All Might. She nodded, pulling the earphone jacks out of the ground and walking towards the exit of the urban-themed training hall. Aizawa-sensei gave nothing away, but his eyes did follow her out. When she came face to face with the legend himself, she said nothing. All Might's smile looked a bit strained. "Jirou, my girl, dash." He stuttered. Kyoka blinked. All Might had never stuttered before. Or at least she had never heard him stutter. Even on the stairs of the court, after he had guaranteed freedom for the Fire Princess, he'd spoken with a conviction that had swayed many. "I've been busy lately, so I haven't been able to thank you properly," All Might said. Kyoka frowned. "What for?" she asked. Of course she could guess what for, but he had to say it or it would be meaningless. "For reaching out to her," All Might said. "Though we're teaching people here who will become pillars for society to lean on, we cannot teach character." "I didn't do it for the thanks," Kyoka found herself saying. She wasn't sure if bashful was the right word, but it was definitely flattering to be complimented by All Might of all people. "I just thought she looked lonely." "To look beyond the surface takes a heroic heart," All Might said, nodding. "I understand that your classmates were not happy about it, and I know you've continued trying to reach out to her. I would request that you give her time. She doesn't know what to do with kindness." "What do you mean?" Kyoka asked. "She seemed perfectly friendly to me." "Other people haven't been friendly to her," All Might said. "Myself included. You know, of course, everyone does. She just needs time, but if you keep reaching out I'm sure she will reach back." Kyoka began, unable to find the proper words. "I understand. I just don't think I can do much about the others. They'll either get used to the idea of her, or they will commit the same mistakes that this society has already made," All Might said, putting a hand on Kyoka's head. Her frown deepened. It was much colder than she would have thought it would be. "Your friends support you, right?" "They do, kind of," Kyoka said. They were not against Kyoka reaching out to Izuko, but they weren't exactly supportive either. Momo seemed uneasy about the former villain, but generally had nothing bad to say. Mina was complimenting her a lot, but mostly superficially about her appearance, and Kyoka just found herself agreeing a lot of times. "What if she doesn't reach back?" "Then that's her choice," All Might murmured, pulling his hand back. "And we have no choice but to respect it." Kyoka nodded. She knew that despite all the help All Might had given her, he and Izuko were not on speaking terms. She had seen once or twice that he tried to talk to Izuko and she rebuffed him with a sweet smile and an excuse that she had to get to her next class. Kyoka hoped that she wouldn't end up getting the same treatment. The thought alone hurt. "I get some countries do a bring your kid to work day," Lucky Charm said, scratching her cheek. "But isn't this a bit much?" The girl stood in the middle of a large, dojo-like training facility. Something that Mirko had. Spent an obscene amount of money to build under her Tokyo agency. The costs for the permit alone were astronomical, and she did not regret it for a second. The probation did not forbid her from using her quirk as long as a guardian is present, Mirko said. "I might not have the key to the collar, but I do know that this model doesn't work in places where it can't get a signal, and if they want to replace it they know All Might will push for anal ankle monitor instead and probably get what he wants." Mirko had initially just done some exercise with Izuko to keep her moving rather than wasting away in bed. Imagine her surprise when the girl turned out to be just as much of a fitness freak as Mirko. It was like a match made in heaven. Izuko breathed in deeply, then pushed her palms outwards and opened her mouth towards the ceiling. Blue flames exploded into every direction for a few seconds, then dimmed and vanished into nothing. But today Izuko should get to flex her other strength, or so went the bunny woman's thought process. "If you say so," Lucky Charm said, pursing her lips. Mirko's grin turned feral. Technically the use of her quirk was completely prohibited, even in private, such was the danger she posed to society. "Say, Izuko, that friend of yours, she'll be at the sports festival this year, right?" Izuko nodded, tilting her head slightly at the question. Her ponytail bobbed slightly from where she'd put it up to prevent any strands from catching on fire. However, as a trustworthy hero, and Izuko's guardian, Mirko could absolutely let the girl do whatever as long as she was supervising. "In the same vein, you have any plans to participate?" Mirko asked. Izuko didn't hesitate in shaking her head, perhaps too fast. "All Might can get you the permission, you know that, right?" "I don't want to," Izuko said, crossing her arms. Flames danced around her as she tapped a foot against the ground. "I'd win." Mirko laughed. Her sidekick, Lucky Charm, nodded to the reasoning. "I guessed as much, but that friend of yours, how'd she do?" Izuko pursed her lips, cracking her neck slightly as flames danced over her fingers. Thinking about Kyoka, and her quirk from what she could gather without any actual digging. "Not great," Izuko said. She let her arms drop to her side, hopping in place for a moment. Her body felt much cooler now that she could release all that heat, but she was still restless. "She can do some damage with equipment, I think. It's not a very combat-oriented quirk, but it also doesn't come with any significant drawbacks to using it. If she worked on her stamina, she could probably outlast quite a few of her classmates." Right, Mirko said, nodding. "So, if the little sheets in her class won't play nice with you, how about you invite her over here the next time you see her? You get to spend time, and I can whip her into shape for the festival." Izuko blinked. She clearly wasn't expecting that from Mirko, but rather than take the surprise standing, her eyes shone with thoughts about that idea. "I wouldn't want to alienate her from her other friends dash. Nua, we talked about this. You get to say what you want, not what other people want." "You talked about this," Izuko said. Mirko began hopping a bit. "Well, give it a thought then," Mirko said. "I'm sure she'll end up talking to you again once you stop avoiding her." "I'm not avoiding her dash." Mirko jumped. The force ground beneath her feet and sent Lucky Charms sprawling from the backblast. Mirko held back, of course, but even pulling her punches, or kicks as it were, she was still one of the strongest heroes in the business. Izuko raised her arms to block a kick aimed at her neck. Her fingers danced with fire as she grabbed Mirko's thigh, forcing the woman to kick off with her other leg and land gracefully a few meters away. "Really?" Izuko asked, steam rushing out of her mouth. "Without any warning?" "Hey now," Mirko said, dancing on her toes with her arms behind her back. "It's been a while since you last had a fight, right? Just making sure you're not rusty." Izuku sighed. The steam around her mouth ran black, dancing around her head as she lowered her stance slightly. She did want to fight. It was something she was obscenely good at. "We'll stop when you say you won't run away anymore," Mirko announced. Izuko's eyes widened when Mirko appeared above her, bringing her heel down in an axe kick. An explosion of fire sent Izuko sliding back at the last second. "I'll talk to her tomorrow," Izuko promised as she dusted herself off. The cremation quirk rushed over her arms, burning the sleeves of the gym uniform Mirko had lent her. She found herself grinning that same bestial smile that Mirko was so famous for. "That doesn't mean we have to stop now." All Might sighed. He had to stop, but at this point it had become as much part of his routine as the hours of heroics he could still participate in. The video file in front of him, however, was not one he usually watched. This one was new, just recently added to her file. Psych evals of minors, villains or not, were sealed quite easily and unsealed only with a lot of favors. The room they were sitting in was almost too comfortable. He could see Izuko's discomfort, the way she shuffled on the sofa every few seconds while the woman in front of her was preparing. "I'd like to begin if you're ready." Izuko nodded. The woman smiled. "Do you have any preferences as to what I should call you?" "My name." Izuko tried. "It might be better for you to say it out loud. I know some people who prefer to be called by their alias, heroes and villains alike. Some prefer a full name." "Izuko," she said. "Just Izuko." "Of course," the woman said, typing something down on the board in her hand. The information appeared next to the recording. Shorthand notes and links appeared for the layperson who would be watching this eventually. Rather than a lack of attachment to her villain persona, this implied a lack of attachment to her family, or a schism that she felt was between Midoriya and Izuko. All Might pursed his lips, leaning back into the chair as the evaluation continued. The woman started with simple questions. Then questions about how she felt about certain things. The next link that appeared in the file caused him to frown, and what was left of his stomach to churn. The woman they hired for the psych eval was, of course, someone with a useful quirk and a professional license. She could see things others did not, to a point where she could likely serve as a lie detector. like his old friend at the precinct. Which was why All Might could not deny the mentions of emotional trauma in the file. Tell me about All Might. His fingers clenched around his thin arms. His nails dug into his skin when she smiled brightly. I love All Might, Izuko said. He didn't need to see the mention in the file to know she was telling the truth. All my childhood, I wanted to be just like him. Even now, the work he does is one of the few things that makes me happy. What did you feel when he told you that you couldn't be a hero? Izuko hummed, leaning sideways into the sofa and staring at the ceiling. Like the world under my feet just vanished? I don't know how to describe it, it sounds kind of stupid even in my head. Would you like to try? I found there's no such thing as a stupid description when it's about your emotions. Izuko nodded, tapping her finger against her arm a few times before starting. When you were younger, have you ever messed up an exam really badly? The woman nodded. Of course, I imagine most students have at least one or more of those. Japanese history was never my strength. Yeah, I wasn't great at math back then, and I remember on the way home after a test, Izuko said, leaning forward. My stomach was hurting and my feet felt numb and I couldn't walk. When I got near my house, it was creeping up. My lungs were still there, I could feel myself breathing but somehow it felt like everything under my neck was gone. When I opened the door, I started crying. The woman nodded. All Might couldn't quite understand. Izuko, however, was clearly reliving the memory. Whether it was the memory of that failed math exam or his words in her mind, he couldn't tell. Her hands shook as she put them over her knees. And people will tell you, well, it's just an exam, right? Izuko said. Her voice cracked too, but her face was almost completely devoid of the emotion that must be raging in her chest. But to you, that's not just the exam at that moment. To you it's the worst experience of your life. You're a kid who's never had to deal with that kind of emotion before, so you start doing what kids do. You cry and sob and choke on your spit and snot. The woman said nothing, but All Might could see her shift slightly. She, too, leaning forward, listening to something only she could hear. No notes came up in the file. She was giving her entire attention to the girl in front of her. So with that exam, I ended up crying into my mother's shoulder for half an hour, Izuko said, leaning back onto the sofa again. When All Might told me I could not become a hero, I walked home and I saw an old childhood friend of mine was being held hostage by a villain. Katsuki Bokogu? The woman asked. Izuko nodded, pushing her fingers together. My legs, they wanted me to move, Izuko continued, her voice much lower than before. I was about to jump in and help him, consequences be damned, but then I heard his voice again. It was like that exam all over again, but times 100. My legs went numb, I couldn't do it. All Might said I couldn't do it. She swallowed. You have to consider what's realistic, young lady, he told me. So I went home. All Might still remembered that day. He would remember it until the end of his life. And the worst part about it was, he wasn't wrong, Izuko said, sounding defeated. He protected me from making a mistake, right? Imagine that, this quirkless girl rushing in to save someone from a villain? Madness. But in the end, that wasn't who I wanted to be. What do you mean? After my decision not to help that day, I didn't deserve to be Izuko Midoriya, because Izuko Midoriya would have never left someone to die in the clutches of a villain, Izuko said. Never mind that he didn't end up dead, I feel like the person who died was me. I left that feeling in my legs that told me to save him behind, and I went home. I see. Oh, do you? Izuko asked, forcing out a laugh and scratching the back of her neck. I told you, it really sounded stupid in my head. I must have read too many poems for Japanese history. Despite all of that, you still love All Might? Of course. Izuko's smile returned, weaker than before. What's there not to love? All Might paused the recording, walking away from the screen to find himself some tea to calm his stomach. He coughed into his hands, blood seeping through his fingers and onto the floor. There were many things, he thought. Many things one could not love about him. Izuko wasn't nervous. Nervous implied that she had something to lose, rather than simply returning to the miserable mediocrity of nothing that she'd had before. She wasn't the kind of person to mourn the loss of a friendship. Kaken had already shown her how easy they were to destroy. Which is why she totally wasn't pacing up and down her latest lunch spot, which was just her usual hangout after school. No, she was just moving her legs so they wouldn't fall asleep, that was all. She needed to talk to Kyoka. She promised Mirko, after all. It was about 2 minutes after the pacing had started that she heard someone approach. 1 minute after climbing all those flights of stairs, someone opened the door. Unfortunately, Izuko's ears could already tell that it was not the source of her current not nervousness, but rather a classmate of hers. A girl with a spiky ponytail, standing far taller than Izuko. Izuko remembered this one, a friend of Kyoka's, but even then no introduction was necessary. Izuko had met her family before. There was something about their faces that made the resemblance clear. "I apologize for the inconvenience," she said, bowing slightly. "I am Dash." "Momo Yaoyorozu," Izuko said. Momo started for a moment, before nodding. As much as she tried not to let her nervous restlessness, show, her mouth ended up moving faster than her head, as usual. "I don't think I need to introduce myself." "Quite," Yaoyorozu said. "I wanted to speak with you about our mutual friend." "Kyoka?" Izuko said. Yaoyorozu frowned. At the familiarity? Izuko didn't enjoy formalities, and she didn't enjoy being called Midoriya, which made it an easy thing for her and her new friend to forego it. "Did something happen?" "I apologize, I'll be frank, and I hope you don't take this personally as I am merely looking out for her." "This was going to become a bother," Momo said. Izuko frowned back. "Could you please stay away from Jirou-chan from now on?" Izuko's restlessness came to a halt. Her feet, which hadn't stopped moving since she had walked onto the roof, slapped down on the hard ground with a solid noise. Momo jumped, once again startled, but her expression didn't shift. It was not hostile whatsoever, not malicious or any other of the hundreds of emotions Izuko had seen on the faces of people when she walked into the room. But Momo was cautious. Her furrowed brows, her stance which looked like she was ready for any sort of blow-up, and most of all her hands which were hidden behind her back. "Why?" Izuko asked. She could guess why, but she hated guessing. Izuko was a strong proponent of, say what you're thinking. Her shaking hands were hidden behind her own back. It helped that the truth was often just as painful as she wanted it to be. "She's a good person, and she will become a great hero in the future," Momo said, shifting her weight from one foot to another. "Associating with a former villain, rehabilitated or not, would hurt her future prospects." "That was fair." Izuko raised her hands and crossed her arms. "While I don't disagree," Izuko said, looking over to the left, off the roof and towards the neighborhood. Schooling her expression, she was good at that. "Don't you think that she's the kind of person who can make her own decisions with who she wants to hang out with?" "She is, but Dash." "No," Izuko said, making an X with her arms. "No buts. She is. She's the kind of person who'd reach out to a wretch like me. That takes a lot of character compared to cornering a girl half your size who can't use her quirk on a rooftop to tell her to back off." "I don't understand how you can be so selfish," Momo said. The words made Izuko smile. "I don't need to listen to something like this from a brat who grew up with a gold spoon in her mouth." Izuko waved her off. Momo flinched. "You've seen nothing of the world, you lived in your small bubble and were born with a quirk that would make you more valuable than thousands of other heroes." "I don't think my family status has much to do with this," Momo said. Her voice was lower now, slightly less confident, but still kept neutral. "Is it wrong to look out for a friend?" "No, because you mean well, and if I was in your position, I'd absolutely do the same thing," Izuko said. She pressed her thumb against her chest. "Not the same way, of course. I'm a mess, but you know what I'm not? The kind of selfish person who'd go around her friend to do this." Momo flinched again. This time, Izuko could see the damage. Her weight shifted from one foot to another, and then she ended up taking a step backwards, her hands hanging to her side instead of behind her. No quirk activation. No hostility. "Do me a favor," Izuko said. Momo looked up, blinking. "Grow a pair and tell her yourself what you think. If she decides she doesn't like me after you describe in great detail how her future will be harmed by me, that's fine." If she still does want to be friendly, please just F off. I couldn't dash, Momo began. She wouldn't listen to me. I've known her for 2 days, you've known her for what? 2 or 3 weeks since the school year started. About that long, yes, Momo admitted, nodding. She was biting her lip, grabbing her arm and avoiding Izuko's gaze. You don't like me, that's fine, Izuko said, shrugging. Hell, most of the time? I don't like me either. You want to be her friend, respect her decisions. Like you did by avoiding her? Momo asked. Izuko couldn't help but laugh softly. What's so funny? My guardian told me the same thing, Izuko said, walking forward. Lunch was already ending. Time always slipped by so quickly when something important was going on. Momo took a few steps back before she realized that Izuko's path was towards the door. Let's agree that we're both terrible friends and accept what Kyoka wants, alright? Momo didn't look entirely convinced. And Izuko really wished she could hate this kind of behavior. But it was really, really hard to hate someone. It was a commitment, almost like love. Mild annoyance, frustration, and other negative emotions she could name were all so easy for her, but hate? She was too tired to hate. And if people don't want her because of me, I'll ask Mirko to grab her as a sidekick, Izuko joked. It wasn't that much of a joke, really. Mirko would likely say yes simply because she knew it'd make Izuko happy, and whenever Mirko tried to make her happy, terrible things followed. She would never eat carrot stew again. Momo stayed on the roof as Izuko left. Well-meaning but misguided people were always a weakness of hers. She just couldn't put them on the same list as Shigaraki or Dabi. But really, she was not in a position to get angry. She could see the headlines already. Former villain threatens Yaoyorozu heiress on UA school grounds. So she turned the other cheek. She was good at that too. Kyoka wasn't nervous. Never mind that, she was absolutely terrified. She had made the resolution to go to the roof after school to finally talk to Izuko and not be rebuffed, but instead of having to do so she ended up staring at said girl in the doorway to her classroom, waiting there with her bag. Kyoka, Izuko greeted, smiling the kind of smile that made Kyoka's chest tighten up a bit. Todoroki was gone already, fortunately. Ida was not, but when he stood up to say something Momo was the one who stopped him, putting a hand on his shoulder. His stern face turned confused when she shook her head. Kyoka gave Momo a smile and stood up, walking towards the door with short steps. They walked down the hall together, not saying a word for the few minutes it took to reach the roof. When the door closed behind them, Kyoka prepared herself. I'm sorry, Izuko said. Kyoka choked on her own words. What? I shouldn't have avoided you, Izuko said. I was selfish, thinking it'd be better for you to not talk to me, but I didn't consider your feelings, and I'm kind of a piece of shit when it comes to things like this because I haven't really had a friend since elementary school and not even then really if you think about it but a wanteto. Kyoka pushed a hand over Izuko's mouth. She had heard her muttering before, but out loud it was even more troublesome. She couldn't even think. Izuko waited patiently while Kyoka gathered her thoughts. I shouldn't have pushed you to join us when I didn't know how they'd react, Kyoka said. Izuko rolled her eyes. You really don't need to be sorry, it's normal not to want to relive that experience. Izuko raised her hand and pulled Kyoka's off. A smile still danced on her lips. I think we're just going to go back and forth over who was in the wrong, Izuko said. And I don't know about you, but I really am tired of feeling sorry for myself all the time, so how about we skip ahead and start again? Kyoka nodded slowly. Sounds good. Momo told me about today at lunch. I saw her go to the roof. Don't blame her, Izuko said, shrugging. She's a bit sheltered but she means well, it's not the first time I heard shit like that. Doesn't it bother you? Kyoka asked. Izuko shook her head, but Kyoka could hear the girl's heart skip a beat. Well, it bothers me. I don't see this as a reason to get upset, is all, Izuko said, leaning against the door to the roof. I'm glad to call you my friend, I'm incredibly happy you actually made an effort when nobody else did. If you're going to say that I shouldn't get that angry because we've known each other for a few days, I'll hit you, Kyoka said. Izuko laughed. That's not what I was going to say, Izuko said, putting a hand on Kyoka's shoulder. I think our energy is just better spent elsewhere, We can make enemies or we can make friends, and I'd rather not have any more enemies than I already do. Kyoka nodded again, and this time Izuko nodded back. I guess I can see that. How many enemies do you have? Oh me. Izuko said. None anymore, at least none that are alive. Kyoka looked shocked for a moment before Izuko started faux laughing like a cartoon villain. Kyoka couldn't help but laugh as well, nearly tripping over herself and leaning against the door with one hand to keep herself standing. Izuko was shaking in the back seat. It was not a thing that Hawks would miss, of course. He had enhanced senses, eyesight that was necessary for someone with a quirk like his to be any effective in the sky. He didn't need it to see what state she had been reduced into when she bid her friend goodbye. I've heard from Rumi, you made a friend, right? Hawks says. Well, of course she did. The girl even gave her a hug before stepping into the car. That's good. Yeah, Izuko said, her hands clamped together. Her knuckles were turning white already. Really great. So why do you look like you're going to a funeral? Hawks asked, stopping for a red light. Izuko nearly jumped out of her seat, body jerking against the seatbelt. Want to talk about it? No. Hawks sighed, his head lowering onto the steering wheel and hitting the horn. Izuko jumped at the sudden sound. He suddenly pulled the car to the side, likely ignoring a bunch of traffic rules, and unfastened his belt, opening the door. Izuko blinked as he walked around the car and opened her door. Out. She wasn't the kind of person to ask questions, so she just did as she was told. When they were both out and the car was locked, he grabbed her under her armpits, like a small child, and flew up. She also wasn't the kind to get scared of heights, and if anything the shaking became less as they ascended and slowly drifted towards a tall building. They landed a few seconds later, and Hawks found himself staring around, making sure nobody else saw them. All right, Hawks said, sitting down and motioning next to him. His feet were hanging over the side of the rooftop, and he hunched over, one elbow on his leg and his head propped up on his hand. We're where nobody can hear us, and you're obviously in need to talk to someone. Do you need me to make an appointment, or do you want to tell Uncle Hawks your worries? If I tell you, do you promise to never call yourself Uncle Hawks? Izuko asked. He shrugged in a way that made it clear the answer was no, but he was willing to humor her. She sighed, sitting down next to him and staring off into the distance. No appointments, please. All right, Hawks said, nodding. Is this about your friend? Izuko said nothing at first. It was like she was still sorting through the list of her worries, and by the time she finally reached the end, she sorted again just to make sure. Hawks sat patiently, watching the people below on their way home from school clubs and work. It was almost 15 minutes later when she finally opened her mouth again. It's hard not to care, Izuko said. Her voice was quivering, though he could not read any emotion on her face. The words, they are so easy to shrug off in the moment. It's so easy to keep it all together until nobody's watching. On any other day, Hawks would have taken her vulnerability in his and Rumi's presence as some sort of triumph. A sign of implicit trust that allowed her to reveal what she was truly feeling to people without her fire princess persona. Today he found his own hands shaking as he reached out towards her head, his fingers softly touching down on the green mop of hair. What happened? Hawks asked. Izuko hesitated, looking ready to rip his arm off for touching her for just a moment before she shook her head, looking down again. My friend's friend, Izuko said. She told me I should stop being friends with Kyoka, because it would ruin her future prospects. She's not wrong, and she wasn't mean about it. Your feelings aren't invalid just because she was well-meaning, Hawks said, pursing his lips. And showing what you are truly thinking doesn't make you weak. It did, Izuko said, her voice low. Her shoulders tensed up, and Hawks could see a flicker of blue flames at her tongue. A small shock stopped her from going any further. Back then, on the streets, anything you did could be taken as a weakness. It doesn't make you broken, Hawks said, pressing down on her head a bit harder. It doesn't make you a failure, or a mess, or whatever you think about yourself. Do you think Rumi and I are great at expressing emotions? You hide your entire childhood trauma behind a thin veil of childish banter and self-deprecating sarcasm, Izuko summarized. Hawks brought his free hand up to his chest. Yeesh, you didn't need to say anything besides, no, Hawks said, displaying a thin veil of childish banter and self-deprecating sarcasm. What I'm trying to say is, it's fine to be hurt by other people's words. So what do you expect I should do? Say they're wrong? 'Cause she wasn't. Then she wasn't wrong to say it, but what does that matter? Part of being a person is not going out of your way to make other people feel like shit. I don't do people well, Izuko said, grabbing her arm and turning her gaze towards the ground. Fighting? I think I'm pretty good at it. People are just complicated. Tell me about it, Hawks said, sighing. You can't change what idiots think of you. That sounds kinda defeatist, Hawks-san. Nah, it's just a truth of growing up, Hawks said, standing up and offering her a hand. 100,000 morons won't matter as long as you have one good friend. I don't know if she's a good friend yet, Izuko said, taking his hand and standing up. Despite her words, Hawks could see a soft smile creeping up her lips. She's my only friend. And if showing yourself to be a bit more vulnerable around her makes her turn tail, she wasn't a good one anyway. Somehow I have the feeling she's not that kind of person. Yeah. You're a good judge of character, Hawks said. If anything, you'd probably not have accepted any sort of friendship if you were skeptical. I'm a lonely and vulnerable young woman with no friends, Hawks-san, Izuko said, giving him a flat stare. If you want to stretch the definition a bit, Rumi and I could be your friends, you know? No, Izuko said, grinning at him. A genuine one, this time. Kyoka's my first and only friend, and somehow saying that really doesn't SCK as much as it should. Well, I've got some bad news for you then, Hawks said, shrugging as he lifted her up again. If she makes you feel that good about yourself, she's a pretty good friend in my book. Did you invite her over? She'll come with us tomorrow if her parents allow it, Izuko said. She said they're pretty chill. Cool, Hawks said, flying back to the car. A policeman was writing him a ticket. Cool. Kyoka wasn't shaking at all as she rang the bell at the almost two-plane agency in the middle of an almost two-plane Tokyo neighborhood. Only the Mirko agency sign above the door announced that she was in the right place. She was dressed as was requested, not in her school uniform or plain clothes, but in the UA gym outfit. It was later that she realized she could have just taken the clothes with her and changed here instead of taking the train in a tracksuit. After ringing the bell, she waited a solid minute before someone finally approached. They seemed to come from below? Within a second of the sound echoing, the door opened wide, revealing the slightly singed and very much grinning face of a pro hero. Kyoka was left speechless. Mirko was a presence, and not just because her quirk's mutation made her look so tall. Somehow, even after meeting all those famous heroes in the UA faculty, including All Might, Kyoka would never stop being awed at meeting someone new. Kyoka Jirou, right? Mirko said. Kyoka nodded slowly. Excellent, we were just warming up. Kyoka would argue that it looked more like they were committing arson, but decided not to comment. She didn't trust her voice to come out as anything else but a nervous whine. Walking in and closing the door behind her, she followed Mirko all the way to the basement stairs and found herself in a massive dojo-like space. But that wasn't what drew her attention. It was the image in front of her, draped in blue fire that caused Kyoka to hold her breath. Kyoka watched as the flames around Izuko exploded from her back, scorching the air. She had seen it 100 times on TV, and yet seeing it in person was 100 times more awe-inspiring. For one second, Izuko Midoriya didn't look like her friend. Izuko Midoriya looked like the Fire Princess, the villain, draped in wrath and tearing through a police cordon to kick a hero in the face. Kyoka flushed. The heat must be getting to her. It became way too hot in this place. I thought she wasn't allowed to use his quirk, Kyoka murmured, mostly to herself. Mirko winked at her, or rather closed an eye as she tilted her head. Well, technically not, but technicalities are always a bit weird for me, Mirko said, so casually as if she hadn't just admitted to aiding and abetting a criminal. Kyoka supposed she was doing that too. The flames died down after a few seconds, and Izuko was slightly out of breath. Her clothes were half burned, with bits and pieces completely torn off. A sleeve was gone too, exposing a surprisingly toned arm. Izuko broke out in a smile when their eyes met. Before Kyoka could say a word, The former villain sprinted forward, stopping right in front of her. You came. Of course, Kyoka said, crossing her arms. I told you I would. Not that her parents were that thrilled. While they were always supportive and did not tell her no, they did urge her to be careful. It was only with the confirmation that pro-hero Mirko would be there that their concerns subsided. Not that she could blame them, but not blaming them for their concern and agreeing with them were two entirely different things. Kyoka breathed out, turning her head slightly to watch Mirko observing them. No, not them. She was taking a good look at Kyoka. Your quirk, it's pretty bad without equipment, right? Mirko said. Kyoka nodded. That was a truth she couldn't escape, but it was good enough to destroy quite a lot of robots during the entrance exam. Turns out most of them weren't very sturdy against vibrations from the inside. All right, Mirko said, walking between Izuko and Kyoka. Punch me. What? Kyoka asked, blinking. She tilted slightly to look behind Mirko, only to find Izuko smiling widely and nodding. Are you sure? Mirko looked around for a moment, bending down to pick up a small rock and held it out. She crushed it with one hand, smiling as the pieces and dust fell from her palm. Pretty sure. Well, she was here to learn, so she supposed she could accept any condition. When Kyoka raised her arm the way that Aizawa-sensei had shown them, Mirko gave an appreciative nod. When Kyoka twisted her body, using her entire weight behind the punch, Mirko looked a bit more skeptical. When the punch connected, hitting Mirko's abs, it was Kyoka who ended up hissing in pain, clutching her throbbing hand. Well, that's a start, Mirko said, nodding. To be honest with you, I'd suggest you try to throw your punches at softer parts of villains. Eraserhead will probably end up teaching you why not to go for the nose, so I'll skip that for today. Kyoka just nodded, still nursing her hand. She blinked some tears out of her eyes when someone touched her hand and wrapped it up in some thick bandages she's seen boxers wear before. She didn't know that woman. Lucky Charm, Mirko introduced. My sidekick. If you want to complain about how terrible and irresponsible I am, she'll be there to complain with you. Ma'am, please, Lucky Charm said, sighing. It was one time. Truly, not respected by either my charge or my sidekicks, Mirko said, sighing. Kyoka couldn't believe when Izuko rolled her eyes at the pro-hero. What a terrible fate, oh woe is me. Anyway the switch in attitude made Kyoka start. Izuko was still standing behind Mirko, hopping on her toes. Show her how to punch, Mirko ordered. And then we can go eat lunch together. Izuko nodded, her stomach growling. Kyoka could see her flush slightly, embarrassed about it, but she continued unabated. Izuko's punch started much the same. She twisted her body, throwing a haymaker that would likely knock out any grown adult, and slamming it into Mirko's cheek. The woman didn't even flinch at the loud thud. Kyoka could see the metaphorical smoke rise from the point of impact. So, Mirko said, completely ignoring the small trail of blood that was trickling down from the corner of her mouth. Kyoka followed the drops from her chin until they fell off. She turned to Kyoka again. Izuko walked around the heroine and stood next to Kyoka. What's the difference between you and her? You clearly understand the technique. Eraserhead's a good teacher. I don't know, Kyoka said, blinking. I'm not as fit, and I didn't hit the right spot. Close, Mirko said. She drew her hand back, balled a fist, and punched forward. The fist stopped in front of Kyoka, who flinched back so fast that Izuko had to stop her from falling. Hesitation is defeat on the battlefield. The main difference is that Izuko came at me like I was her enemy. If you eat the last pudding in the fridge again, you will be my enemy, Izuko said in a low whisper. Kyoka coughed, not sure how serious the threat was. Mirko simply laughed. I was thinking about provoking you, but Izuko told me not to, Mirko said, crossing her arms. Which is too bad. I've always liked those old movies where the teacher pretends they're going to kill someone's friend. Those are movies, Mirko-san, Lucky Charm said, sounding resigned. We have 10 minutes before the lunch arrives. I'll go up and wait for it. Mirko waved her off, and Kyoka bowed slightly to the woman as she left. Lucky Charm's shoulders sagged as she walked up the stairs. All right, 10 minutes to work up a hunger, Mirko said. What's your stamina like, girl? Not great, Kyoka said. I'm not the worst in class, but I'm far from the best. My ears can also begin bleeding if I overuse my quirk, but that's been improving lately. Kyoka wasn't sure if training with a pro hero was how she imagined her first post-school meeting with Izuko to go, but she wasn't someone who would say no to the opportunity. When Mirko suggested playing tag, however, she knew she had made a mistake in agreeing to this. Mirko was way into being, but Izuko looked so bright as she ran that it almost was okay again. Tell me about Shigaraki. All Might twitched at the name. It was one that had come up often in the recordings of various interviews. All for one's chosen successor, if the girl's information was correct. I don't know what to say really, Izuko said, her foot tapping against the ground with a pace that quickly became annoying. The woman across from her did not seem to mind. I hate him. What exactly do you hate? The woman asked. The file was updated. Hate is a peculiar word in her vocabulary. She uses it sparsely, always with conviction. All Might knew the last time she used it in an interview was when she described All for One's attachment to himself. It's really easy to blame everyone else for your problems, Izuko said, her fingers intertwining. You can point at someone and go, this is the person who made me like this. You can blame abusive parents, you can point at a hero who broke your heart, you can go on a rant about society rejecting you. The number of excuses is long, but deep down a lot of people know that the only difference between them and a hero is that a hero didn't give up. And Shigaraki is the opposite? He's the worst, Izuko said, frowning. Absolutely gross, I have no other word for him. You take someone like Dabi and he's already pretty bad, and imagine someone whose bullshit is worse by an order of magnitude. All Might frowned at the screen. Her cursing had become more frequent. He knew that Dabituya did not make it on her list of people she had a disdain for easily. I'm not saying you can't blame your bad home life or society for your fall to villainy, but you have to take some responsibility for it. In the end, it's your decision. Nobody held a gun to your head and said, burn down an orphanage. Did he burn down an orphanage? The woman asked, swallowing at the thought. Izuko blinked, as if taken out of her own memory, and leaned back into the sofa with her hands on her knees. Of course not, that'd be cartoonishly evil. Who would do such a thing? Izuko said, sounding exasperated. Third interrogation log, Officer Ebisu, I think that ended up sealed after they looked into it. Shigaraki collapsed a building where homeless children who ran away from orphanages took shelter in. The woman dropped the tablet in her hands, catching it at the last second again, completely speechless. All Might had seen the file. She wasn't lying. So he did that, and we met afterwards, Izuko said, ignoring how the woman was scrambling at typing things into the tablet. All Might ignored the feed of information, focusing entirely on the girl's story. Not intentionally, it was just a coincidence, kind of a thing that just so happens when you're both on the wrong side of the law. So I found out what he did and I asked him why. Sorry dash. Izuko stopped herself. The woman was still typing, and for all her professionality it mattered little in the face of the inhumanity which Izuko presented much like a story at a picnic. I can stop if you want, it's really not that important. No, the woman said, swallowing again. It's important in a lot of ways. Please go on. Izuko looked skeptical, and perhaps slightly sadistic from the small grin that was visible for a fraction of a second as she continued. Right? Izuko said. So he said all these kids would grow up knowing that hero society failed them, so it was better that they died there. Izuko's hand twitched. In spite of her collar, a sharp flame came from her palm. She ignored the shock completely, as if in a trance. I carved his face open, Izuko finished. She smiled a serene smile that spoke of a fond memory. Ripped a nice chunk out of his cheek and burned it shut. Gross, gross, gross. And you hate him because of that? I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel miserable for a dozen dead orphans, but... No, Izuko said. I hate him because of that hypocrisy. He couldn't own up to his urges to make everyone as miserable as him. He packaged everything up as a favor to the world. He plotted the death of All Might like he was bringing us salvation, and when something went wrong it was never his fault. All Might's eyes trailed over the next entries on the file that flashed on the screen. Hates people who are unable to take personal responsibility. Self-loathing stems from blaming herself for things she has no control over. Seeing All Might apologize shook her core belief that made her a villain in the first place? Possible topic for another day. Invite All Might with her permission? All Might sighed, closing the file. The invitation never came. He didn't know whether or not he wished it had. Izuko was brave and powerful. And she would never, ever be afraid of going on an outing with a friend. Though she technically was not allowed to leave the presence of guardians, Mirko said that it would be fine as long as she checked in over her phone once an hour, then mentioned that her phone was usually off during work hours so all her messages might end up being delayed. However, any false sense of bravado vanished as she waited in front of the train station. Being allowed to go out when it wasn't time to go to school felt awkward, but the stares, they felt worse. Izuko had not minded the stares back when she was still a running rampage. If anything, she had enjoyed them. All eyes were on her, watching, realizing just how far one girl who started without a quirk could go. But now the stares were marred by something else. The suspicion that she would do something, rather than watching as she was committing a crime. She would not grant them that satisfaction. Instead of reacting with hostility, as her brain screamed at her to glare back, she smiled. That set them off way more. It also made Izuko's inner voice more ravenous. It took her until the next train arrived to calm down. A few seconds after the doors opened, in between the large crowd that parted around Izuko as they exited the station, came Kyoka. She was dressed much more casually today. A black and white top with a grinning skull on it, a choker, and what looked like half-torn pants that would likely be incredibly uncomfortable in winter. Nice outfit, Kyoka said, turning the words that she wanted to say back on her. The bunny theme probably ain't quite yours, huh? Yes, Izuko said, looking away to hide her expression. I didn't have any clothes, and Mirko was kind enough to lend me some of hers. Fills them out better? They suit you anyway, Kyoka said, smiling. The way too loose, bunny pattern t-shirt felt a lot tighter around Izuko's chest all of the sudden. So, where do you want to go? I thought you'd have a suggestion, Izuko said, laughing awkwardly. The noise sounded almost strangled. I haven't really gone on any trips in a while. Fair enough, Kyoka said. Izuko's smile mirrored hers. It was nice just how much Kyoka shrugged off the bits and pieces that Izuko disliked about herself. I guess shopping for some things might not be a bad idea if you get to go out more often. Yes, Izuko said. I don't have any money though. Mirko-san gave me her card but it feels weird using it. Mirko and Hawks had already done more than enough for her, and accepting something like this just felt bad. Of course, the fact that she couldn't actually do any part-time jobs because nobody would hire her only compounded her lack of disposable income. It wasn't like she was starving or cold, after all. She just had never seen any reason to take care of herself besides the most basic necessities. That's fine, we'll just see what catches your eye and enjoy it like that, Kyoka said. She sounded slightly disappointed. Izuko supposed that 1 or 2 shirts wouldn't hurt if it made Kyoka happy. Let's go then. Kyoka stepped forward, grabbing Izuko's hand and dragging her along. The eyes still followed. A woman pulled her child closer to her as Kyoka and Izuko passed. Izuko tried and failed to hide a stupid grin on her face. How was it? Mirko took the hit for Izuko's free day. While the conditions she'd placed on her charge were, in the end, deemed acceptable, the cronies from the court seemed more than happy to announce that such repeats would not happen again. Such was the price of going against society's values, Izuko supposed. Honestly, not that impressive, Kyoka said, sighing. Izuko blinked. It was a bit of rescue work with 13, All Might was not there, and most of my classmates ended up treating it like a game. Are you sure? It's not every day you go to the USJ, I've heard it took trillions to build that thing, Izuko said. The yen was not very valuable back then. Was it your classmates? Kyoka started. She had gotten better at hiding her reactions, but in their current position, sitting shoulder to shoulder on a bench in front of Mirko's agency, that was impossible. Izuko sighed out through her nose. There's no use hiding things from you, is there? Kyoka asked. Izuko shrugged, her shirt brushing against Kyoka's bare shoulder. Not until you become a much better liar, Izuko said. Like me. But I'm here to listen, right? Yeah, thanks, it's just, Kyoka began. She fumbled around for words for a few moments, and settled for a very simple answer. It's complicated. That's what people are, yes, Izuko said diplomatically and not without a solid ounce of sarcasm. We're all deeply complex people. You know what I mean, Kyoka said, clearly exasperated at the almost childish behavior. She sighed, shaking her head. Momo. She's getting used to the idea. Mina's always friendly. Kirishima too, he's a nice enough guy. The rest were swayed by Todoroki's arguments. I imagine that'd do it, yes, Izuko said, nodding. Kyoka turned her head towards her, frowning. What? It really doesn't bother you? Well, if you want me to be honest, Izuko started, scratching her cheek, it does bother me a lot more than I thought it would. Not because they think I eat babies or something, but because it makes you sad. I'm not sad, Kyoka lied, rubbing her eyes. If I were sad, it would be because you're never sad for yourself. I'm sad for myself all the time, Izuko said, raising her arms. She could see a couple pretending to take selfies, trying to take pictures of her instead. She considered flipping them off, but thought better of it. She settled for a glare, which caused them to scramble away. But I get tired of being sad really quickly. I wish I could do that, Kyoka said, wiping at her eyes. When I get sad, I just get tired and then I get more sad. Well, I guess that means we complement each other, right? Izuko asked, bringing her arms down again. She put one on Kyoka's shoulder. It was warm. Izuku did not feel warm very often, all for one's GIF had seen to that. Are you angry at them? No, Kyoka said. Izuko nodded. Angry implies I expected better of them, but after so many weeks around some of them it feels like they only got into UA because others did worse. Not everyone feels that fit to be a hero. I'm sure they all have quite powerful quirks, and that's all that matters to the UA entrance exam, Izuku said, shrugging. Really, that's a lot of what matters once they're heroes as well. I once fought this hero who could spit slime with a very specific temperature. Not much else. Kyoka snorted, but still found herself full of ire. Her voice rose slightly. I have a pretty bad quirk overall, but I definitely have a better attitude than half my class. Izuko tried not to laugh at the boast. She couldn't deny it either. Even in the general education department, confidence was an important factor. She was fairly certain that the boy from the other class, who walked around like a zombie, would make the cut to be promoted to the hero course eventually. It's not a bad quirk, it just needs a bit of work, Izuko said, raising her hand further and finding herself mirroring Hawk's usual action towards her own hair. Her fingers touched down on Kyoka's head. And I don't know many people who work much harder than you. You don't know many people, PRD, Kyoka said, grinning at Izuko. The hero aspirant's face was slightly red. That did it, making Izuko break out in short giggles. Kyoka joined after a few seconds of keeping a straight face. Izuko, we have a guest, Mirko said. She didn't sound thrilled, or perhaps something else was occupying her thoughts. When Izuko walked out of her room and towards the kitchen, she found herself face to face with a lean man with thin-rimmed glasses. Even if it wasn't for his rather distinguished appearance, she would have known who he was from the symbol on his jacket. You know who I am, he wasn't a question. Izuko nodded slowly. Can you guess why I'm here? To check if I'll hurt someone in the future and throw me back in jail? Izuko asked. Mirko tensed as if she hadn't considered the possibility. The way the woman stepped in front of Izuko would usually make her feel valued, but right now she just felt tense. Sir Night Eye shook his head, making Izuko release a breath she didn't know she was holding. Precognitive abilities are just caused to stop crimes in progress, not to arrest people for crimes not committed yet. Even if you were to kill someone in the future, arresting you would do nothing more than tarnish my reputation. Ah yes, Izuko said, frowning as she stepped forward. She took a seat across the man, nodding at Mirko and watching as the woman nodded back. The unsaid, I will be here if you need me, between them was not missed by Sir Night Eye, who was grabbing something from his bag. Reputation is so important to pro heroes, isn't it? But just because it's the law doesn't mean that all heroes care much for it. The amount of times that the police or a hero had harassed her in the streets for the few weeks right after her probation started were proof enough of that. Mirko didn't leave the kitchen, simply pretending to be busy with making cereal. In the evening, "I need your insight on a small matter," Sir Night-Eye said, pushing a file onto the table. The words Sixth Heaven were boldly stamped onto the front in English letters. "A minor inconvenience. In exchange you will receive a few freedoms in regards to your probation. The court has already agreed." "I guess I can hear you out, Sir Nightglass," Izuko said, leaning forward over the table. "Though I don't think I'll be much help with those guys. As you know, the Sixth Heaven dash. Yeah, assholes with a bit too much money. The leader claims he's a descendant of Nobunaga. We've heard it all," Izuko said, waving him off. "What I don't get is what this has to do with me. You're obviously desperate, or else you wouldn't even look in my direction. One of them has been murdered, and we believe that you might know who did it," Sir Night-Eye said. Izuko stopped, all the motion of her limbs coming to a complete halt as if time had frozen for her. "I don't see how." Her words did not come with any particular emotion, but the temperature in the room rose. "You helped them," Sir Night-Eye said. It was not in a judgmental tone, but Izuko still did not like how it came out. "Pragmatism aside, you're young and they were kind to you." "With the utmost respect," Izuko said, a strained smile on her lips as her voice tightened up. "If I did favors for everyone who showed me a bit of kindness while I was running around committing crimes, I'd be in bed with Himiko Toga right now. Please do us both a favor and move on from this train of thought." Sir Night-Eye did not visibly react. Instead, he turned his attention back to the file, slowly going through it until he reached a page with few pictures, but many lines of text. 116 members have been arrested due to your assistance. Approximately 90 are still free, either due to the lack of evidence against them or their ability to stay hidden. I know you've given the police all the information you had." "Great," Izuko said, pursing her lips. She leaned back into her chair, trying and failing to glare down her nose at the taller man across the table. "So what would you have me do?" "We need information you did not have," Sir Night-Eye said. "Gee," Izuko said. "I suppose you expect me to be a psychic now. Isn't that your shtick, Mr. Precog?" "Takashi Oda," Sir Night-Eye said. Izuku started. "The boss' third son. While you were responsible for their initial rise to power by doing them favors, many of them still blame you for the following crash." "For good reason," Izuko said. "I sold them out to the police to save my skin, it's the truth." "Regardless of whether or not this is true," Sir Night-Eye said, stressing the sentence. "We believe that they might attempt to approach you. I believe it might be out of revenge, but one of my sidekicks has proposed the possibility that they might request assistance instead." "I don't think they would do either," Izuko said. Her hands were on the table, fingers twitching. "They know I can't help them, and if they tried to kill me, I would be quite displeased. Either way, I have offered to check, using my quirk," Sir Night-Eye said. "However, I have been urged to ask for your consent on this matter. If you do accept, and we are able to capture additional members in addition to the murderer, the court has agreed to a provisional removal of your quirk suppression device." "There's way worse bribes," Izuko said, her fingers twitching again. She didn't truly need it, though. Mirko's training basement was more than enough for now. She was able to use her quirk freely there, but would that come with more restrictions about where I'm allowed to spend time? Sir Night-Eye smiled, almost too soft to see, but to Izuko it was like the difference between night and day on his face. Rehabilitation has to start somewhere, does it not? After all, once you turn 18 and graduate high school, your record is supposed to be stricken. "All right," Izuko said. She didn't need unrestricted quirk access when she had it already. What she needed was to get rid of that DMN collar that would track her every move when she just wanted to go on a date, outing with her friend. "Just one more thing, though." Sir Night-Eye tilted his head slightly, waiting for her to continue. "You're a highly capable and incredibly powerful hero, with a quirk that has caused countless nations to bid on you to move there," Izuko said, crossing her arms. "You don't need me for this. I can guess why you still approached me, but I want to hear it from your lips." Izuko hated guessing. She knew Sir Night-Eye was much the same. He had once said that he would only ever commit to the plan with the highest certainty of success. He said you were bright, Sir Night-Eye said, sagging into his chair slightly. I suppose I knew you would figure it out. I was his sidekick after all, that's not exactly a secret. I love the man, Izuko said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. And he's not stupid, but he's very close to it. He'd just call it paying one's debts, you know? Whatever I said before, Izuko said, her mood worsening. He is stupid. The deal was struck either way. Izuko needed to stop avoiding the man, or else he would try to pay this non-existent debt back in more ridiculous ways. He had already won more than enough for her, and he was on his last leg as a hero, desperately keeping the tide of darkness away as all for one consolidated power once more. She hated being babied by him of all people. Sir Night-Eye's eye turned into a strange pattern. There are few things that Izuko truly enjoyed doing in her free time. Exercise was one of them, not because she wanted to stay fit, but because it was one of the few outlets of the pent-up energy that bubbled up within her. The other one was cooking. Lunch Rush had made true on his promise, allowing Izuko to stay in the kitchen after school to learn a bit from the food cart hero. The time she would have spent with Kyoka on the roof had been moved to hours of training together in Mirko's agency. Which was why she was hard at work at this moment. The kitchen looked like a battlefield, and she was the lone warrior that stood alone against the tide. She rarely made anything this early. There was no use. A piece of toast often did what it had to until lunch, and both Mirko and Hawks were out of the door before she woke up most days. She never quite understood the logic in being allowed to go to school alone and having to be driven home, but at this point everything that could be categorized as an inconvenience likely existed simply for the sake of being an inconvenience. But not today. Today she was fierce and terrifying, moving knives over vegetables, cutting shapes into wieners. Today she was preparing bento. Not just for her, of course. Just because Kyoka said she didn't care about people staring at lunch didn't mean that Izuko was willing to let her suffer under the same circumstances she had to live through. If the cafeteria was not good for lunch, then the rooftop would have to do. She gave the soup a taste, and pumped her fist before pouring it into a thermos bottle. Lunchtime. Izuko had left on the ringing of the bell, and ended up in front of 1A before any of them had made their way down to the cafeteria. Ignoring the blatant disdain on Ida's face, she walked in and gave a small nod to Aizawa-sensei, who nodded back. Kyoka was staring at her, and then found her gaze traveling down to the rather big boxes in her hand. Hey, Izuko greeted with a smile, subtly flipping off Todoroki with her other hand hidden behind the box, out of Kyoka's view. I made some food for us if you want to eat at the rooftop dash. Yes. Kyoka agreed faster than Izuko could finish speaking. She looked ready to grab Izuko and run, but held herself back to not knock over the food, instead walking out side by side. Izuko could see Momo sigh, resigned but not malicious. The boy with the sharp eyes and spiky hair, Kirishima, whistled low. It didn't take long to reach the rooftop, of course. Nobody was there, as was usual, and the blanket which Izuko had left there was warm from the summer sun. Izuko tried not to stare, but found herself captivated by the sight of Kyoka's first bite. What if it wasn't good? What if she had messed up somewhere? She had worked tirelessly all morning, but that also meant she was exhausted and maybe she had switched the salt for sugar. I know I'm not quite at the level of Lunch Rush yet dash. Kyoka hummed in approval, sighing out some steam from the still hot rice and nodding. It tastes amazing, Kyoka said. Izuko coughed, a small blush creeping up her cheeks. Thank you. Not for this, Izuko said, looking away. It's the least I can do. You're my friend after all. I'd love to make you one, but I'm afraid I don't do well with kitchen utensils, Kyoka said. Izuko was impressed at how good the girl was at inhaling the food in between the talking. The lungs of a singer, as Kyoka had once called herself before quickly changing the topic, were quite impressive. With that, she dug in as well. It did taste good. There was few things you could mess up with rice, but the vegetables were fine, and the soup she had prepared bowls for was as good as she could manage. They ate in silence for a few minutes, enjoying every bite and enjoying each other's company. It was strange, just how at peace Izuko found herself feeling as she looked at her friend. Even though her chest felt like it was about to burst and heat kept creeping up her neck. Might be a bit too hot, she should have let it cool down a bit. Their serene silence was interrupted by a loud bang that announced the intro to a melody. Izuko started, while Kyoka just pulled out a phone. She checked over the screen, before her eyes flicked up to the time. "Ah, sheet," Kyoka said, pocketing her phone again. "I forgot, next lesson's heroics, I need to get changed. I'm sorry for leaving so quickly dash." "All good," Izuko said. Kyoka did her best to gather the boxes and bowls together before Izuko stopped her. "Go, I have more than enough time to do this." Kyoka stood up, the bento box already completely emptied. Izuko stood as well, slower and more gracefully, but still rather full. Maybe she should make a bit less the next time? Her thoughts were interrupted by Kyoka wrapping her arms around her in a too tight hug. It felt scalding hot. Thank you," were the parting words. Kyoka turned around and left, turning her head just once before walking down the stairs to smile. "Izuko." A loud squealing came from Izuko's throat, and she found herself unable to stop the flood of blue fire that ignited on her cheeks. She fell, first onto her knees and then onto the palms of her hands. The collar kept shocking her, but Izuko could barely feel it. Kyoka wasn't there for training today. Izuko wouldn't say she was feeling lonely, but she had gotten used to the idea of spending more time with her friend every day, and the rip in the routine made her feel a bit hollow. Not like this was the only thing on her mind. "Are you pouting?" Mirko asked, looking like she was trying to play it off as something she had absolutely no interest in. But Izuko knew her tricks. In spite of her constant presentation as a pro hero, Mirko cared way too much. They were taking their break from the current evening spar. Fortunately, there hadn't been many emergencies lately, and patrols were never something Mirko enjoyed doing a lot of, instead working on ongoing cases instead. This left them a lot of time for training, and Izuko found herself growing closer and closer to where she was just last year. It felt good landing solid punches, even if Lucky Charm became increasingly concerned at the sparring. It was just so easy to get one's blood to boil in battle. Izuko would not use the word frenzy easily, but when compared to how Hawks approached fighting, Mirko and Izuko were certainly much closer in style. "I'm not," Izuko answered the question with the equivalent of Mirko's own tone. Mirko hummed, clearly in doubt. "If this is going to be advice hour, I'd like a rooftop. Hawks always took me to rooftops." Always being one time, but 1 out of 1 is still 100%. Mirko sat down, propping up her head on her fist. "Did she like the bento?" Izuko coughed, unable to keep a straight face. "Very much." "That's good," Mirko said, nodding. "But I imagine she would have liked it even if it was bad. That's kind of the thing with friends, right?" "Yes," Izuko said, frowning. She was fairly certain that Kyoka liked it. It was hard to pretend to enjoy something and finish a whole bento of it. Something just feels off, the other shoe isn't dropping. "What other shoe?" "Look at me," Izuko said, waving her arms outwards. "I'm in a pretty shitty spot, probation and all, but somehow all the stars seem to align. I make a friend, my probation conditions get loosened, all might is bending over backwards to make me happy dash." "So what's the problem?" Mirko asked. Izuko blinked. "It's like the pendulum swung back too hard. It feels off," Izuko explained. "I don't want to look at something that should make me happy and doubt it, but I still do, because this stupid wrinkly piece of sheet in between my ears makes me think everything will fall apart at the slightest touch." "Is that the only reason?" Mirko asked. Izuko blinked again, resisting the urge to roll her eyes at the constant questions. After a second, her face twisted into an ugly frown. "Maybe I should ask Jirou-chan dash." "Don't you dare." Izuko's voice was accompanied by a solid exhaust of black smoke from her lips and nose. Mirko didn't stop, taking this as a confirmation to the crux of the problem. Izuko hated that insightful side of the woman. Why couldn't she just be some bimbo like the tabloids say? "To be honest with you, I've never made a bento for any of my friends at school," Mirko said, shrugging. Izuko gave her a flat stare. "I'd imagine they wouldn't be alive for much longer if you did," Izuko said. Mirko narrowed her eyes. Hawks said you were a walking disaster in a kitchen for as long as he knows you. I imagine you weren't much better. Just because you're right doesn't mean you're correct, Mirko said, pouting. Her voice turned into something of a whine. But that doesn't change my point. You like her, right? She doesn't deserve me to drag her down. You know how people are, Izuko said, crossing her arms. She bent her knees slightly, falling over backwards with a rough thud, hitting the ground with her back. And even if I like her, what use is risking out friendship over something this stupid? Sometimes I forget you're not even 16 Gs, Mirko said, rubbing the back of her head. Society's gotten much better about those relationships. I'm a villain. Former villain, Mirko said. Imagine the headlines if I did like her like that. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just attached to the first person who was really nice to me since I got on my probation? I'm just some teenager with an attitude, right? What do you think people are, ya idiot? Mirko said, glaring down at her. Izuko turned her head to meet her eyes, not flinching away. If this is all your friendship can take, then clearly you're not meant to be friends. You're just lying to yourself. I'm not. You think you don't deserve to be liked back because you're a bad person? Mirko continued unabashed, and you're wrong thinking that. Everyone deserves some form of love. Self-fulfilling prophecies and all that shit. If you keep approaching everything with this attitude, you're going to be lonely forever. If you were any less foul-mouthed, your advice would sound a lot better, Izuko said in a low voice. Mirko's ears twitched. F you. No F you, Izuko said. They held their respective stares for a solid minute before Mirko's face cracked into a smile. Izuko couldn't help but smile back. She liked the bento at least. See? Mirko said, kicking the ground and cracking it slightly. Break over, let's beat all that sadness away, shall we? Izuko didn't have time to stand up before Mirko came at her like a comet. She rolled out of the way and blew fire towards the ceiling. Kyoka wasn't the most assertive person. Heroics, and, Izuko Midoriya, aside, she didn't have much stake in anything. There were few hills she would die on, and even fewer people she would call her friends. One of those people was Mina Ishido, who had been nothing but supportive from the get-go, in spite of her own issues with Izuko. Somehow, this made Kyoka feel much better. After all, wasn't it better to make an effort to overcome your fears than to be born fearless? She was fairly certain that was from some song, but she couldn't quite remember. Before the confession about her actions, Yamamoto would have been someone she counted as a friend as well. The innocently aristocratic and mostly well-meaning, easily excitable and without a doubt dead-drop gorgeous classmate was someone she had nothing but respect for. But now things between them were awkward, and nothing showed that better than being paired up in a joint exercise. You have 10 minutes to free one hostage for a passing grade. 3 hostages for full marks, Aizawa said. Momo raised her hand, and he nodded at her. What happens if we fail? Momo asked. Aizawa glared, as if the assumption of failure was enough of one for him to get annoyed. Then you're getting remedial lessons after school, Aizawa said. Kyoka started slightly, but she knew he had seen it. Your opponents for this exercise are Ida and Todoroki. No. Kyoka's voice died in her throat when Aizawa narrowed his eyes. That was beyond stacked. Todoroki alone was enough to take care of the entire class, and while Momo's quirk was powerful, she had a habit of preemptively predicting her defeat and not giving her all. You do not need to fight, Aizawa said. Free the hostages, get out. Understood? Yes, sir, Kyoka said loudly. Momo nodded along. Aizawa walked away, back to the control room that he had prepared with the rest of the class. The hostages were crash dummies, which meant that they were not very easy to lift either way. The few weeks of training with Mirko had done a lot for her stamina, but Kyoka still wasn't entirely confident about lifting heavy objects. Start now. Aizawa's command vanished into crackles as Momo and Kyoka ran forward, into the prepared stage. The biggest problem was that, in spite of Kyoka's good hearing, the dummies did not make any noise. This left the following assumption. If Ida and Todoroki were split up, they would be protecting one hostage each. If they were together, all hostages might be in the same place. Or they were playing diversion. Until they could confirm the location of the hostages. Intel, Aizawa's voice came in slowly through the earpieces. One of the hostages has sighted on a rooftop. That narrowed it down considerably, at least. Of course, heroes could receive intel. Aizawa would never skip that in his explanation. Kyoka sighed, turning to Momo. Can you get us up? Kyoka asked. She wished she could say it sounded nice and polite, but there was a bit of bite in her voice she could disguise. Momo nodded, creating a contraption on her arm and raising it up to a rooftop before grabbing Kyoka around the waist and shooting up. Kyoka did not eep as they were sent upwards. She would never. The bright yellow crash dummy was the first thing they saw. The second was Todoroki, sitting in a villainous version of his usual costume on a throne of ice. He's really into this, isn't he? Momo asked in a low voice. Kyoka resisted the urge to laugh. This stopped being funny when Aizawa threatened her cozy time with Izuko, free time. When he threatened her free time, Todoroki created a bridge of ice between the two rooftops. Instead of walking over it himself, he invited a challenge. Kyoka knew that he had a fire quirk as well, but he had never used it before, so he wouldn't melt it, especially considering how high it was. Right? She stepped onto the bridge, before Momo grabbed her arm and pulled her back. What are you doing? Stopping you from making a mistake, Momo said. He's obviously going to freeze us up immediately. We need a better plan. We could go for another hostage. We don't know where any other hostages are, Kyoka said. And I refuse to fail. Let me go. She pulled away, but Momo did not let go. If anything, her grip tightened. I get you don't want to waste your evenings with this, but if you get knocked out immediately we're failing anyway, Momo said. Kyoka pulled harder, crossing her arms when she was finally free. How much time do we have left? 5 minutes, came Aizawa's voice. Kyoka frowned. Time seemed to move so fast when desperate. I can't wait, Kyoka said. If I get caught, you might be able to grab the hostage and get away, right? It's just the result that matters. The bridge of ice was melting slightly. Kyoka could see small beads of water run down from it as the summer air was heating it up from the sub-zero temperatures. I already said I'm sorry, Momo said, mumbling, addressing the actual schism between them. Kyoka frowned. I was honest, wasn't I? You apologized to me, Kyoka said. Not to her. She didn't look like she wanted to hear a sorry, Momo said, shaking her head. She wouldn't believe me anyway, because she knows I meant what I said. See, this is why I don't think we can be friends, Kyoka admitted. Momo looked genuinely hurt. Kyoka knew that they were quite similar in the end. Neither of them had any friends. Kyoka had her halfway delinquent appearance and personality to blame back then. Momo was in a school for elites. To make and lose friends was not something they were used to. People around you have feelings, Yamamoto. Even if they smile and pretend everything is fine, things are not fine. I get it, Momo said. You're upset that I'm not sorry I hurt her. I'm upset dash. Whatever Kyoka wanted to answer was interrupted by loud rumbling. Kyoka blinked, quickly dodging to the side before Ida's leg came crashing through the floor. Momo had not gotten the memo, however, and was sent sprawling forward at the impact. Ida's costume looked appropriately villainous, and hid what was no doubt a regret-filled expression. Surrender, he said in a booming voice. Or you will be destroyed. Momo's quirk created a cannon right under her and blasted the boy into the air with a loud noise. Kyoka ran forward, grabbing Momo by the arm and lifting her out of the debris. They ended up failing the exercise. Night Eye and All Might sat in a small office in the former's agency. It was an almost nostalgic sight to the #1 hero, seeing all the merchandise and knickknacks hung up around the place. It reminded him of just how Sir Night Eye, now middle-aged, had managed to sneak his way into All Might's agency as a partner. With the kind of adoration that used to make All Might's heart flutter. The same shine in his eyes that Izuko Midoriya used to have. The information ended up correct, as expected, Sir Night Eye said, knocking All Might out of his thoughts. But I don't think you're here because of that. You would know that they've been arrested after all. Yes, All Might said, nodding. And I know you've already sent out the documents to the court for her collar to be removed. We appreciate it. Not for this, Sir Knight, I said. We all have our regrets, as much as mine is you, yours is that girl, and I cannot in good conscience doubt your words about her character. Not after he had seen it, no doubt. Sir Knight I often sold his quirk short, which was almost funny considering how stuck-up he could act the rest of the time. He doubted that his predictions could be wrong, he was certain that fate was unchanging. If you want to thank anyone, you should thank Mirko and Hawks, Sir Knight I said. All Might looked up, tilting his head slightly. They write weekly reports on her for the court. Her behavior has been nothing but exemplary, her grades are apparently top of her class, and she has not broken any rules set out to her in spite of some intentionally difficult wording. Exemplary, huh? All Might muttered. I imagine so, she would have made a great hero. She would have. Maybe I can still make her one, All Might said, slightly louder. My quirk, I still have not passed it on Dash. If you offered it, she would resent you for it, Sir Knight I said. All Might nodded. More to the point, it is unlikely that the government would offer her a license even after her record is expunged. The files may forget, but the people do not. The people trust in rehabilitation, All Might said. Sir Knight I shook his head. No, they trust you, Sir Knight I said. They trust that if she goes on a rampage again, you will stop her. They don't see her as a normal person trying to live her life, they see her like a pet dog you've put on a leash. That was not my intention. Intent matters little to the masses. While your words were, at the time, quite a shake-up, she has not been detached from the Fire Princess long enough. Things always end up tilting back to the status quo, is that it? All Might asked. Almost bitter, like the taste of blood on his lips. Sir Knight I nodded. Then perhaps the status quo requires shaking again. Endeavor has been outspoken about her being a menace, perhaps this added to it. In parts, but even with public support, Hawks and Mirko included, people's perceptions change slowly. You would think hiding her from the world by putting her into school and making sure the journalists would not touch her would be enough, but I think it's had the opposite effect. Do you have a suggestion? You saw her future, right? All Might asked. Sir Knight I frowned at the desperation in the man's voice. It was unbecoming. I know you have a rule about not sharing personal information. The sports festival is coming up, right? Sir Knight I asked. It would be fine, just a little bit. Maybe she should participate in it, to show that she can hold back. If you give her a partner to work with, I'm sure it will be fine. The sports festival, All Might said, his voice distant. There was something about deciding the events this year, I could bring it up. With the restrictions for her quirk use being removed and put under the normal doctrine of UA's curriculum, I could just. Sir Knight I nodded, standing up and walking around the desk. Everything will be fine. But would it? All Might still worried, of course. He could deal with being avoided, he could deal with hearing all the terrible things he had made not just her, but no doubt many people, feel over the years. One last question, All Might said, his hands shaking as he put them on the desk. You don't need to answer me if you don't want to, I would understand. One question, Sir Knight I said. All Might nodded slowly, then opened his mouth and closed it again. After a few minutes of thinking, he spoke. Will she be happy? All Might asked. Sir Knight I blinked, taken aback. After a few seconds of his own silence, his former partner finally answered. I don't think I have ever seen a smile as bright as hers, Sir Knight I said. All Might nodded, suddenly feeling cold liking up his spine. Thank you, old friend. In celebration of the probation restrictions being loosened, and Izuko losing the collar as well as the curfew, she had prepared a big dinner for everyone. Mirko would join later, after finishing her patrol and getting cleaned up, leaving Izuko, Kyoka and Hawks alone at the table. Kyoka was certain that after meeting Mirko and realizing just how down-to-earth the woman was, she would stop being awed by the presence of pro-heroes around her, especially those with a high rank. One of her teachers was All Might after all, but there was something different about Hawks. His entire body exuded an aura that made her feel awestruck. He was plain cool. Like all of the kind of edgy things that Endeavor had going with none of the awful out-of-costume behavior. How are the classes? He asked. His plate was already empty, and he was filling it up again. Kyoka couldn't blame him, Izuko's cooking was amazing. I've always regretted not going to a hero school, so it's always fun to hear about how people find it. You didn't? Kyoka asked, tilting her head. Of course, you had a fast track to a license, right? I've heard about it in History of Heroics class sorry. She went slightly red in the face, and Izuko's smile made her feel even more embarrassed. She didn't like to ask rapid-fire questions, but her curiosity got the better of her. Yeah, they've not really made much of a habit of it, Hawks said, shrugging. Exceptions don't prove the rule, after all. I can tell you now there's probably a dozen people in hero schools around town that would do a better job than most heroes in the field, but there still is a use in teaching the ins and outs. Aizawa-sensei said the same thing before, Kyoka said. There's 3 students in the 3rd year who are essentially pro-heroes already, they're just waiting for their last internships and finals at the end of the school year. There's no good way to say it, Hawks said, pursing his lips. But society's expectations when they said I should become a hero, I felt pressured to do it. You kind of bend over backwards to make everyone happy, even if it costs you something important. Do you regret it, then? Kyoka asked. Hell no, Hawks said, breaking out into laughter. I met some of my best friends in this industry, and I got a bunny girlfriend who has enhanced hearing and can kick your butt? Izuko warned. Hawks shut his mouth, causing Kyoka to laugh at the almost comical look of horror. Yeah, Hawks said, waving her off. Of course you'd use that against me, with your girlfriend being here and all. Girlfriend? Kyoka asked. Izuko choked on air. I did mean to ask you, who was it? Hawks asked. Kyoka tilted her head to the side, as if asking for clarification. Who confessed, I mean? No, Izuko began, choking on her words. Kyoka had never seen the girl so flustered. She had seen her grow red and incredibly happy when someone was enjoying her food, but the flickers of blue sparks around her cheeks were new. They even exploded outwards, forcing Hawks to put a wing between them to stop the heat from reaching Kyoka. Using that distraction, Izuko all but jumped out of her seat and ran down the hall towards her room. Kyoka blinked, finding herself meeting Hawk's eyes and receiving a shrug in return. When she stood up a swell and walked down the hall, she found the door closed except for one small detail. The handle had melted off, as did the lock. She could feel a sweat build up on her brow, and didn't dare step in. Hawks ended up being the one pushing the door open, revealing the girl in her bed, her face literally burning up as she fumbled around with the quirk suppression collar, trying and failing to make it work again. The sound of the door opening caused her to turn around, and a gargle escaped her lips. Izuko buried her face in her pillow. The fabric had begun to smolder from the fire around her cheeks. A second later, the fire alarm went off. Kyoka could see that Mirko had jumped down the stairs and reached the hallway within seconds. What did you do? Mirko asked. Hawks blinked, almost managing an offended look at the accusation. I just asked who confessed first? Hawks said. Mirko snorted. What? Kyoka said, slightly dizzy from the heat. Yes, that must be it. The heat. We're not dating? Really? Hawks asked, blinking again. My friends never made me bentos when I was in Shuherk. His words were interrupted by a powerful elbow jab of Mirko's, slamming right into his stomach. If you burn this room down, your allowance will get cut, Mirko warned Izuko, one arm around Hawk's neck and dragging him away. The words seemed to reach her, causing the heat to subside slightly. The flames on the furniture died out immediately. Play nice, girly. I'd hate to lose a future sidekick. Kyoka would have taken the implication of joining Mirko's agency as an accomplishment if it wasn't for the ridiculous circumstance. Izuko still looked absolutely flustered, and Kyoka wasn't any calmer herself. It was simply a slide of luck that she was able to hide her thoughts so well. About what Hawk-san said, Kyoka said. Izuko's eyes flashed with something she hadn't seen on the girl's face before. Unmistakable and visceral. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I overreacted, Izuko said, looking up from her half-burnt bedsheets. She sat against the wall, glancing over to the free space on her left. Kyoka sat down, watching as the girl withdrew further into the corner. If I hadn't overreacted, I could have just pretended nothing was going on. Would that be better? Kyoka asked. The room was still too hot. We're friends, right? Yes, and isn't that kinda pathetic? Izuko asked, sounding more resigned than embarrassed now. This violent loser on probation develops feelings for the first person who's genuinely nice to them? Getting outed by some bird-brained moron eating dinner. I don't know, Kyoka said, shrugging. I don't know any violent losers. And I don't think anyone can judge you for feeling the way you do. I can, Izuko said, pursing her lips. I'm supposed to be better than this. You've bought into your own hype a bit too much, Kyoka said, shaking her head slowly. You're smart and powerful, but that doesn't make you any more mature than anyone else. What'd be better about not liking someone? It's not liking someone, it's... Izuko began, unable to find the proper words. Kyoka knew that whatever would come out of her mouth next might sting, so she prepared herself accordingly. Fortunately, the words never came. Izuko's mouth opened and blew blue fire. Liking me? Kyoka suggested. Saying it out loud made her self-conscious as well, but she knew that they needed to have this conversation. It was only with the slightest bit of sarcasm that she continued the line of questioning. Am I that terrible? No. Izuko said, perhaps a bit too fast. Kyoka tried to ignore the way her heart was bashing against her ribcage. You're great, it's me who's not that great. You don't get to decide what people think of you, Izuko, Kyoka said. She didn't have her way with words. At this point it felt like she was quoting cheesy love songs rather than giving her words any actual meaning. If anything, after meeting you I've seen so many sides of yourself you're not even aware of. Oh yeah? Izuko asked. You're really happy when you eat a good meal, Kyoka said. Like every time you take a bite it might be the last time. It's what made me pay attention to you at first. That was the truth. It was the first time that Kyoka had seen the girl and not thought of Fire Princess. She was, after all, more than that villain she used to be, and seeing her cute reactions to Lunch Rush's lunch was almost worth going to the cafeteria every day. You're funny and friendly even if you try to shut others out. It's obvious when you're playing a role you've made up for yourself, Kyoka said. Izuko opened her mouth, but Kyoka wasn't having it. You think you don't deserve to be happy, and that the only reason for you to be friends with someone is to make them happy instead. I'd call it selfless if it wasn't so stupid. Izuko deflated, her throat rumbling slightly with unspoken words. What's wrong with falling in love? Kyoka asked. What's wrong with being happy? People fall in and out of love way too fast and I'd rather stay. Friends, Izuko said. Kyoka didn't even need to call out the lie. Izuko managed to do it quite well herself. Not that hiding it is possible now. I guess the only thing left is to give it a try, Kyoka said, playing with her quirk. Izuko's throat made a high-pitched noise. Unless you don't want to, of course. I do want to, but dash. No, but, Kyoka said, her voice soft. Yes or no, there's no halfway here, is there? Izuko nodded, drawing her knees up to her face and resting her forehead on them. I want to. Good, Kyoka said, her voice still soft. Because I really wanted to do this for the past few hours. What? Izuko asked. Kyoka reached out, grabbing Izuko's hand. Your hand, Kyoka said, laughing softly. Her grip was firm, but her hand was soft. When Kyoka raised Izuko's hand up to her cheek, she smiled into it. It's warm. Izuko's mouth opened to reveal black smoke. It was a disgusting sight, one that could not be so easily healed. A burn scar that looked worse than anything Dabi ever had on his face, practically ruining his entire left face with a handprint so charred black he could no longer feel anything. No longer smell or taste anything. Tamura Shigaraki could feel nothing but the boiling rage within him whenever he caught sight of what she had done to him. Not for the pain and suffering, or the disgusting self-righteous speech that CNT had shouted at him as she destroyed him in front of his followers, but because of the fear. He was the chosen successor of a man who had once cowed the entire world, and controlled this country with a vice grip that made people try and erase his name from the history books once All Might had destroyed that empire. And yet a 15-year-old girl, someone who was a solid 5 years younger than him, caused him to feel what they should be feeling. You're thinking about her again, aren't you? Himiko Toga spoke up from the side of the bar, drinking something distinctly red that Kurogiri had poured for her. I can hear your heartbeat. Shut your mouth, Shigaraki said, frowning. His hand twitched. I can already see it. After all the messes she's made, all those people burned and ruined, she's playing this defenseless high school girl. Fooling around with friends, trying to pretend she's something that she's not. Of course, why shouldn't she? Himiko asked, showing her fangs. Isn't that why you avoided the USJ? She can pretend to be normal all she wants, Shigaraki said, standing up. He walked around his table, walking over to the remote that was stashed on a seat in the corner and turned the TV on. But a monster stays a monster. She'll show her true colors eventually, and when she goes back to jail I'll get her. Those words would be a lot more scary if you could say them without your teeth clattering, Himiko said. Shigaraki threw the remote at her. She didn't dodge, letting it hit her in the head and fall onto the ground. The news report was talking about the upcoming sports festival of UA, the biggest event of the year. So hard to believe in redemption stories, huh? If you're so convinced there's another way, you wouldn't be here, would you? Shigaraki asked, nodding at Kurogiri. A portal appeared next to him. There's no happy endings. Not for me, not for you, and even if I need to summon all of hell to earth I will make sure there is no happy ending for the Fire Princess. I'm right where I want to be, Himiko said, swirling the drink in the glass. Shigaraki stepped into the portal, disappearing as it closed behind him. This is my happy ending. Kyoka hadn't told anyone, of course. Not because she was embarrassed or worried about people's reactions, but because she knew that nothing good lay that way. Especially when it came to Momo, who had basically cut herself off not just from Kyoka but also the rest of the class, and Mina. Mina was as friendly as she was hyper, but Kyoka could not trust that girl to keep a secret even if her life depended on it. Really, discretion was not the strong suit of anyone in this class. You could eat a bento with some fancy side dish and someone would spill their life story. She blamed Todoroki's blunt way of admitting to his father's abuse, and while she absolutely felt bad for him, she could not stand how self-righteous he was about it. After all, paying it forward was the worst way possible. It was their responsibility to be better than those who came before. If she could trust anyone, it would be Kirishima. Loud and brash as well, but a large part of that was his high school debut attempt according to Mina. Which was exactly why she couldn't tell Mina anything about Izuko. Kyoka sighed. She looked out of the window. The weather was getting even hotter, though weeks next to Izuko had given her something of a resistance to the sweltering sunlight. He's not usually this late, Mina said, coming up behind Kyoka and wrapping an arm around her shoulder. You think something happened? Probably, Kyoka said, her voice grave. Maybe he was caught in a torrid love affair with Present Mike in a bathroom stall. Mina snorted. I don't see it. If those two are a couple, they'd absolutely go to the roof instead. It's way more romantic. Kyoka could not disagree. It didn't help that the bathrooms were disgusting half the time. It was like people had no respect whatsoever for others using them. I wanted to talk to you about Momo, Mina whispered after a moment. Kyoka frowned. We don't have to if you don't want to. There's not much to say, Kyoka said, looking back to where Momo sat alone, leaning against her fist and staring out of the window as well. The class chatter was loud enough that she shouldn't hear them, but Kyoka wasn't a fan of talking about people behind their back anyway. As much as I want to stay friends, she doesn't have any respect for my choices. And if you say, she worries, I'll ask you what she's worried about, Kyoka said, shrugging off Mina's arm. If people are going to be assholes about who I choose to hang out with, I don't need those people. She's sheltered and bad with social cues, Mina said, finishing her sentence. The pink girl put a hand on Kyoka's shoulder. Always very handsy, but not obnoxiously so. She'll get around to realizing why her behavior is hurting you. Not everyone needs to get along with everyone, Mina, Kyoka said, deflating slightly. She made her choice, I made mine. I don't think it's wrong to be friends with Izuko Midoriya. She was friendly, a great cook, and every time she smiled it was like an arrow struck Kyoka's. Mirko's teasing aside, The rest of the day at the home was spent just enjoying each other's company, and Kyoka could see herself doing that for a long time. She's not making me cut others out, Kyoka continued. Mina nodded slowly. It's everyone else who decided she's poison, and it's not right just because everyone thinks so. The masses were stupid. Kyoka would not say it out loud, but she still followed many of the old forums about the Fire Princess. Active as always, since last year, and with the same curricular discussions over and over and over again. Always coming to the same conclusions. There is no such thing as a good villain, right? That's because she's not a villain anymore, UBS status. Well, who says? All Might. But there's no such thing as a good villain. The door opened with too much force. Aizawa walked in with a solid stack of papers in his hands. To your seats. Mina squeezed Kyoka's shoulder once before letting go. She understood. Even if she disagreed with how it ended up affecting their small friend group. When everyone was settled, Aizawa-sensei wrote something on the blackboard in bold letters. The sports festival. There's been a few delays in getting the right permits, but the sports festival is back on track, Aizawa-sensei said. A few comments by the staff about how insular the classes are have caused the principal to decide that the sports festival should be changed up slightly this year, as a trial run for future events. The letters on the blackboard continued. Partner. Because the sports festival this year involves partnerships rather than individual performances, we have decided to create a more inclusive environment, Aizawa said. This involves training with other classes, in particular Class 1B, individual students from Class 1C and 1D, who have shown interested in participating, will join these exercises. 1D? Ida asked loudly after raising his hand, not waiting to be called on before asking. Is there a particular reason why the general education courses are participating as well? If you want to complain, do it honestly, Aizawa ordered. Izuko Midoriya has been picked by the principal to participate, regardless of her own wishes. If that pisses you off, take it up with the faculty. Kyoka blinked. Then she looked out of the window. In the distant classroom, visible from the window of Class 1A, a flash of blue fire revealed who had just received the news. As you don't know each other well yet, you cannot turn in any partnership applications until at least 2 joint training exercises, Aizawa continued, ignoring Ida's obvious frustration. As we don't know how many people from the non-heroics classes will participate, scheduling these exercises will take until next week. We don't know how many people in the heroics course will participate either, do we? Aizawa grinned. I don't know what you mean. Vlad King and I have already turned in the applications of all members of Class 1A and 1B. Some in the class looked less than thrilled about it. But Todoroki looked absolutely stoked. She could have sworn that bits of smoke rose up from his cheek. While you were still active, there had been questions about your accommodations. The psych eval office had been changed up slightly. All Might noted the less comfortable metal chair that Izuko was sitting in, now with all the confidence that he had seen in her before. She looked comfortable in discomfort, as if her body craved it. Yeah? Izuko asked. The woman nodded. You claim you were staying in different safe houses, most of which had been found, but there was one name that came up. What can you tell me about Himiko Toga? Izuko's demeanor shifted. She leaned forward, eyes narrowing and gaze moving down as if remembering something disdainful. All Might leaned back in the chair. He knew the name, he had looked it up after the initial interviews with the police. A case that dated a few years back about a girl who murdered her classmate and drank his blood. Someone like that could not have been good for Izuko's mental state. She reminded me of myself, Izuko said. All Might blinked. Not in the same circumstances, of course, but in the greater scope. There was this really old comic I once read, can't remember the name for the life of me, but it talks about how all it takes is one bad day, right? The woman nodded. That's reductive and stupid, of course, Izuko said. One bad day is the follow-up of many pretty shitty days. For me, it was my entire life since I found out I was quirkless, but in the end I still had my mother. The notes came up. No lingering resentment about Izuko Midoriya. It was the same note that All Might had seen about himself. Thing is, eventually you figure out that everyone has a story to tell, Izuko said. Dabi had his piece of shit father, I had All Might, And Himiko Toga? I want to say she probably had it worse than both of us put together. There was this term coined a decade ago, about quirks that don't fit into society. People usually call those villain quirks now. Abnormality, or dissociative quirks, though the meaning has changed over the years, the woman said, nodding. They used to describe quirks which had a mental aspect in using them. Himiko Toga was one of them. She is one of them, Izuko said, frowning. Her parents forced her to be normal because her quirk causes her to be bloodthirsty, quite literally. So she snapped, and snapping feels very, very good. All Might coughed. He could believe it. Even as the symbol of peace, he had lost himself in the frenzy of battle before, against those who had committed unforgivable crimes. The problem is that society didn't realize what was wrong until she was already too far gone to be fixed, Izuko continued, and now she's a bona fide villain, a mass murderer, and for a while she was my best friend. Is she really too far gone? The woman asked. There is medicine to suppress certain quirks. She could be put on probation like you. No, Izuko said. No, she cannot. You don't fix something like this with a few pills and a shrink, no offense. None taken, the woman said, smiling. Her hands, however, moved over the tablet. The note that appeared caused All Might to choke on his blood. Doesn't believe in rehabilitation of herself, either. Izuko had very little in common with her class besides sharing the same room. She certainly wasn't treated like one of them. Avoided, especially now that they could see the lack of a collar. Her fingers traced over the wooden top of the single-seat desk. In the back right corner, near the door. It was almost too boring. At least in the facility where she'd spent the last months of her middle school career before she was allowed to graduate and join UA, people were slightly more ballsy. Izuko could deal perfectly fine with being ignored. The unspoken agreement between her and the teachers not to call on her wasn't something people missed. In fact, it was one of the few times the class acknowledged her presence. It didn't help that UA students were smart. It was an objective fact that everyone who even made it into the general education course was, on average, much more studious than other schools besides perhaps Shiketsu. They knew not to rock the boat. When she came across a girl in the bathroom complaining about preferential treatment to a former villain, Izuko didn't even feel annoyed. She felt ecstatic that she wasn't a ghost for that moment. Not existing was a lot worse than being scorned, she had found. The homeroom teacher of Class 1D, Midnight, was nice enough about it. Even if her lessons could verge on inappropriate, she did her work well and had an open ear for all her students. At least from what Izuko could gather. She wasn't in the habit of complaining to the teacher. It had never helped after all. As you know, the sports festival is a yearly event in which all students have the right to participate, Midnight said after finishing the roll call. This year, the principal has decided to make it a partner event, as well as allowing for joint training exercises between classes for the sake of unity and stuff like that. Honestly, it's a means to an end to make aspirant Gen Ed kids who want to join the heroics class catch up faster. Anyone who wants to participate in these exercises has to fill out this form, signed by your guardians. Midnight held up a stack of paper. Izuko narrowed her eyes. The one on top was already filled out. Even from her position in the back, she could see a signature with an almost unmistakable bunny flare. Izuko Midoriya, Midnight said. The class went deadly silent, enough that you could cut the tension with a red-hot knife. Izuko frowned at Midnight's pitiful smile. Your guardians have decided that you should participate, so there's no need for you to fill out the form. The class was restless. The idea of participating moved on from being a no-brainer for those who wanted to become heroes. Suddenly, they had to consider the pros and cons. Izuko would be smug about being that much of a con if she wasn't running hot enough to draw blackened lines into the wooden desk as she ran her nails down the brown surface. I'm assuming you're not giving me much of a choice, Midnight-sensei, Izuko said, her voice tight. Midnight looked more than ready to use her quirk to calm things down if Izuko jumped up, but also confident enough that Izuko won't, that her hands were nowhere close to her costume. Are there any conditions? You cannot be considered for the heroics course, Midnight said. Izuko nodded. Obviously. The class sounded relieved about it, but the meaningless chatter died down quickly when Midnight raised a hand to stop them. You're required to participate in at least 2 of the 3 events to the best of your ability. You and your partner will be graded on this. They would obviously know if she didn't give her all to be disqualified early. Izuko resisted the urge to roll her eyes. What a cartoonishly obnoxious development. Can we choose our partners freely? Midnight nodded, smiling as if she already knew. Any participant from any class can be chosen as long as they agree. Your girlfriend is a viable contestant after all. Izuko clenched her teeth, trying to push back the urge to say some words to Midnight that she knew she would regret later. Instead, she settled on breathing out a perhaps too bright blue flame. People around her jumped backwards, loudly screaming. It took a few seconds for them to realize that Midnight and Izuko were just staring at each other. No further flames came. The training hall was massive, more than big enough to house the 48 students and 3 teachers present for the first joint training session. Class 1A, Class 1B, and select students from 1C and 1D were there. One girl from the support Class 1H had managed to get in, though she looked less thrilled about training and more interested in the machinery that was sitting in the corner of the hall. Izuko wasn't quite sure why the hero aspirant from Class 1C, Hitoshi Shinso, was staring at her so hard, but she found it unflattering. While the rest of the students had gathered in a large group, they had put a decent distance between her and themselves. Only Kyoka was standing near her. She could hear whispers from those who didn't know about the collar being removed. Kyoka had no doubt shared in the information with Mina, who would let it slip to the rest of 1A. The entirety of Class 1B, however, who had an assortment almost as weird and colorful as 1A themselves, looked confused. Izuko rolled her head slightly, watching with a bit of glee as someone jumped at the sound of her neck popping. Kyoka had the audacity to pinch her arm. The humanity! We'll get right to it. Aizawa, Class 1A's homeroom teacher, took the front. Vlad King and Ectoplasm were behind him. As we're unsure how the general studies classes are doing in physical fitness, we'll begin with a series of spars. A heroics class student will face off against a general class student. Quirks are not allowed right now. We'll have free sparring under supervision with quirks later. If anyone starts a fight without our say-so, you will be suspended. Any heroics student will be expelled. Izuko frowned. She knew that wasn't an empty threat, but she couldn't quite say for whose benefit this was. She knew that Todoroki would love the chance to have a go at her. From the way he was glaring holes into her skull she was almost willing to oblige him. The way Kyoka was stealing glances at Momo, however, felt much more concerning. She had told her, of course, about the botched hostage rescue class, and the schism that seemed to grow rather than heal. Izuko had promised not to lie about her feelings anymore, though she almost regretted it. Kyoka Jirou, Aizawa all but shouted. Hitoshi Shinso. Kyoka stood up straight, her eyes moving over the crowd to find the boy who had been called out as her opponent. Izuko gave a subtle glance towards him, allowing Kyoka to recognize him as well. He looked half dead and yet more than happy to prove himself. A wonderful combination. Hey, Izuko said, leaning in towards Kyoka's ear. I'll give you a reward if you win. Kyoka blinked, uncertain what Izuko could mean. At Izuko's large grin, however, realization set in. Kyoka's face went red starting from the tips of her earphone jacks. She stumbled over towards the circular arena. The ground had a soft composition, falling on it shouldn't be too bad. This meant that she should be able to use some of the tricks that Mirko had taught them. Before the fight started, however, someone else came over to Izuko. She looked up, finding herself staring into the blue eyes of an unfamiliar face. The grin very much reached his eyes in an unpleasant way that reminded her of Shigaraki. I think you've missed your exit, Izuko said, raising an eyebrow. Kyoka was already ready to fight, facing her opponent as she bounced around on her feet. But somehow I have the feeling you're not someone who gets lost. No, I've always been very much a fan of yours, Monoma said, smiling and reaching out with his hand to shake hers. I imagine it's not easy, is it? To deal with the pain of being alone, because the world left you no other choice. Ah, Izuko said, her voice flat. You're one of those people. If he wanted to lie to her and pretend so he could get close, he needed to fix his natural flair. Even if he said the most honest of words, his smile and stance just made it impossible to believe him. Deciding to humor him, she reached back, taking his hand. He jerked back at the merest touch, the brash confidence and faux affability gone, cradling his hand as if he had touched a vat of toxic waste. She had seen that reaction before. Just the once. Quirk copying? Izuko asked, blinking. After a moment, she broke into a massive grin that caused Monoma to take a few more steps back. Please don't use my quirk. It'd be a shame to lose a fan. How? He asked, his voice shaking. He was paler, now. She could see the teachers looking over to them, Vlad King mouthing something that looked suspiciously like, move away. Aizawa's eyes were glowing slightly, focused not on her but on Monoma. The boy's complexion returned to normal after the copy was erased. I think you know, Izuko said. All for One was not someone to do things halfway. However, it seemed that copying her quirk came with a small problem. Unlike her mess of a body, they wouldn't be able to stand the heat. The spar was starting. Ectoplasm stood in the middle, signaling for them to start before moving back a few steps. Kyoka started much like she always did during their own practice. It was something Izuko had told her to cut out. It was predictable to anyone who had seen it before, but to Hitoshi Shinso? The boy was obviously not untrained. He had been exercising and practicing for the day. He could prove himself for the heroics class. All that mattered a lot. Izuko could count 10 people in the hero course who would have been sent flying by the spinning back kick that connected to Shinso's chest. He leaned forward with a heavy grunt, his hands coming up to grab her ankle and throw her over. But Kyoka raised her other foot, confident he would not let go, and kicked him again. She could see the recognition flashing in Aizawa's eyes. She could see the same in Vlad King's, who was mouthing the name of the heroine who had taught them that kick. Kyoka did stumble when he let her go, taking a moment to regain her footing, but the damage to Shinso was too heavy for him to use it as an opportunity to attack. Izuko could see the shudder in his shoulders as he forced himself to keep the lunge down. In an environment with quirks, the kicks may not always be as effective. Tenya Ida could likely kick harder without much effort, and people like Kirishima could tank them easily with his quirk, but Izuko would be the last person to say that you could not win with them. You just needed to know where to aim. Kyoka's heel hit Shinso's collarbone rather than his windpipe. He staggered, throwing a sloppy punch that she dodged. When he swept at her leg, she was in motion to attack and failed to pull through. She fell over and hitting the mat with a thud. Shinso straddled her, trying to stop her from kicking up. A terrible decision, really. Kyoka didn't just know how to kick. Her fist connected to his nose as he wound back for a punch. A left jab, a right jab, and a solid shove to the chest was enough to knock him over. She stumbled as she stood up, stomping onto his shoulder. Enough, Ectoplasm said. Shinso was glaring, his voice tight as he addressed his teacher. I can still go, Shinso said. Ectoplasm nodded. And you won't learn anything if she beats you to the nurse's office, Ectoplasm said. This is to see where you stand, not a graded class. You'll have your chance at the sports festival regardless of the outcome of this match. That seemed to be enough for him to stop struggling. Kyoka stepped back, extending a hand to him. He shoved it out of the way in a display of poor sportsmanship and jumped back onto his feet. I'll crush you all. Izuko smiled. Kyoka came back with a smile of her own. It's so adorable, Izuko said, clapping her hands together. You have a rival, Kyoka. Rivals are great. They really make you want to push yourself. To make yourself better? Kyoka asked. She was sweating and red in the face. Izuko suppressed the words that bubbled up in her throat, looking around for a towel. A small cart with a bunch of them had been brought in while nobody was looking. No, Izuko said, grabbing one and giving it to Kyoka, deliberately avoiding her gaze as the girl wiped herself off. To make them cry. Sinister, Kyoka said, looking over to where Shinso was brooding. Do kinda want to see him cry now. And that's how I feel about that beach toga, Izuko said. Ida's ears twitched. Didn't you say she was your best friend once upon a time? Well, yes, Izuko said, keeping Ida in sight as she continued. Doesn't change the fact that she's FNG gross. One day pushing people's buttons would stop being funny. Today was not that day. Ida nearly stomped over to them. Momo's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Izuko Midoriya. Aizawa announced the next fight. Jirou Kyoka. Izuko looked over to the boy with the spiky red hair. He was smiling at her. Not the kind of smile she was used to, of course. It was much friendlier. How's he? Izuko asked. Kyoka thought for a moment, before shrugging. In all honesty? He's the least prejudiced person in class. I wouldn't say. He's the nicest, but unlike the other nice people he'll treat you like a normal person. Good, Izuko said, rolling her shoulder as she walked onto the mat. I guess that's why the mummy picked him. Kyoka looked a bit put off by the nickname for her teacher, but couldn't deny the rest of the Izuko's assumption. Eraserhead was a pro-hero with years of experience. He would at the very least know how to avoid escalation with the spars. All Might was watching. He had seen her fight before, of course. On many recordings in investigation units about trying to track her down. He had seen the evolution step by step. The first fight she had, the way she dismantled a hero by exploiting every weakness in his quirk, and the subsequent consensus on it being a fluke. But she did not stop there. She fought many battles. She started petty fights in agency-free places, knowing that only 1 or 2 heroes would respond at the time. She always fought alone, but never without an audience. And there were many ways to describe her style. All Might would describe his own as simple. He relied heavily on his quirk, of course, power over technique, which in his youth had led to a lot of collateral damage and more than one lawsuit in the US. Izuko Midoriya, too, was simple. She struck soft bits when she wasn't using her quirk. There was no refinement, no real technique in it. Some might argue that simplicity in itself could be refined and made into a technique, and he would agree. In the first fights, she was almost flailing as if unsure of herself, but as her confidence grew so did the weight behind the strikes. She crouched under Kirishima's wide swing. The young man looked incredibly happy about the spar, and All Might could see why. Learning was a matter of understanding, and Izuko was clearly holding back to show him where he was making mistakes. They danced back and forth. Rather than commit to hits, she jabbed at openings with her knuckles, causing pain but not any real damage. He ended up not making the same mistakes too often. That didn't mean he stopped making them entirely. She ended it after he committed to another haymaker. Despite her intentionally slow response, he was unable to pull back before she grabbed his arm. She jumped, wrapping her legs around his shoulder. To his credit, Kirishima did not fall. All Might winced all the same. If the boy were allowed to use his quirk, he might have had a chance. When she twisted around his arm, All Might could see the shock in his eyes as he was sent onto the ground, his chin pressed into the training mats and his arm twisted behind his back. Mirko has been busy, All Might murmured. That wasn't Izuko's usual style either, and it was easy to see just who she was taking notes from. Then again, in her usual style she might have just broken his bones. He turned the screen off. The difference even after they stood up was telling. Kirishima was sweating and breathing heavily, while Izuko was only slightly winded. Even without his quirk, the boy was heavy. Kirishima coughed for a bit, trying to regain his bearings as Kyoka ran up to them, handing them both towels. Haha, Kirishima managed to get out. You're strong. I know, Izuko said, smiling at him. Kirishima laughed a bit louder, clearly amused, though the crowd watching seemed unhappy, taking her words seriously. Not that she was joking either. You're not too bad yourself, but you held back. She did too, but for a different reason. Kirishima scratched the back of his neck, his eyes moving between Izuko and Kyoka as he took one of the offered towels. Sorry about that, it just doesn't feel right. Hey, I don't mind, Izuko said, shrugging as she took the other towel. She wiped a bit of the sweat off her forehead, wrapping the towel around her neck as they began walking off the small arena. You want to get your butt kicked because you can't punch a girl, that's an issue for your pro-hero self. It's not just that, Kirishima said, his voice low. You're tiny. Izuko looked down, then up at Kirishima, blinking. Now that's just rude, Izuko said, turning to Kyoka. Hey Kyoka, did you hear that? He's making fun of me dash. If you want people to take you seriously, maybe you should eat your vegetables, Kyoka said. Izuko glared at her. I'm not the one who keeps ignoring them dash. Alright, Aizawa's voice interrupted them. Stay focused already. Kirishima, we'll talk about holding back later. Midoriya, if you're going to make a spectacle out of a spar, at least don't make the same mistake. Yes sir, Izuko said, mock saluting at the man. Aizawa didn't bother glaring. He knew that intimidation was practically impossible against someone who had no ambition or hope to join the heroics class. He couldn't expel her either. Ito was fuming. The members of Class 1B looked more exasperated. Monoma in particular looked rather unhappy, a piece of his finger bright red, as if he had burned himself. She grinned at him. Hey Midoriya, Kirishima said. Can you teach me that trick you did at the end? Probably not, Izuko said, crossing her arms. You're too big and your quirk would make you too heavy against most people. Then how about how to get out of it, Kirishima said. He looked overeager, and while the Class 1A was making a long way around her still, he seemed unconcerned. Mina, too, had begun chatting with Kyoka without any issue. Momo, who looked like she wanted to join them, stood far off the side as Aizawa called her name for the next spar. I guess I can do that, Izuko said, trying not to sigh. She still had no real interest in participating, but the teachers seemed to have their reasons. We'll have some free sparring later, right? He nodded, smiling at her. We'll do it then, Izuko said. Kirishima grinned widely. He had fangs, much like Himiko Toga's Maw of Death, but it looked much more friendly coming from him. The boy raised his fist towards her. Izuko hesitated for a moment, taking until Kyoka gave her a solid nod to raise her own fist. While Izuko could feel positivity swell inside of her at being friendly with at least one more person her age, Kirishima had moved on and joined his class again as the next pair was called up. The girl from the support course was facing off against Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B. In spite of Mei's disdain for a physical fight, she clearly had muscles, no doubt from swinging around wrenches and power tools for years. Hey, Kyoka said, lowering herself slightly to whisper into Izuko's ear. Can I pick my reward? Izuko shivered for a moment. Of course. Kyoka's smile could have rivaled All Might's. Kyoka picked her up at the train station the next day. You really put it on, Kyoka said, looking down at Izuko who was doing her best to hide her face behind her hands. A wig sat on her head. You really didn't need to. It was blonde, stuffy and hot, and it made her look quite different. Mirko helped her put it on. I just don't feel comfortable going out again so people look at you weirdly, Izuko said, muttering into her hands. She wasn't someone who said no to attention, but Kyoka was innocent. I feel like a circus clown. It's all right, Kyoka said, shrugging. It suits you. Maybe you can bleach your hair dash. No, Izuko said, perhaps a bit too fast. Her hair was the only thing she had left, the color that was the same as her mother's. I'll not use it forever, just until I get used to being around people again. It was different, going out and about compared to being at school. The streets just had a different feel to them. All right, Kyoka said, not fighting her about it. Taking Izuko's hand, she pulled the other girl away from the train station. Come on then. We still have a whole day ahead of us. Kyoka picked a date as a reward. Well, it was more the circumstances of the date. She'd chosen a small bar with an open mic that allowed students in until 9 p.m. Izuko wasn't sure she wanted to have another public outing after the dirty stares they had received when they were shopping, but she couldn't say no considering it was her that offered the reward in the first place. And now on their first official date, she wanted to focus solely on it, and not on the stares and whispers of those around them. So the wig was a must. It still reminded her a bit too much of All Might's own golden hair. The bar wasn't far from the train station, a small building at the corner of Shibuya. In the daylight, it looked much more like a small cafe, which was aided by the setup of tables inside. Only the hardwood bar counter revealed its origins. It was also much more full than Izuko would have thought. Someone was at the microphone, singing a slow song that wasn't Izuko's flavor at all. They managed to find a free seat, though, near the almost packed dance floor. I'm surprised, Izuko murmured, lowering her gaze onto the table. I didn't think the mood would be quite this good while it's still bright outside. It's the weekend, Kyoka said. People are usually pretty happy when there's no work or school. I guess, Izuko said. She never felt that way. Not before Mirko had begun letting her join for training at the agency. School days at least meant that she could spend time with Lunch Rush and steal some of his recipes. It's good that we have a class together now. It is, Kyoka said, smiling widely as she nodded. Some people are getting around to not being assholes when your name is said since then. I get to be smug and tell them I was right all along. Kirishima's nice enough, Izuko said, nodding. I don't know why he talks down about his quirk. It's really good for combat, almost as good as yours is for reconnaissance. Mina says he used to be kind of shy back in the day, Kyoka said. Izuko blinked. They went to the same middle school. He dyed his hair and now he's the Kirishima we know. I guess that's one way to do a high school debut, Izuko said, laughing softly. Kyoka nodded. If it's a bar we need to order our drinks, right? Right? Yes, Kyoka said, standing up. What do you want? Whatever you get, Izuko said. The ambience was not quite the same as Kurogiri's bar. The drinks behind the counter looked a lot less refined, but a lot more varied. She was fairly certain that they didn't serve blood here. At least that meant Toga wouldn't be at a place like this. Probably. Kyoka left and came back with 2 cold glasses of lemonade within a minute. Their talk continued, concluding with a fit of giggles about Ida's reaction to cursing. It was after about 10 minutes of conversation that Kyoka had enough. She stood up, perhaps a bit too fast, and nearly stumbled over her chair. Izuko stood and caught her. Kyoka held onto her. Let's dance. Izuko blinked, realizing the position they had found themselves in, not too far from the half-empty dance floor. I don't like slow music. We can dance to fast music faster, Kyoka said, pulling Izuko slightly closer and further to the dance floor. Izuko's face went red. Is it a reward for you if I also get something? Izuko asked. Kyoka shrugged, wrapping her arms over Izuko's shoulders, swaying back and forth to the music. Izuko was wrong. Slow songs were perfectly fine for occasions like these. Kyoka continued taking the lead. Izuko wasn't great at dancing, but she could follow directions very well. People around them were more concerned with their own partners than them, and this let them focus entirely on each other as well. My dad told me this bar has been around since he was a student, Kyoka explained. He took my mother here when he proposed, too. I suppose I should be glad he did, or you wouldn't be dancing with me today, Izuko said, her voice barely above a whisper. You're great. I thought I could never keep up with the rest of the class, Kyoka said. But now I feel much more confident. You're the best thing that has happened to me. That's really cheesy, Izuko said, blushing and giggling. She was left smirking up at her partner. I bet you say that to every girl, don't you? If you want cheesy, I can give you cheesy, Kyoka said, smiling. Izuko wasn't sure where she was going with it until Kyoka had already wrapped her arms around her shoulders so tightly she could not escape, leaning down to whisper into her ear. Even if the whole world is against you, I'll be your ally. Something in her snapped. At first, it was like a small spark of electricity that ran down her spine. After a few seconds of going still, Kyoka had loosened her grip to watch Izuko's face run through various shades of red, and smoke rushing out of her nostrils. Izuko said, her voice cracking slightly. Kyoka blinked. In the end, Izuko's legs gave out, forcing Kyoka to help her back towards the table, though she did not let go. Izuko's fingers were digging into Kyoka's shirt, her eyes glistening as her shoulders shook. Izuko, Kyoka said, shaking the girl by her shoulder. Sorry, is everything all right? Izuko pushed her face into Kyoka's shoulder, nodding as she sniffed. Kyoka became more conscious of their position, and she could feel the gazes on them as Izuko was all but sitting on her lap. Growing red herself, she put an arm around Izuko's head, hiding her face from the onlookers, making sure she wouldn't be recognized while vulnerable. I'm sorry. Izuko's voice was muffled by Kyoka's shoulders. Her breath was not warm but uncomfortably hot. I'm a mess. It's fine, Kyoka said, rubbing the girl's back. She could guess why Izuko reacted so strongly, She just didn't expect it to have such an effect. It's all fine. All Might was watching another recorded interview. One of the more classified ones. One of those which only the top 10 heroes had access to, along with a few exceptions further down the rankings. Did a popularity poll make you more reliable than other heroes? Of course not. But the numbers of cases solved you needed to reach that level justified it somewhat. Anything involving All for One was kept under lock and key, after all. He was too big, too much of a blight on the history of this country since the Great Prequark War of the 20th century. After you defeated Tuya Todoroki, you received his quirk. The interviewer began the second week of interviews without any introduction. He was a suit with a higher paycheck than the usual policeman. What were your orders? No orders, Izuko said, shrugging. Just do what I wanted. And at that point, I just wanted to prove All Might wrong. I guess using a quirk I got from someone else to do it wasn't really the smartest way, huh? I would say no, the man said, unconcerned about the small talk. He was friendlier than the previous interrogators, almost amicable. How did you pick your first target then? The words he said to me that day are still stuck in my head, Izuko said, one hand patting down her unkempt hair. Like a refrain of a song that plays on the radio all day. What words? Abandon all delusions of control. Her voice was grave as she said them. Her fingers scratched at a bit of her head, as if she remembered the touch. Quite dramatic, but it did the trick. I wasn't very good at fighting yet, so I had to fight someone who wasn't great either. I've had notes on various heroes whenever they made their debut. I updated them, details that I noticed, more and more possible uses and weaknesses. We saw the notebooks. The man interrupted her rambling with a wave of his hand. Impressive, if superficial at certain points. I suppose your ideas don't translate that well on the page. No, they don't, Izuko said, shrugging again. I could write myself a cramp, but in the end it was do or die, so when I fought, air dash. Signal, the man supplied. All Might remembered the man. A Shiketsu graduate who had finished his schooling and received his license just 6 months before Izuko made him her first victim. Right? Thatch's face, Izuko said, rubbing her eyes. When I fought him, I knew his quirk. The only people I had fought before were Dabi and Himiko Toga, and they can take a surprising amount of punishment, so I fought. 3 fractured ribs and a part of his ear were burned off, the man, once again, supplied in an amicable voice. Izuko had the decency to look sorry. Witnesses report you didn't use your quirk. I had little control over it, Izuko said, her voice lowering. I didn't want to kill anyone. But wouldn't that have driven your point home better? The man asked. All Might frowned. The line of questioning was ridiculously offensive, and if Izuko's lawyer was there he would have stopped it, but that mattered little in this kind of talk. Because I may be a monster, but that didn't mean I was evil, Izuko said. Injuries can heal. 150-something people with burns and broken bones will be fixed right up in the hospital by one of the 1,000 licensed professional medical quirk users. You can't replace a life. A good stance. Though as many in law enforcement will tell you, not everyone deserves to live. I know, Izuko said, her eyes hardening. All Might had to pause the recording for a moment, his body shaking with coughs. When he was done, it continued. And yet, I feel like it would have made me too similar to All for One. I suppose he saw some kinship in you considering his own issues with All Might, the man said. What put you off? All for One, he's truly evil, Izuko explained, putting emphasis on the word. But the problem with people so ridiculously evil is that they appear kind of stupid. A stereotype of what an evil villain would be like. After all, no smart person would fall into such depths, right? You're talking about public perception of villains, the man said, crossing his arms. People on the task force, especially heroes like All Might, know that's not true. Yeah, Izuko said, nodding. But then there's this other thing. He's smart, and he thinks his plans are infallible. I'll give him the former, but the latter? That's a self-fulfilling prophecy. He has power and resources, as well as the modicum of gray matter to realize his ideas, and because it's so easy for him to realize them, he thinks his plans are perfect. You disagree, the man concluded. Of course I disagree. If that monster was perfect, he wouldn't have picked Shigaraki as his successor. She tapped the table with 2 fingers, leaning forward slightly. In spite of his composed stance, All Might could observe the man lean forward as well. But there's one plan that failed quite miserably and publicly, Izuko said. So badly that he wouldn't admit it, and because of that I'm confident he won't come after me. The man frowned. What plan failed? Izuko, waving a hand over herself from top to bottom. The man's frown turned into a look of understanding. He wouldn't have given me a quirk if he thought I was going to turn myself in, Izuko explained. While I can't speak for his little entourage, to whom he gives too many freedoms, the man himself will likely go back to the drawing board. Unless this is part of his plan too. Izuko laughed. We are all the masters of our own fate. In the end, there was only one difference between me and him. You chose to stop, the man said, nodding. And he continues? His hatred for All Might is powerful enough that he would make simple mistakes. He chooses a malcontent as successor. He tries to gather people around him whom this society failed but doesn't nurture them properly. He picks the biggest All Might fangirl to grant a quirk because All Might broke her heart. For once, All Might did not flinch at the words. Instead, he nodded, following along the line of logic. Do you think he will continue making these mistakes, then? There's only one delusion of control, Izuko said, concluding with one final grin. He thinks his obsession with All Might is logical and follows a pattern he made up for himself. If you want to catch him, all you need to do is wait until he trips up. Fuyumi Todoroki was not someone who could leave her family. After her mother was hospitalized, she was the only person who could take care of the mess that was the Todoroki household. But that did not mean she was strong enough to do it every day. Some days, it was hard to get out of bed. Some other days, her mind would wander and she would make 100 mistakes, like today when she had managed to cut herself 3 times while making breakfast. The ability to keep smiling was one of the things she had learned from her mother. It worked great until the day the woman could not smile anymore. And it worked great until those days when Fuyumi went to the asylum in all but name, visiting her mother to talk about what has been going on lately. The woman was not unresponsive, but close to it. Fuyumi knew that in the end, the only person who could break her out of that shell would be Shudo. He tried his best to go his own way, but since Tuya came back, things had gotten worse. After visiting her mother, she would move one room over. Tuya was barely recognizable. Burn scars over his entire body, so vicious that they could not be healed, inflicted by his own quirk that had been taken from him. He was the opposite of their mother. Rather than sitting and doing nothing, he was restless at all times, to the point that they had to sedate him. His lips were moving slowly, mouthing the same word that he had been mouthing since he was found in that ditch. Midoriya. A curse on their family, according to dear old dad. She sat down in front of him. It was much harder to talk to Tuya. He was not a good person, he was a bona fide villain according to anyone who had contact with this Dabi. It was only through her father's influence that most of the charges were dropped due to lack of evidence. And even then the boy had been hospitalized due to trauma. While the girl who had caused it was playing high school in the same school as Shudo. Fuyumi sighed. Tuya's fingers twitched. She blinked. Fu, a noise came from his lips. She leaned over, trying to listen. Her eyes caught on a tube dangling behind him. Fuyumi. The sedative drip was not in his arm. Fuyumi stood up, nearly stumbling backwards over the chair that she knocked over. Tuya's arm reached out, grabbing her by the wrist and keeping her on her feet. I'm not going to hurt you, Tuya said, his voice weak and raspy from the lack of use. Fuyumi was shaking, but nodded slowly. That BSTRD cares more about his reputation than his family. He reached behind him, pulling out a small piece of paper he must have ripped out of some notebook. He pushed it into her hands. You give him the chance, he'll try to get rid of her, Tuya said. Didn't she hurt you? Fuyumi asked, her own voice low. His hand felt dead and cold. She resisted the urge to cry. Yeah, and if I want my rematch, she needs to stay alive and out of prison, Tuya said. Fuyumi wasn't sure if he was joking. He certainly didn't sound like it. There's a stash of files at this address. Get it to anyone who'd listen. Free this FNG family. Fuyumi's hands were trembling around the note. She pocketed it, in spite of the voice in the back of her head urging her not to. In spite of the heavy-set glare of her father that she could feel on the back of her neck wherever she was. "What are you going to do?" "Pretend to be a vegetable," Tuya said, grabbing the drip tube and putting it under his arm. "Get the files. Please." Fuyumi nodded, scrambling out of the room with short but fast steps. It was on the way home from Mirko's agency. Like usual, the sun was already setting by the time she had reached the train station. It was late enough for the streets to empty out, but not quite late enough for the flood of late-staying blue-collar workers to make their way back home as well. Kyoka had good hearing, so when she walked down the train station she could hear the soft pitter-patter of steps that were trying and failing to fall in the same rhythm as her own walking. The childish skipping ended whenever she stood still. Halfway across the train station, with 3 others waiting near the platform for the train that would arrive in 2 minutes, Kyoka turned around. She had her hand in the pockets of her jacket, holding onto her phone, ready to speed dial Mirko, who would likely be here faster than any police. The girl was familiar. Kind of like that girl next door that was in every piece of nerd media appealing to people who fetishize the word childhood friend. Eyes shining with a sense of unabashed wonder, disheveled hair that was still put up in 2 buns, wearing a uniform that both made her seem petite while also emphasizing the girl's figure. Kyoka could hear the sound of metal clashing against metal from the inside of her too thick blazer. "You're a villain, of course," the girl said, giggling. Kyoka wasn't sure just how serious the words were, but the smell in the air was distinctly metallic. "I'm just here to give you a small warning." "Yeah," Kyoka said, slowly sneaking her earphone jack down her clothes and over the ground. She could trip her up and run. The girl's foot slammed down on Kyoka's earphone jack, causing her to hiss in pain as her earlobe was pinned down. "She'll come back to me." Kyoka's glare could have frozen Endeavor solid. She knew, of course, who the girl was talking about. She knew, without having ever seen a picture, just who this was based on Izuko's descriptions. "I really effing doubt that." Himiko Toga, Izuko's best friend. This wasn't an attack though. It was a warning. Himiko did not reach for her weapons that were hidden under her clothes. She did not make a step forward, or any other motion that could be perceived as hostility. Instead she did much worse. She smiled. An almost genuine and happy smile. "She'll grow bored of you," Himiko said, stepping off the earphone jack. "Can you give her a message for me?" "No. Tell her that Sensei is willing to forgive her," Himiko said, giggling softly. "She can come back whenever she's done playing around. If she doesn't, Shigaraki might come by." The train arrived. Whatever other lies and provocations came from Himiko's carnivorous grin were drowned out by the sound. The doors opened. 24 people stepped out, between. She kept her eyes on Himiko as she walked onto the train. The girl remained on the platform. When the doors closed, Kyoka's legs gave out. Her hands were still shaking as she pulled out her phone. Who should she call? If she called Izuko, she would worry. Mirko would tell her immediately. Kyoka sighed. She crashed into Hawk's agency with still trembling knees. Her earphone jack was bruised and pulsated in pain from the heavy boot that slammed onto it. The agency was just 1 stop away, and he had offered to bring her home once before, so it wouldn't be too strange. But that wasn't why she was here. The receptionist looked at her with critical eyes, sitting behind a desk that could as well have been a zoo. Various cages of small birds were gathered on and around the desk, all of them watching her much like the receptionist. "Welcome to Hawk's agency, name pending," the receptionist said, sounding annoyed at having to add the last part. "What can I do for you?" "Is he in or on patrol?" Kyoka asked. The receptionist raised an eyebrow. "If he's in, can you tell him Kyoka is here?" "I'm a friend of his charge." The receptionist blinked, and her eyes lit up in recognition. "Ah, you're the girlfriend." No, I mean yes, but," Kyoka spluttered. Maybe coming here was a bad idea if Hawks was going to tattle to anyone who would listen. She regained her bearings, her face a lot more red than it was before, and lowered her gaze to avoid the almost satisfied look on the receptionist's face. "Can you just tell him I need to talk to him?" It didn't take long after the woman had hit a button on the phone for the man himself to stride down the stairs that were set to the right of the reception. Having more than a little bit of fun with his quirk, he glided down with his feet slightly above the ground, landing without making any noise. "I see how it is," Hawks said, smiling. "My future daughter-in-law is coming to visit." He stopped before Kyoka could truly react to his joke. She noticed too late just what he was staring at, and by then it was too late to hide the injured earphone jack behind her hand. That wasn't Mirko, Hawks concluded. He didn't even need to ask if it was Izuko, because she would never. Mirko could be a bit rough, but never to the point of injury that she wouldn't treat before sending someone home. Kyoka shook her head slightly. "Come." His voice was almost intimidating, and enough for her to just listen. She followed him up the stairs, past a few posters for merchandise and beauty products that Hawks had given his face for, until they ended up on what he had once called the perch. A second office on the balcony of the agency, only usable in the warmer seasons. "What happened?" Hawks asked, turning around and leaning against the railing. Kyoka frowned, not certain where to start. "Who did it?" "Himiko Toga," Kyoka said, her mouth tasting the name like ashes, drying out. "She was at the train station on my way home. I was trying to trip her up and she stepped on it." "It's fine." "It isn't," Hawks said, waving her off. "And it's fine that it's not fine. Just because the injuries are minimal doesn't mean you're all right. Can't believe I have to have this talk twice with two teenagers." She didn't need to guess which other one he meant. She imagined Hawks didn't have contact with that many teenagers outside of them and himself. "That bird brain," Kyoka murmured. Hawks snorted. It was difficult to stay serious with him, but he managed to do it just fine, switching between jovial and grim at the drop of a hat. "I didn't want to worry Izuko, so I didn't go back to Miriko's." "You said you can bring me home if you have time, right?" "No issue with that," Hawks said. "Don't think you should lie to Izuko though. Trust is important and all." "I'm not," Kyoka said, biting her tongue as she spoke too fast. "I'm not lying. I just don't want to tell her in case she worries and decides to protect me in some stupid way." "Like lying," Hawks said. Kyoka glared at him. He was not smiling. "I've had my fair deal of bad relationships, Kyoka Jirou." "You're 22, Kyoka said. Hawks shrugged. "And you're 15, so listen up," Hawks continued without missing a beat. "If a villain is targeting you, that's not a small issue that will just go away." She said that all for one would forgive Izuko if she came back, Kyoka said, her voice low. And she was confident that Izuko would go. Himiko Toga is an incredibly unstable individual with short and long-term obsessions ranging from slight crushes to outright murder to drain people of their blood, Hawks said, his voice flat as if reciting a report he had once read. "She's not, in any way, a good judge of character. Neither am I, neither is All Might, and apparently neither are you considering how easy she made you doubt Izuko." Kyoka began. "She what? Did not doubt her? Obviously she did, or she wouldn't be having this conversation. If you want some advice from one idiot in love to another," Hawks said, sounding as serious as he could muster with a line like this, "it's that trust and communication is the most important thing. Not just in love, but in friendships." "And if you can't trust someone?" Kyoka asked, thinking of Momo. Hawks shrugged. "Not much of a give and take then, is it? If you're uncomfortable around someone, and you can point at the exact reason for it, there's just no friendship. Do you feel uncomfortable around Izuko?" "No," Kyoka said, blinking. "Never. If anything, it's the opposite. I feel at peace." "At peace is a good description for it," Hawks said. "If you can be yourself with someone, that's the greatest sign of trust." Himiko Toga thinks Izuko is still the fire princess. Violent, volatile, vicious. I'm not saying she doesn't have those traits, because I sparred with her once and she will kick my butt one of these days, but there's more to people than reducing them to their worst traits. Once again, Kyoka thought of Momo. "You're much better at verbalizing this than I thought you would be," Kyoka admitted. Hawks laughed. "Years of therapy, girl," Hawks said. "Anyway, what do you want to do now?" Kyoka fumbled around for her phone inside her pocket, slowly pulling it out. Hawks gave a nod of approval as she dialed Izuko. It didn't even ring once before she picked up. "Hey, Izuko," Kyoka said. "Kyoka? What happened?" There was worry plain in her not quite but almost girlfriend's voice. Kyoka let out a sigh, kicking herself for ever doubting Izuko. I'm at Hawk's agency." Was confronted by Himiko Toga. The call ended with a crackling roar of fire so loud even Hawks could hear it through the speaker. The pro-hero rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Oh dear." Izuko's therapist sat in front of him. She looked unhappy and he could not fault her. All Might was not in front of her as the paragon of this society, a pillar and symbol of peace, but as Yagi Toshinori, half dead and uncomfortable to look at. And he was here with the authority to make the woman break doctor-patient confidentiality. "Dr. Mikima," Yagi said, bowing as much as his stomach allowed. She helped him up when he found his back refusing to move. "Thank you. I understand you've been briefed about my reason for being here." All Might's intrusion into the private files that only the court had access to. "Yes," Dr. Mikima said. Yagi did not react. "I wasn't briefed on why exactly you needed to violate that girl's privacy even more, but I've been ordered to answer your questions and I will do so to the best of my ability." "Thank you again," Yagi said, nodding. "I'm sorry for taking up your time, which is why I shall be brief. She still has meetings with you, correct?" "Once a month if that," she said, shrugging. "It's mostly routine checkups, her emotional state and how volatile she might be. I'm not going to share anything from those." "You don't have to, I just need your impressions." "On what?" "If you're going to ask me whether she should be locked up, I'll tell you no. I doubt your boss would want that either, considering his obsession." "He's not obsessed," Yagi said, lying to himself. Maybe it was something of one. Izuko Midoriya was his greatest failure. The one girl whose soul he failed to save, at least until now, and even then there was a long way to go. It's more about her fighting prowess. "I'm not an expert on martial ability, Toshinori-san." "She will participate in the sports festival," Yagi said. Dr. Mikima's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed. "It's not Dash." "You're showboating," Dr. Mikima said. "Or if not that, the faculty wants her to slip up." "It's not that," Yagi said quickly, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "It was on the recommendation of Sir Nightai. He said it could help her show that she can hold back." Dr. Mikima opened her mouth, then closed it again when she heard Sir Nightai's name. He could see the gears turning in her head. The implication. Precogs were not well liked in courts, but for something as minor as looking into whether someone will receive a positive or a negative response to their appearance in a publicly televised event. "I'm not sure crowds will be good for her, but if you are confident that the teachers can stop her, that's fine." "You think she's a danger?" "I think everyone is a danger," the woman said, her voice tense. "Even that man who sent you here isn't the most stable individual. I worry for the whole country when he inevitably retires." "I understand," Yagi said, nodding. "What is your professional opinion, then?" "On Izuko Midoriya, that is. The sports festival usually involves 1 or 2 competitions that test combat prowess. She has something many heroes struggle with," Dr. Mikima said, leaning into her chair. "It's like a drag addiction even. She enjoys fighting a bit too much. Rather than get tired, she gets more high-strung as she fights." "You've read the reports?" "All of them," Yagi said, nodding. She nodded back. "Incident 53-64, she said. She infiltrated a Yakuza underground fighting ring, though infiltrated might be a generous term. According to witness testimonies, she fought for 12 hours and 16 minutes and would have kept going if law enforcement hadn't arrived." "Let me rephrase my earlier statement," Yagi said. "You think letting her fight is dangerous?" "No," she said. "She needs an outlet. It's the circumstances I disagree with. Izuko Midoriya's entire career as a villain was to prove herself. To society, to All Might, to herself. Fighting in front of other people might cause her to slip. The question is when she will pull herself back." "Not if," Yagi asked. He was confident she would as well, but hearing it from the lips of someone else, it helped. He resisted the content smile that was threatening to slip onto his face. "She hates losing," Dr. Mikima explained. She won't do anything to jeopardize her standing intentionally, but she might miscalculate. Punch a bit too hard, aim at a too soft spot, her quirk starts at cremation and ends somewhere at returns all creation to ashes. So, a typical UA student learning how to use their powers responsibly? A teenager, Dr. Mikima said flatly. Yes. But she is the only one on probation. If you want to use this as a way to make her look good in front of people, make sure she doesn't fight someone who pushes her buttons. Yagi nodded. Lunch with Izuko was a strain on their relationship in its own right after the revelation that the League of Villains had an eye on them. The name was already extra, and certainly appropriate for the organization, though Izuko refused to call them that. She had a lot more colorful names, though. Some of them included expletives that would likely see her suspended from school if she ever said them out loud. Kyoka and Izuko had settled on calling them gross. The more she heard about Shigaraki, the more Kyoka was inclined to agree about how gross he was. The food was still fine, maybe slightly rough around the edges due to flames that no doubt did not come from the stove. It was the silence. Izuko did not speak as much as she did before. She did not crack jokes. Her thoughts were written on her face. It was when they finished up and made their way down to their respective classrooms that Kyoka found it in her to speak up. "You look like you're going to do something stupid," Kyoka said. It might have been blunt, but in the end that was the kind of language Izuko spoke. "I'm not," Izuko lied. Kyoka rolled her eyes, grabbing Izuko's shoulder. "I said I'm not." "When I went to Hawks," Kyoka said. "I told you, I wasn't sure if I should tell you. Now I'm still not sure I should have." "I would have been angry if you hadn't," Izuko said. Kyoka nodded. "And I'd be worried if you were risking your probation because of something like this. I think I wouldn't have minded you being angry if it stopped you from going to burn down the world. I'm not going to stand aside while someone I like is attacked again," Izuko said, her fists clenching at her side. "My mother had to leave the country. Already, I'm not going to let that beat take you too." "There's nothing to take," Kyoka said, trying to calm her down. "My parents are on tour right now. Hawks-san said I could stay at your place, right? That won't work forever, unless they're scared off they will keep coming like cockroaches dash." It was halfway back through the hallways, near the small space under the stairs, when Kyoka had had enough. Izuko's anger was understandable, but there was a point where it was just unsustainable. She was quite literally fuming on her way back to her classroom. Kyoka grabbed her by the wrist, pulling her along behind the staircase where no prying eyes could see them. Before Izuko could say anything, Kyoka pushed her against the wall. "If you do anything," Kyoka said, her voice pleading, "you'll go back to jail. No second chances." "I'm trying to protect you," Izuko said, her voice cracking. "And I'm protecting you." Kyoka slammed her hands against the wall on either side of Izuko's terminally hard head. "You've gotten too far to throw it away because of some beach with a blood ftish. Ah dash," Izuko said. It was less a word and more an approximation of one, coming out much like the noise of a boiling tea kettle. "I'm you dash." Izuko tried to push her away weakly, but Kyoka wouldn't let go so easily. She could apologize later, but right now they needed to have this conversation. Grabbing Izuko's hands, she pinned them against the wall as well. "Kyoka, if this is dash." Kyoka blinked. Their position wasn't something she had considered before. It was almost like Kyoka was trapping the fire princess between herself and the wall as the girl's face turned more and more red, to the point where it was her cheeks that were releasing smoke and sparks. Izuko was breathing heavily, not unlike that time on their date while they were dancing. It was so. Instinct took over. She leaned forward. Izuko's lips were soft, chapped. That wasn't how she had imagined their first kiss to go. It was scalding. The heat grew less and less intense as Izuko returned her affection. She tasted of smoke and not much else. Kyoka wasn't sure just how long they were leaning against each other. It was the bell that knocked them both back to reality. Kyoka let go of Izuko's wrists. Her grip had been loose before, but Izuko didn't seem to mind it. It was when the bell rang again that they realized they would be late for class, and it was when Izuko pushed past her with flames liking up and down her cheeks that Kyoka realized just what had happened. She went back to class with a red face and slightly burned lips. Present Mike said nothing as she came in and sat down. Mina, however, looked absolutely ecstatic. They had a free study PRD afterwards. This usually meant relaxing for a bit, but because of the exams that would follow the sports festival, people were a lot more serious about their studies. The path to becoming a hero was paved in many, many exams. Unfortunately, studying was not quite what was on Mina's mind when they sat down and went through their history notes. So, Mina said, smiling with her fists under her chin as she leaned against the table. You finally kissed, huh? Kyoka choked on the air, coughing as she slipped over the book with her text marker and drew halfway across the table. How did you dash? Mina looked way too pleased with herself. Kyoka had to work on her poker face if she wanted to hide things from the girl for longer than a month. Tsuyu, who had joined their small study group somehow, kept a neutral look on her face. It's a secret? Tsuyu asked, blinking. Kyoka frowned. It's very obvious. Who else knows? Kyoka asked, her voice tense. This was her fault. She shouldn't have, not that it was bad or anything, she enjoyed it greatly. Tsuyu put a finger to her chin, looking up in thought. I can only think of Ida who hasn't connected the dots. Yamamo looked doubtful when people talked about it. Ugh, Kyoka said, her forehead smashing against the top of the table. That what you do all evening? Mina asked. Kyoka jabbed her in the sides with her earphone jack. Mina howled, though the short burst of pain turned into heaps of laughter that caused her to hiccup. Kyoka's face, redder than Mina's own pink skin, was hidden underneath her hands. She didn't want people to know, Kyoka murmured into her hands, her muffled voice reaching the ears of her friends. Because of your reputation? Tsuyu asked, blunt as always. The frog-faced girl looked at her with a neutral face, but Kyoka could swear she saw a small grin twitching up the corner of her lips. She really likes you then? I'm a terrible person, Kyoka said, her forehead hitting the table again. I kissed her and now everyone knows because I came in looking like dash. Like you had a really good time, Mina said, nodding. Another stab into her side, and it became more and more obvious that the class was looking over to them. Present Mike is probably telling everyone about it in the teacher's LUOW. The next stab was a bit more forceful. Mina jumped up, dancing around the earphone jacks as they followed after her, laughing loudly. I think the cat is out of the bag anyway, Tsuyu said. You might as well be honest about it. It's complicated, Kyoka said. She wasn't sure how much she could share about the circumstances, especially with Hawks and Mirko warning her. Shigaraki and the gross people would likely not just leave her be, especially not Himiko Toga. I don't think it is, Tsuyu said, shrugging. But everyone has their own circumstances. I didn't take you to be someone to be embarrassed about liking girls. It's not that, Kyoka said, a bit too loud. She looked up and found herself the target of every single stare of her classmates. What? Some looked away, embarrassed about being called out. Ida looked irritated at the volume, but held himself back. Momo looked very red in the face. I suppose that explains some things, Todoroki said. Kyoka glared at him. How embarrassing, seduced by a villain. At least I wasn't fathered by one, Kyoka said. Todoroki's eyes widened before narrowing into a glare as he stood fast enough to knock his chair over. Kirishima, his study partner, quickly got between them. I don't get why this class needs to share every secret like we're a messed up family, but here's mine. I like Izuko, and if anyone here has a problem with it, take it up with me. I'm here and I'm more than willing to kick your butts. Her shout was followed by silence, which made it too obvious just how heavy she was breathing. Her flushed face was sweating slightly, and her shoulders were rising and sagging as she clenched and unclenched her fists. Mina had stopped laughing. What seemed like a crush had turned into a much more serious relationship in her eyes, no doubt. Kyoka took her bag and left the room. She had to cool down. Mirko hated these meetings. They were stuffy, dry, and practically a formality in the first place. That was not to say she could not be formal, of course. The nice suit she was wearing was one of her best. The shirt, however, scratched at her neck, and the room temperature was slightly higher than she was comfortable with. Every 2 weeks, she had to deliver a report to the court, represented by some meaningless idiot, on the behavior of Izuko Midoriya. She was, after all, still on probation. They would not let her forget that for a solid 3 more years. It was the same room as the last few times, good lighting, an old wooden table, a nice little spot in the middle of the city, but one of the faces was different. The older man, Norio or something, was someone she knew. It was the younger man, Takashi, who looked like someone who would cause trouble. The beginning was the usual formality. Greeting each other like they were friends, and then talking about any significant events. On the table were various documents, including one copy of her own reports of the past meetings, as well as the reports of UA's faculty and staff. Mirko crossed her arms under her chest, staring at the untouched papers. Rather than talk about what was in this report, Takashi had pulled out a small stack of papers from his bag and pushed it over the table to her. She looked it over for a moment, then dropped it on the table again. The tension in the room grew. "So, what's this?" Mirko asked. She could see what it was, but making him say it might make him realize how stupid it was. "A recommendation for your charge to be taken into custody," Takashi said, smiling. One of her ears twitched, followed by her eyebrow being raised. "This recommendation would require my signature, correct?" Mirko asked. Takashi nodded. "We've been informed that she has used her quirk in public. Due to this, there's a severe breach of her probation conditions." Informed, Mirko said, "I understand you keep an eye on her since the collar was removed, so please don't play coy. You're spying on a teenager." "For public safety," Takashi said. "You should know more than anyone," she could snap. "I'm fairly certain her court-appointed shrink told you she's fine." "A shrink?" Takashi asked, mouthing the word like a vulgarity. "Ma'am, violations of the probation dash." "I'll tell you the same thing that I said last month," Mirko said, her voice tight. She lifted her hand up to her collar, loosening the shirt at her neck to the point that one of the buttons snapped off. All sense of professionality had left the atmosphere. "She has, as my reports have told you time after time again, shown nothing but exemplar behavior. You'll find teenagers with more of a rebellious streak walking down the streets of Shibuya." "Of course, ma'am," Takashi said. "However, you do understand that unlicensed quirk use is dash. The equivalent to jaywalking, and less even than that for people with a special exemption, like Midoriya. Did you read my report from 2 weeks ago? There's a lot of red tape involved, you know that dash." "Is that an apology for having read it?" Mirko asked, her glare intense enough to cause the man to fall back into his chair. "Or for not reading it?" Bureaucrats were very similar to villains in that way. They did not like when people stood up to them. Page 3, paragraph 5, Mirko continued. Her glare did not let up, and the man swallowed as he scrambled to open the file in front of him, opening it up to the latest report. "I'll do you a favor and just read it for you. Her quirk exhibits clear reflexive and autonomous reactions to external stimuli much like a mutation quirk." Mirko didn't like browbeating people with big words and technical explanations. She much preferred hitting people until they did what they were supposed to, but unfortunately that wasn't an option here. The collar amounted to torture of a minor, villain on probation or not. There is a very clear distinction between offensive emitter use and normal, natural reactions. She huffed. "Next you're gonna tell me that I should have been written every time my ears twitched when I was a kid." To match that statement, the tip of her ear flicked derisively. "Takashi," the older man spoke up, his voice low. "We, too, are bound to the letter of the law. If the judge ordered you to take these reports and read them, you have to do so." Takashi opened his mouth, ready to retort. Mirko already knew he was just the scapegoat in this situation. Neither of the men had cared about any of the report. As the junior, Takashi was going to be the one who had to bite the bullet. "Of course," Takashi said after a moment of silence. He bowed deep over the table. "I apologize, ma'am." The older man stood up, putting his hand on Takashi's head and pushing it further down until it hit the table with a thud. "We will bring your recommendation to the judge and prosecution. Thank you for your time, Mirko." Mirko's face scrunched up in disdain before she stood up and left. She hated these meetings. Somehow, Izuko knew that it was going to be one of those days. It began with a heavy summer shower on the way to school, which wasn't the worst thing considering her body heat dried her off before she made it to her classroom. She would curse the weather report for not warning her of rain. Next was the whispers of her classmates, mentioning her name in the same breath as Kyoka's. She knew, of course, that they wouldn't be able to keep it a secret forever, especially not considering the kiss. Izuko tried her hardest to stay calm. She failed when someone used the word disgusting to describe someone who would dare to date a villain. Izuko stood up with a force that sent her table forward and the class scrambling outwards from her seat. Glaring at the girl who was talking to her friend, she held the stare long enough for the girl to flinch at the mere flaring of her nostrils, and then turned, walking out of the class. Midnight stopped for a moment as she came down the hallway, blinking. "Class begins in a minute," Midnight said. Izuko clenched her fists and turned around, her face softening. "That if you need a moment, please go to the nurse's office." Izuko nodded, homing in on the stairs down to Recovery Girl's office. That was when the hat trick finally reared its head. She had walked down the stairs and towards the end of it where the nurse's office was before opening the door. Only, she found herself face to face not with the small old woman running the place but instead with the hulking form of the man whom she had been avoiding for months. To be completely fair, he looked just as surprised as she was. Izuko's lips flapped noiselessly. "Hello, young Midoriya." His voice was soft, much like it had been back then, like he was speaking to a young child that was hurt, soothing a skittish animal so that he did not upset it more. She hated how much that helped her to find her voice again. Rather than wait for her response, however, he moved aside, letting her step in. Then, when he moved to leave, it was her that stopped him. "Wait." She would forever deny that she pleaded with him, but her voice was enough to make the symbol of peace stumble all the same. He turned around with a soft smile. "Let's talk," Izuko said. He nodded, walking back into the office. Recovery Girl was there, of course, sitting at her desk and sorting through files as if nothing was going on around her. Despite her focus, she raised one hand and pointed at some tea that she had prepared earlier. They sat down at a small table in the corner of the sterile room. The table was sized for Recovery Girl, which meant it was a bit small even for Izuko, and made All Might's squat sit look almost comical. "It has been months, hasn't it? Almost a year, even." All Might's voice was still low, reminiscing. "Yeah," Izuko said, nodding. "Though you were busy during that time, what's with all the interviews and speeches about me anyway? Not that they did much good, did they?" All Might asked. Izuko blinked. "Well, I'm not behind bars," Izuko said, laughing softly. "I can take the whispers and the stares." "You should not have to," All Might said. "People shouldn't be afraid of you. It should not be fine." "I can't change what other people feel," Izuko said, her voice rising slightly as she thought of her classmates. "Neither can you. People are stupid." "I'm sorry," All Might said. The apology didn't sting as much as it did back when they'd faced each other at the end of her villain career. It came from a different place, and for some reason it didn't hit her as hard. "I've failed you at every step." "The reason I've been avoiding you," Izuko said, scratching her cheek. "It's not because I hate you or anything. It's just, whenever I see you I feel so ashamed. I feel like a disappointment." "You're not a disappointment," All Might said, his shoulders straightening. "And you have nothing to be ashamed about. All of this, is the consequence of my own callous words. You will never get anywhere if you keep pushing blame on yourselves," Recovery Girl said. The old woman was, not quite glaring, but certainly judging them. All Might laughed, though stopped when he realized she was being serious. "I'm trying to work here." "Sorry," Izuko said, nodding. She turned back to All Might. "People are talking about me and Kyoka. It makes me angry. I needed to cool off." "I've heard," All Might said, nodding at her with a bright smile. "Congratulations." Izuko flushed slightly. Is that something teachers should congratulate people for? "Having someone to rely on is an excellent feeling," All Might said, nodding. "Even if it's not romantic, a good partner will see you rise to new heights. I imagine you've already chosen her as your partner for the festival." "I have," Izuko said, crossing her arms. "Not that I wanted to participate." "Yes, it's not something I've had a chance to discuss with you, All Might said, nodding as he leaned into the chair. It creaked loudly. It is a very public event, and you have not been a very public person since our second meeting. The media might be hyenas, but even they would not mess around with UA and other pro heroes. I've lived in their shadows for too long and become an enigma, Izuko surmised. All Might nodded. I think I understand your reasoning. I don't really want to participate, but it's a way to show that I'm different from how I was. She would disagree, of course. She was still exactly the same. The only thing that had changed was the addition of a solid support network and a lovely girlfriend. Yes, it's not the best way, and I regret that this was done without your consent, All Might said, nodding. Which does remind me, Midnight would have talked with you about it. You have aced the mock exams, which means you're top of the first years. Congratulations. His smile grew. And that, young Midoriya, is something that I am supposed to congratulate you for. Thank you, Heir. Izuko blinked. What does that have to do with the sports festival? Traditionally, the person with the highest test scores gives the introduction speech and the sportsman's oath, All Might said. Izuko frowned. I know you wouldn't want that, but I thought I'd mention it. Yeah, well, depends, Izuko said, crossing her arms. Who would hold the speech if I didn't? Shuto Todoroki, All Might said. Izuko thought. She smiled. Kyoka Jirou was not nervous. Who would be nervous to move in with two pro heroes and their girlfriend? Certainly not her. That was why she absolutely wasn't twirling her earphone jacks around her finger and looking into every direction that wasn't Izuko's. It just felt different. It wasn't home, but until her parents came back or Himiko Toga was apprehended, it was the place she would go to after school. It was the place she would sleep in and eat breakfast with Izuko. The thought alone was enough to paint her face red. She was glad that her quirk wasn't quite as expressive as Izuko's, or she would likely burn down the breakfast table by itself. The men who had helped her pack up all her stuff and bring it here left them with a bunch of boxes in the hallway, and her room was in the free guest room next to Izuko's. Welcome, Izuko said, spreading her arms. You're all too familiar with this place now, but there's special rules for residents. I have noise-canceling earphones to stop the noises at night. Just come to me if you need them. Noises? Kyoka asked, blinking. Don't ask, Izuko said, shuddering at some repressed memory. Besides that, don't touch the alcohol in the fridge even if they ask if you want a drink. They will let you, and they're terrible drunks. Sounds reasonable, Kyoka said, her voice flat. This feels more like a sleepover than a protection detail. Well, there's that, but we have an emergency phone in a cupboard in the bathroom in case something happens and nobody else is home. It will automatically contact whomever is closer, Hawks of Mirko. Right? Kyoka said. And the panic room in case of a nuclear fallout? She joked. Basement, Izuko said, her voice entirely serious. With enough food to keep you going for about 2 years. I recommend you don't lock yourself in, it would be a pain to get you out. Kyoka frowned, tilting her head at Izuko and looking her in the eye. They held the stares for a solid minute before Izuko broke into giggles. Kyoka joined her, nearly stumbling over one of the boxes. Izuko caught her quickly, leaning against the wall to break the fall. Kyoka's arms wrapped around her. Izuko was warm. Warmer than usual. After another minute of embracing, Izuko spoke up. Can you do me a favor? Izuko asked. Kyoka nodded silently. It's kind of embarrassing. You do know that I'd never make fun of you, right? Kyoka asked. Izuko nodded back, but still took a moment to speak up again. That thing, Izuko said, her voice small. She was biting her lip and looked away before continuing. That thing from last time, can you do it again? Kyoka thought for a moment, trying to figure out what she meant. It took her way longer than it should have, especially with how they were standing, but rather than end up embarrassed and rigid, she decided to go for it. Taking Izuko's wrists and pushing them up against the wall, she leaned down to kiss her. It was a lot more comfortable this time. A lot less scalding. A lot more warm. Their peace couldn't be kept, however, as the door swung wide open all of the sudden. Mirko came around the corner wearing a suit with a half-open shirt showing off way too much cleavage. She took one look at the two, raised an eyebrow and then walked up the stairs to her own room after giving them a thumbs up. Izuko and Kyoka collapsed against the wall, wallowing in the feeling of embarrassment. It was strange, Izuko noted, wearing a costume again. They were allowed to wear them because the first challenge involved heavy quirk usage that required the bonuses that a good costume could give. All the students from non-heroics courses were allowed to get one as well. Kyoka stood there in her jacket and dress, with boots and wristbands that had speakers on them. It looked good on her, though with her usual haircut it looked much closer to a leisure outfit than a proper costume. Izuko ended up straightening and tying up her hair. She regretted it when she looked in the mirror, but it was too late to find another solution. The Fire Princess stepped into the arena with the rest of the students. She did so in the middle of the crowd, next to her partner, and she did not look up. And yet, as the classes were being introduced, she could see that people were disquieted by her appearance. They had not been told that she would be here, of course. The crowd was as surprised as the crew of news reporters and cameramen. Izuko looked around for a familiar face draped in crimson-red wings. Hawks stood there in the crowd, smiling at them. Mirko couldn't be here, but that was fine, she would be hearing about the results on her patrol anyway. Izuko's back straightened. She could feel the stares of the people. The costume that they had prepared for her was not quite the same old blue kimono which she had used as the Fire Princess. It reminded her more of a GI, though with a lot more fire resistance than the usual UA uniforms. It came in a purple that was suspiciously similar to Kyoka's hair color, and that would have given her a reason to feel embarrassed, but right now she was much more worried about what she wanted to say. She felt very small at the microphone. Fortunately, nobody said a word. They told me, Izuko said, hating herself as she stumbled over her words, that I should hold a short speech and give an oath of sportsmanship. I'm not good with speeches, so we can skip that, I think. That actually got a few chuckles from the younger people in the crowd. Someone shouted, "I'll allow it," from the crowd and sent more laughs through it. She took a deep breath. I pledge, Izuko said, finding her pillar in Kyoka's smile. To uphold the values of UA High for a fair competition, respecting and abiding the rules that govern it, in the spirit of sportsmanship and equality among the competitors. The sound echoed for a moment longer, and she swallowed, stepping down the stairs towards Kyoka again. Hawks began clapping, and the crowd joined in, if not for her then for the competition itself. Izuko buried her face in her hands and told herself she would wait it out. Kyoka put an arm around her shoulders. A wonderful pledge, Present Mike said from his spot in the announcer box. Welcome, dearest people. We have gathered here together for the Union of Competition and Heroics. The annual sports festival. Present Mike here speaking with my second chair, Eraserhead. First year festival, Aizawa corrected. I'd appreciate it if you had fewer theatrics and more facts. Fair enough. Present Mike continued without any shame. There will be 3 competitions today, 2 of them to decide placement in the third, which will be a single elimination tournament. Izuku frowned. That certainly wasn't what they did last year. I will hand it over to Midnight on the ground to tell us what the first task will be. Thank you, Present Mike, Midnight said, appearing on a stage in the middle of the arena with a large screen growing out of the ground. The first competition will be out of the arena, but don't worry, we have plenty of cameras. Midnight announced, pointing at a bunch of buses. We have prepared an appropriate environment for the first challenge. She pointed at the large screen behind her. The letters appeared one by one. Izuku blinked. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. The teams will be competing in a hostage rescue operation. Midnight announced to the cheers of the crowd. Todoroki and Ito were nodding at each other. You have 30 minutes to rescue as many people from buildings as you can. Points for the next round will be split up based on your success. Your opponents will be robots. Izuko could hear some people in the crowd of students groan. Hero students, specifically. She could see Mina and Momo, the former waving at her. Kirishima and Setsuna Tokage from Class 1B grinned at each other. Shinso and Mei Hatsum were paired up, the former seemed to have hit off during the joint training, and the latter were looking ecstatic at showing off. Izuko could also see the utterly gleeful face of Minoma, who had paired up with Tetsu. This was going to be a fun task. What's the plan? Kyoka asked. Izuko measured up the rest of the competition as well as the stage. A district-like garden of buildings, built with the help of quirks, no doubt. Half of them looked intentionally fragile, and the other half largely empty except for the presence of some noise inside made by dolls that were playing the hostages. They were also set at different entrances of the area, which meant that the buildings right next to them were free pickings. I'll handle any hostiles, Izuko said. Until we meet them, we can clear the first buildings. Can you hear it? Yes, Kyoka said, pushing her earphone jack into the ground. The dolls are equipped with speakers. I can track them. Izuko smiled. Then our plan will work until we need to get closer to the middle. Let me explain the rules really quick, Midnight said, her voice echoing from a blimp above them. It projected her face on screens at its side. Any hostage hurt by your actions subtracts points. Child hostages are worth twice the points. You have to bring them to the marked extraction points, white squares on the edges of the crisis zone. Besides that, there are no rules. Good luck. A countdown began at 15 seconds. Ready? Izuko asked. They settled next to the entrance, waiting for the signal. Kyoka nodded, raising her fist towards Izuko. Ready, Kyoka said as Izuko bumped fists with her. The signal came with a loud screech. Izuko tried not to grin, but it was too much DMN fun. They had already saved the first 5 hostages easily, set up at the outer rims of the area. Extraction, 6 points. Not a bad score for the first 3 minutes, she imagined. Then they had to dig a bit deeper to find the dolls. 12 minutes in, they had tripled their score. The way to the extraction point became longer and longer, and in between the rescuing they were avoiding meeting other people as well as the robots. Kyoka's quirk was amazing for reconnaissance. But no plan survives contact with the enemy, and right now the enemy was in front of her and blocking her girlfriend's way. She flew forward using the flames to push herself. Her knee bashed into the face of one of the more humanoid robots, before landing and spinning her body around and swinging her leg around to send fire into every direction. Kyoka was still holding onto the child-shaped hostage doll, though it was clear she wasn't going to sprint around with it. Children were surprisingly heavy. Izuko had to clear the way for her. The blue flames parted and melted robots in Kyoka's way. Kyoka gave her a nod and ran forward. It was then the alarm rang. 15 minutes into the 30-minute challenge, and massive robots with the number 0 painted on them were released into the area. Hostages would die in the buildings, crushed under debris. They were not there to fight, but to destroy. How exciting! Izuko! Kyoka shouted. I'll get the hostage to the extraction point, keep my way clear. Yes! Izuko shouted. She lowered her stance, her fingers touching the ground before she spun. Flames shot out under her and sent her flying upwards. As you command. The level 0 tried to swat her out of the air but ended up merely melting its own arm off. She was untouchable. She was powerful. She was fierce. For one moment, she was not Izuko Midoriya. She was the Fire Princess. And under her was the kingdom that she would inherit through flames. Fire exploded outward, creating a blue sphere around her as she melted the robot down to nothing but its base metals. One of the buildings ended up singed, but she kept the range focused. It would not do well to hurt the hostage dolls herself. A pillar of ice, cold enough to resist her flames until it touched her feet, interrupted her concentration. The sphere vanished into nothing, and Izuko began to fall. She grabbed the ice and spun around it on her way down, glaring at the obvious troublemaker. Ida was much faster at getting hostages out, which left Todoroki as the fighter, and there were no rules that said they couldn't interfere with each other. Not yet, she said. She was too far away from him to hear it, of course, but she imagined he could tell what she wanted to say. She kicked off the pillar, more flames flickering around her as she aimed at the sky above Kyoka. Before she could help out, Kyoka herself jumped up and kicked the robot into the curb, allowing her to reach the extraction point. Plus 2 points. Izuko came crashing down and broke her fall before landing. There were still 10 minutes left. The leaderboards were hidden, but she knew that they were not in the lead. That didn't matter. She didn't want to win anyway, she wanted to show off. Izuko loved to show off. Todoroki once again came between them and the buildings, this time close enough for Izuko to feel the cold of his quirk encroaching when he activated it. She challenged it with a heat that caused a massive burst wind between them. She really wanted to fight. She could hear the distant cheers in the arena. People screamed when they were happy. They also screamed when they were afraid. Izuko didn't know much about happiness, but she knew a lot about fear. So when the crowd roared like tinder beneath a match, their voices hot and sharp against her ears, she forgot where she was. Forgot why she was. Lost it all beneath the drum-taut tension of her skin and the little thing inside her that said make them scream louder. She could reach that heaven through violence. Kyoka's hand on her wrist felt not like a chain, but like a thin thread that would rip if she pulled away. Izuko vented. Blue flames liked the air from the tip of her tongue and vanished into nothing. This is the extraction point, she warned. If you cause damages here, you'll lose points. Todoroki had the exact same look on his face that Dabi had back then. The kind of look that shouted, I don't care. It was the voice of Ida, calling out to him, that stopped the escalation much like Kyoka's hand did. We'll fight, Todoroki said. Izuko nodded. The results were about as expected. Though, she had not thought they would be able to tie with Ida and Todoroki. It looked like Todoroki's refusal to use his fire half made him slower the longer the task went on, and Ida himself could not find as many hostages as Kyoka could. The crowd's cheers and screams were still in her. Tension left her body as Kyoka walked her back to the bus. Stepping off the bus felt strange. The crowd was no longer sitting in stunned silence but was cheering instead. Perhaps it was not for her specifically, but they were cheering all the same. The screens around the arena showed some playbacks of the first task. She saw the unedited footage of herself fighting robots. She saw Kirishima and his partner Setsuna tag team another team and steal their hostage. Hell, she saw Todoroki and her standoff at the end. Most notably, she saw the interesting sight of Mei and Shinso in a powered suit rushing through robots with multiple hostages in tow. To protect her eyes from the wind, the support course girl wore thick orange lenses. Kyoka and Izuko stood next to each other as they waited with the rest of the crowd for the next task. They'd gotten 12 points, which didn't sound like a lot at first until one saw the rest of the results. 12 for Ida and Todoroki as well. 7 for Kirishima and Setsuna. Then it was downhill from there. The second task will be done right here in this arena. Midnight said. We'll be playing Capture the Flag. Each pair has to find themselves another pair, so it's 4 to tango. How I miss my college day dash. Her microphone cut out. The display rose up once more to repeat her words in bold letters. Then the image began to shift, showing off a list of the points. Let me explain, Midnight said, glaring up at the announcer box where Aizawa was grinning down from. The images continued to shift. The points split up into small flags. You will receive 1 flag for each point you earned during the first task. The flags were not small. They were poles with UA logoed flags attached to them. Everything's fair in love and war, Midnight finished up. And the group with the most flags at the end wins. Any group with no flags is eliminated. Do you have what it takes? We'll take a quick 30-minute break and be right back. The cameras were turned off. Advertisements, great. Izuko sighed, watching as the groups formed rapidly. Todoroki was glaring in her direction, leaving Ida to make a deal with Momo and Mina. Before Izuko and Kyoka could even start to talk, Kirishima appeared next to them. Setsuna Tokage, his partner, was leaning one arm over his shoulder. She was dressed in a very lizard-like and skin-tight suit that seemed to fall apart whenever she used her quirk. Want to team up? Kirishima asked. Izuko blinked, looking at Kyoka. After a second, her girlfriend nodded. Welcome aboard. I'm Kyoka Dash. Kyoka Gyre, the firebender, Setsuna said. Izuko frowned. Really, there's not many people who don't know about you now. Firebender? Kyoka asked, raising an eyebrow. My quirk's Dash. Kyoka, Izuko said, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Kyoka didn't take many words to have it explained to her. Instead, her face went beet red and she just shrunk into herself, pushing her hands over her ears as she squatted down. "Oh no," Kyoka murmured. "How am I gonna face my parents?" Anyway," Izuko said, turning to Kirishima and Setsuna. "I guess we should come up with a strategy after getting all the flags set up, right?" "Sounds good," Setsuna said. Her body split up into pieces and began carrying multiple of the flags while Izuko and Kyoka took 2 each. Kirishima managed 4, keeping a tight grip on them with his hardening quirk doing most of the heavy lifting. Eventually they were settled. It was time to talk. "This isn't just about having the most points," Izuko explained. "The more people go into the finals, the more fights we will have to do in the tournament. The more fights we do, the more tired we get, the more prone we are to mistakes. Counting the students, out of 12 groups, I think we should aim to eliminate 8. 8? Kirishima asked, his voice slightly high-pitched. "That's kinda excessive, right?" "Not us alone," Izuko said, shrugging. "It's divide and conquer. That said, Todoroki has a vendetta, so he might come after me and ignore the flags. I think it's more likely that he wants to wait for the tournament, so he might rein himself in. The weakest teams are the one with the non-heroic students." "Like you?" Setsuna asked, grinning. Izuko grinned back. "Isn't the tournament gonna be easier if we try to eliminate the stronger teams instead?" "If you want to fight Todoroki, feel free," Izuko said. Kyoka sighed, clearly not looking forward to the clash. "We could also play full defense. It's an uneven game. Some quirks can protect all flags by themselves. The purpose is to test us so we can show off. Doing that will just hurt your prospects for an internship." "Unlike yours," Setsuna said. Izuko scratched the back of her neck. "That joke stopped being funny, to be honest with you," Izuko said. Setsuna's grin did not slip off her face. "That said, I think we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You're going to do everything alone and have us stand back and protect the flags," Kyoka summarized. Izuko opened her mouth, then closed again, then narrowed her eyes. "It's too obvious. I have an actual plan." "Oh yeah?" Kirishima asked, leaning in. "What is it?" "All's fair in love and war, right?" Izuko said, raising her hand to one of the flag poles. Her flames ate into the metal slightly. "It's about owning the flags. She never said that we had to steal them to make other teams lose." "Geez," Kirishima said, crossing his arms. "Remind me to never piss you off." Izuko's smile was brighter than the sun. Dabi was not someone who would leave a debt unpaid. There were 3 of them, and each one earned his ire one way or another. The first debt was the one carved onto his body. His father's abuse, his attempts to create the perfect heir, and the immediate dismissal the second that Todoroki showed the traits that he wanted from his ideal child. The second debt was one carved onto his mind. All for one could have given her any quirk out of his ridiculous repertoire. During his time at the League, he even heard whispers of his ability to clone quirks. Even still, at first, losing his quirk felt like freedom from the burdens of his father's fame. But then the emptiness destroyed him. And then there was her. Izuko Midoriya. His hand twitched just thinking about her. The wound she had carved into his chest still itched whenever he breathed. A girl so desperate to win that she would kill them both before she yielded. If only she was a few years older. Today his destination was a mansion in a part of Tokyo that really didn't look like. It should still have a traditional Japanese home. It reminded him of his own home, but he knew what truly lay inside. The gate at the front was guarded, though only lightly, as to not our suspicion. He raised his arms and let them check him over, walking in once they waved him through. It was at the door to the mansion that he was greeted with another unfriendly face. "You brought it?" the man asked. He was bald, wearing a mask with a childish pattern of a teddy bear smile, and a glare that looked like it could kill. Considering the state Dabi was left in, that might even be true. Dabi raised the small suitcase he brought with him and shook it, creating a small sound like marbles rolling around. The man nodded, taking it off him to check the contents on a table while Dabi stood by at the door. "I'm you," the man introduced himself. "And if you try something stupid, I will kill you." Dabi would usually challenge him to try, but he had more important things at hand. Shrugging, he walked in and followed the man down a hallway, the suitcase left behind on the table. They ended up walking almost towards the back end of the mansion. Empty halls with ripped-off paintings. You took a deep breath before opening the door to the last room at the end of the hallway to reveal Dabi's target for today. She was small. No, not small. Too young. It irritated a part of him that Shigaraki would have loved to snuff out, no doubt. A girl like this surrounded by grizzled men with too much blood on their hands. In spite of that, she looked quite happy, sitting on a big comfortable chair. Next to her were plates of sweets and bottles of chocolate milk. Behind her and around here were plush animals and dolls. She wore a white dress with fresh food stains, like she'd been eating before he came in. Dabi had the feeling if he brought that up, he would not walk out alive. She turned to him with striking red eyes, and a horn as long as her own face pointed upwards like a challenge to the heavens. The ashen hair bounced up and down as she greeted him with a very formal, "Hi." "He brought payment, you said?" The girl nodded. "His case is special, he's not here for the scars." Dabi blinked. She hadn't shown any reactions to them, but considering the job she was doing here it was likely that she had healed many injured people before. "My quirk," Dabi said. "A man took it from me. I believe you can bring it back." The girl frowned, waving her arm to beckon him closer. She pointed at a pillow on the ground, allowing him to sit. He would have rather stayed standing, but he wasn't sure if that was proper for the kind of audience. Sitting down on the uncomfortable softness, he looked up and waited for her to continue. "Can you explain?" she asked. Dabi blinked. She reminded him of his sister. Innocent, young, unambitious but always willing to lend an ear. How the F did a 7-year-old girl become a mafia princess? He shook his head, shrugging. "The guy who took it, he pulls it out of you and can put it into someone else. I'm not good with the science stuff, quirk factors. If it's physical," you spoke up, drawing their attention, "it should work." Eri nodded. She beckoned Dabi closer, and he obliged. In the end, in the middle of that weird throne room, between piles of sweets and plush figures, he was left kneeling and at the mercy of a girl with a godlike power. Her horn began to glow as she slowly moved her hand towards him. He could feel it the second she touched him. Something was pushed into him, a strange energy that came from the horn. He could see it physically shrink, so little that if he were not face to face with her he would not have noticed. Her arm, too, was covered with scars. Perhaps that was why she did not flinch. After minutes he noticed a small change. Something in him ignited. Then, his piercing began to fall out one by one, in the reverse order in which he had stabbed them into his skin. First were the ones between his lips and his chin, then came the ones around his mouth and all the way up to his cheekbones. But the flame, it was not bright enough yet. "More." The girl blinked, her red eyes narrowing at him as she raised her other hand. "More." His voice was almost pleading. Kneeling here, looking up at the face of a childlike devil, he leaned into her hands and uttered not a demand, but a prayer. The energy coursed through him and he could feel his scars shrink away. The fire became brighter. Blue sparks exploded off his fingers, which he kept off to the side to prevent her from seeing them. His black hair, dyed so long ago he couldn't even remember, was flaking away in a wave of something indescribable. It was like he could taste time on his lips, and when she let go of him, blue flames roared off his back and died out again. He could feel it in him again. Gone, but not forgotten. Lost and now regained. Eri sighed, a bead of sweat on her forehead. The horn was now half its size, and he, too, had changed. The hair was red again, like that BSDRD's. His scars, they were gone, to the point that he could no longer recognize himself in the mirror if it wasn't for his eyes. "Did it work?" Eri asked. Dabi looked around, making sure none of the men was going to jump him before taking a step back. He raised his hand and snapped, creating a small blue flame which danced from fingertip to fingertip. It burned, the lack of scars and dead nerves would be hell to pay, but his quirk was back. "Yes," Dabi said, his voice less raw than happy. "Thank you." Eri smiled, then promptly fell asleep in her chair. "Is certain?" All Might asked. "Absolutely positive," Sir Night-Eye said. His voice was cracking through the phone. He was in a car, driving through a tunnel from the sound of it. I confirmed the hospital records myself, and from there it was just asking my contacts at the local news station to get a look. There were recordings. I suppose I can't blame him, All Might said. Fleeing the hospital wasn't a surprise, though his lack of a quirk makes him less of a threat. These files, they weren't just records, correct? Physical recordings, media of various kinds. Images and videos, some perhaps 2 XPLCT for the afternoon news show, Sir Night Eye counted off clinically. The worst of the bunch wasn't even bloody. It was just 15 minutes of crying and screaming. All Might took a deep breath. His muscles shook. He would reach his limit soon. He shouldn't ruin the day that the students had worked so hard towards by stampeding through downtown Tokyo and grabbing Endeavor by the throat. I don't know what to say. Are you not angry? Sir Night Eye said. I understand that he's not a friend, but he's at least a coworker you've spent years with. If you feel the recordings are, perhaps not entirely painting the full picture, I can send you copies. No, I am angry, All Might said. His voice was as tight as the knot in his chest. He knew, of course, that Endeavor's ambitions went too far, but the extent of his family's circumstances were not something he could confirm by himself. Now, this wasn't even a matter of the courts. It was a matter of public perception. In fact, I believe I am as angry about this as I can be. I am also quite irritated, because it sounds like unless the media had gotten wind of it first, this would have been swept under the rug. Of course it would have been, Sir Night Eye said, sighing. For once these hyenas are useful, no prosecutor would charge him for this considering the work he does, but now he has lost face. If he doesn't retire, he'll likely move to a place as far as possible and rebrand. All Might heard a giggle in the background, followed by a loud yelp of fear. No pun intended, Sir Night Eye said after a moment, growling out each word. They're not blowing the whistle until after the festival. If you want to interfere, now would be the time. No, All Might said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I don't think I will. The line rustled. Sir Night Eye likely nodded. This will be a mess. Yes, but I believe it's a necessary one, All Might said. For once, why should we put the needs of the abuser and his enablers above the needs of those 4 children and their mother? All right, Sir Night Eye said. We will talk again. I will organize a protection detail for his family. It might be better to see what will happen before making any moves, but there is no harm in playing it safe. Yes, All Might said, reading over the file. Just another thing on a long list of failures that he had propped up as the symbol of peace. Thank you, Night Eye. Have you had any leads on the League yet? No, Sir Night Eye said. I have found some other things. But until I can confirm that information, it's useless to speculate. All Might nodded. He knew that habit. The 100% certainty principle that the other man lived by. He wouldn't even go on a date unless he knew it was going to go well. It was a sign of unconditional trust between them that All Might never pushed. He had never been disappointed by the man after all. Then we will talk later. Thank you, Night Eye, again. Not for this, Sir Night Eye said. Never for this, All Might. Hawks knew that the way he spoke set off a lot of people. It was in large part intentional, but in some ways he didn't know the right social cues. Sometimes he just didn't care to pay attention. Mirko had once summarized it simply as bird-brain sarcasm. He sounded cheerful to the point that people couldn't believe him to be genuine. But when Hawks had said that Izuko was ridiculously good at what she was doing, he hadn't been lying. She was like a force of nature, like some ridiculous comic protagonist whose ability was to improvise, adapt, and overcome any adversary. All that was missing was some red glinting eyes. Age did not make a master. Yes, size and muscles made a difference, but technique could be lived and breathed regardless of your own constitution. Quirks were the great equalizer in that regard. So where does all that go in such a small girl? She moved with a certainty that made pro-heroes look greener than her hair. She had a flashy and destructive quirk that had to be held back to avoid collateral damage. Once, one of his many teachers for heroics had told him why heroes had to be much stronger than the villains they faced. His reasoning, and one he would still put forward to anyone who would ask the same of him, was that holding back against your enemy was always harder than ending their life. It stood to reason that someone with a quirk that made killing so easy would learn a valuable lesson like that on the path of destruction. A task meant to show off those with destructive quirks, Endeavor said, frowning. And letting the small fries ride on the coattails of those greater than them. Is that what you see? Hawks asked. Endeavor's eyes shifted, though his face did not turn. Hawks met the glare with a grin. I suppose that's one way to look at it. The festival is a thing to show off after all, but I think you're selling the others short. One of Izuko's teammates, Setsuna Tokage, was holding some of their flags in the air using her quirk. The boy, Kirishima, was shielding the others, while Kyoka was using her quirk to guide Izuko to flags that were hidden underground by some other teams. Wasted potential all around, Endeavor murmured. Someone who has no future in our industry shouldn't be trying so hard. Funny, Hawks said. It almost sounds like you're disappointed she won't be a hero. Endeavor made a non-committal grunt. Hawks could guess. In the end, Endeavor was very much a traditionalist when it came to quirk eugenics. Quirks were not new expressions but refined old quirks. If Izuko Midoriya was a hero and succeeded using the quirk that his own son could not use properly, it would be Endeavor's victory. It was when Izuko's blue flames reflected in Endeavor's eyes that they shone with something more than just cloudy anger and disdainful judgment. Hawks felt irritation rise in his chest, but did not allow it to show. You trained her. Endeavor's voice was not judging, but it was, as usual, quite rough. Hawks pursed his lips. If not you, that girlfriend of yours. She trained herself, Hawks said, crossing his arms. The crowd around them was listening in, but most of them were too distracted by the spectacle on the ground to really pay attention. Mirko just helped her release some pent-up stress. Endeavor's chest puffed up slightly, and Hawks could feel the heat radiating off his quirk-made mask. She's dangerous, and yet you're protecting her from justice. I'm doing my appointed duty as a probation officer and guardian, Hawks said, smiling softly. Izuko's hand lit up and ripped through 5 flags of another team, knocking them to 0. I suppose I've become something of a parent too. We protect our families after all. Hawks knew that was a low blow. Mirko always said that he was too fond of Endeavor, but that was not true. He was fond of the hero that had inspired him. The man who was glaring at him with a force that caused people around them to scramble away was not quite that hero. Whether it was Endeavor who'd grown jaded in the intervening years, or Hawks himself, the bird-themed hero cared little. He loved Endeavor. It was the ideal that he held in his heart. Nothing would change that. Perhaps she will have some use, Endeavor said, grinding his teeth as he glared down at his son. The boy had encased the flags in ice, making them untouchable to anyone who couldn't melt through it. He will not be able to beat her with ice alone. Maybe not, Hawks said, clapping his hands together. I look forward to seeing his growth. He seems to be his father's son. Not that low this time, though Endeavor seemed torn between pride and disdain over the phrase. Hawks would not say that Shudo Todoroki was similar to Endeavor in personality, though their eyes had the same clouded look. It was that dogmatic approach to challenges. Endeavor wished to surpass all might through his blood. Shudo Todoroki, meanwhile, wanted to surpass Endeavor using only half his quirk. What a messed up family. Izuko finished up a team by herself. The frustrated shout by the one sleep-deprived kid with the gadgets before he was knocked out sounded more like pleading. His partner shielded his body with her suit when the flames advanced and burned their flags into puddles. Hawks winced. He knew that she had already predicted the way this would go, but it would not be so obvious to others. Only Endeavor's almost appreciative hum made him realize that he was not the only one. Sir Night Eye was not in a good position. The expression to be between a rock and a hard place was more than appropriate. Right now he felt more like a child who was afraid to tell their parents some bad news instead of an established pro-hero with government-exclusive contracts. The report in his hands had not been easy to piece together. Someone had gone out of their way to make the files disappear from public record, but Sir Night Eye was not a pro for nothing. A whole family goes missing, reported by the school after their children stop attending. The investigation finds a destroyed home. The name is redacted. But only from the digital files. The physical ones were left untouched, likely because the person responsible was in a rush. No, nothing All for One ever did was in a rush. He was, meticulous would not be the right word. Pragmatic. Visionary even. There were multiple descriptors that fit, but in the end it was that man's ability to see so clearly that lead to him overlooking the smallest errors, the tiniest mistakes in his plans. He never expected anyone to dig out the physical files of a missing person case, and he would have been right if not for the pile of information Izuko Midoriya's testimonies had brought to light. Or, as it stood now, the information that Dabi had put in between the files about Endeavor that he somehow shared with the media. "You look worried," Bubble Girl said. His sidekick, blue from head to toe, was someone he relied on a lot. She was dependable and dedicated to her job. Sometimes, however, she could say just the wrong thing in just the wrong time. Who is Tenko Shimura? He was so distracted that he had not noticed her come into the office with some tea. She would remind him to take a break every 2 hours, and he had forgotten to pay attention to the time like usual. This was his fault. "The grandson of All Might's teacher," Sir Night Eye said. Bubble Girl blinked. "And I believe, a villain." Bubble Girl coughed, unable to formulate the right response. He would be able to confirm it better once he received the rest of the files from the depot. Whatever was left of the home after it was destroyed should have a picture or two. "Should I tell him?" Sir Night Eye asked. It was not a question he asked lightly, and Bubble Girl knew that. If he asked for her advice, it was not because he was testing her, but because he didn't trust himself to come up with the right answer. She thought for a moment, putting the tray of tea on the table. The smell alone was calming. "You've always been honest, sir," Bubble Girl said, her hands in her lap. "I think it's one of your best features. If you share your predictions with someone, you never lie." Sir Night Eye said nothing, hiding his mouth behind his fingers as he bridged them under his nose. If All Might knew, he would chase after All for One now. He had not even picked a successor yet, though Sir Night Eye knew he would soon. He might not survive another confrontation with his nemesis, and that could mean losing One for All, forever. And yet it was his right to know. He sighed, reaching out to one of the cups with shaking hands. He wished this was an easier choice, and in a way it was. Bubble Girl was right. Sir Night Eye was not a liar. Not by bold-faced lies, and not by omission. Izuko was having too much fun. Again, it was the screams and shouts that ignited her flames, but she had to stay focused. In the end, Todoroki and her had come to a silent agreement not to go after one another. In spite of his need to fight her and measure her ability, or seek revenge for his brother, he wanted to do so in the single elimination stage. This was between them, he was no doubt thinking. Izuko was more than happy to oblige and ride roughshod over the rest of the contestants. It was against Monoma and Tetsu that she found her first real adversary. Her leg hit Monoma in the neck, trying to knock him away. Instead, it made the noise of metal clashing against metal. He was grinning widely, his face turning into the same metal that Tetsu was at the moment, rushing at her. "I re-evaluated my feelings," Monoma said. Tetsu's fist slammed into Izuko's arms as she raised them to block, sending her flying backwards. She twisted in the air, her feet touching the ground and sending her skidding back. When she stopped, she glared up at the two. Their flags were being protected by their partners in crime, 2 others from 1B. The orange-haired girl was holding all the flags in giant fists, protecting them. "Yeah," Izuko said. She couldn't go too far here. They were too sturdy to go at them without a quirk, but their metal bodies would likely melt and cause permanent injury if she wasn't careful. "I thought you'd be a savage wolf child, but I was wrong," Monoma said. He sounded genuine, which was hard enough with his voice and mannerisms. "Your whole thing started with All Might telling you that you couldn't be a hero, right?" Izuko dodged a strike from behind. Thorny vines lashed at her, forcing her to burn. Threw some of them to make more space between her and Tetsu's continued approach. "If you want to distract me, you'll need to do a better job," Izuko said. Flames exploded out of her side and sent her flying off. Another burst, forward. Another burst, it. She landed right in front of Itsuka Kendo's large fists, and held up a flame to them. The flags fell to the ground when the hands turned small and she hissed in pain. Before Izuku could burn them, Minoma's own fists became massive and slapped down on them. Izuku flipped backwards, kicking a wave of flames at the hand, but the swinging hand took on a metallic glint. "Your body's messed up," Minoma said. His massive metal hand became small again, pulling the flags along. The team of 4 stood united. "But I learned something from copying that quirk. Didn't think I'd ever be able to do this." "If your opinion improved because your quirk became better," Izuku said, creating an armor of flame around her, "that's really freaking shallow." "No cursing," she promised. Minoma dropped the flags and lowered his stance. His body turned metal in its entirety. "Now." Tetsu did the same. Izuku blinked, waiting for them to make their move. She did not expect Kendo's fist to enlarge and hit them in the back, launching them forward at a breakneck speed. Minoma was coming from above, Tetsu from below. If she were anyone else, this might have worked. Flames exploded behind her and launched her as well. The world around her turned into nothing but a blur. She took a deep breath and focused. Her body twisted with the help of small flames that shot out of her skin, creating holes in her costume. Spinning between the boys, she kicked off with some more flames again, burning their clothes but not reaching temperatures to damage metal. They would be embarrassed, but fine. Her target was in front of her. Shiozaki, the girl with the thorn hair, created a massive wall, but here Izuku had type advantage. Her body burned into the wall like a comet, and she kicked into Kendo's fist with a force that caused the girl to recoil. Izuku would not stop. She could not stop. Thunder drums and rattling chains. She felt wrong in her skin. It was too tight around her muscles. Izuku's feet touched the ground again, kicking up the dirt until it formed thin clouds at her feet. She roared at the sky. The flames shot upwards as she stretched her body into every direction. Itsuka Kendo could not approach. Minoma was still in flight. The flags were on the ground, melting into nothing. "Minoma is wrong," a soft voice came through the roaring flames. It was Shiozaki, who was nursing her burnt hair, standing behind Kendo's large hands to shield herself from the heat. "You're still a monster." Izuku felt a lump in her throat as the flames began to die down. In the end, the finalists were the only teams that did not once face each other in the second stage. Todoroki and Ida, Mina and Momo, Kirishima and Setsun, and Kyoka and Izuku. There was another intermission, as the stage was set up to let everyone get checked over by Recovery Girl before they went on to the final event. Though the small old woman nagged a lot, none of the finalists was injured enough for her to use her quirk that would knock them out. In fact, besides a few scratches here and there on Ida, none of them were actually injured. Izuku would never be thankful to that monster, but her improved body was one of the benefits she would carry forward into the future. In the end, they had settled away from prying eyes, in one of the hallways on the way back into the arena, sitting and leaning against the white walls. Izuku's head was on Kyoka's shoulder. It was with great effort that Izuku prevented her body from shaking in the aftermath of the fighting. The tension was slowly leaving her body. "Minoma apologized," Izuku said. Kyoka tilted her head slightly, her cheek touching on Izuku's hair. "Well, as much as someone like him is capable of apologizing." "That's good," Kyoka said. She wasn't sure what else to say, really. "I don't suppose he did it so you would not knock him out of the match?" "No," Izuku said, shaking her head slightly. Her hair brushed against Kyoka's neck, making her squirm as it tickled her skin. "He's unpleasant and arrogant, but not the most unpleasant and arrogant person I've ever met. I guess I can understand his inferiority complex." Hell, she even understood All for One's obsession with cultivating powerful quirks in that way. In the end, both All for One and Minoma were only as strong as the strongest quirks they could get their hands on. Minoma would never shine alone. "I guess," Kyoka said. She snuck her arm around Izuku's shoulder, pulling her closer. "So why are you pouting?" Izuku frowned, unwilling to pull away. "I don't know what you mean." "Really?" Kyoka said, lifting her head up and turning Izuku's face with one hand. Izuku was looking away. "So what's this then?" Kyoka's hand brushed over Izuku's lips, which were definitely prodding out slightly. Izuko pretended to bite at Kyoka's fingers. Kyoka laughed, leaning and pressing their foreheads together. Kyoka, do you think I've changed? Izuko asked. Kyoka tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing against Izuko's cheek. Not really, Kyoka said, blinking. Izuko lowered her gaze. But that's not a bad thing, is it? If you had changed that much, you wouldn't be you anymore. I like the you that you are now. I'm not sure I do, Izuko said. But people don't change. She'd always be the person she was now. I don't know if I like myself. Well, I'm sorry, Kyoka said, planting a kiss on Izuko's cheek. But I think you're lovely. No, Izuko said softly. Don't. You're adorable when you eat something tasty, Kyoka said. Izuko shrunk into herself. And your cooking is amazing. Please stop, Izuko said, feeling herself shrink further. You don't need to butter up to me dash. But the way you react to compliments is really cute, Kyoka said, pulling her up again. She planted another kiss on her lips this time. The way you fight is admirable. You're funny and you're smart. Izuko melted away, flushing too much to say anything. She shook her head, trying to hide her face and failing when Kyoka reached up and grabbed her cheeks. Her breath was warm. I can't wait to introduce you to my parents, Kyoka finished off. Izuko made a noise between a tea kettle in pitch and a jet engine in volume. Kyoka kissed her cheek again, avoiding her no doubt scalding breath at this point. Burning one's lips once was enough. Kirishima was the one to interrupt them this time. While they were not in an embarrassing position, it still felt awkward to look at each other as he called out to them. They stood up slowly, and Izuko tried and failed to calm herself down. They decided the matchups. Kirishima was slightly out of breath. He had used his quirk a lot today, and must have sprinted down the hall. Izuko nodded, forcing herself to focus. Who's up first? You, Kirishima said. And Todoroki. Kyoka sighed. Izuko raised an eyebrow. What? We said no cursing in front of the cameras. There's no cameras here. Izuko rolled her eyes. It'll be fine. I did promise him a fight, right? It's not him I'm worried about, Kyoka murmured. Izuko laughed, walking with Kirishima and Kyoka back towards the arena. No worries, I'd never lose to someone like him, Izuko said. The stage was set, and the rules were easy. Whoever knocked the opponent out first, or got them out of the ring, would win. The teachers kept the privilege of deciding a winner in case the match looked like it would get too dangerous. Any injuries that could not be healed by Recovery Girl would be an immediate disqualification. The fight would start when the buzzer rang. Until then, Todoroki looked like he had something to say. Do you feel like a hero yet? Todoroki asked. Izuko frowned. You're here, on this stage, being watched by millions of people all over the country, maybe even billions over the world if they care enough. This is the festival of a hero school. No, Izuko said. I don't feel like a hero, but that's not what I'm here for. Right, you're here because you have to be, Todoroki said. His voice was cool, but there was a certain edge to it. You're strong and intelligent, and you wasted it on a life of crime. You took a quirk that's not yours for that purpose. And you were bred to be a hero, so what's the point in arguing about it? Izuko asked, crossing her arms. You've got daddy issues, I've got almighty issues. Where does that leave us? A schoolyard brawl? My father has nothing to do with this. But he does, Izuko said. Deep down you know it. In your mind, there's an endeavor-shaped hole. In your heart, all you hear is his oppressive voice keeping a tight grip on everything you do. Your every action is defined by your connection to him. Shut up, Todoroki said, his cool facade breaking. You know nothing of my family. I know enough, I've met your brother. Your father's a scoundrel, Izuko said, bashing her fists together as she glared at the tall boy. And so, it seems, are you? Todoroki frowned. He would never feel insulted on the behalf of his father, but the comparison made him angry. She could see it, the heat gathering on the other side, the soft wisps of smoke that could explode into flames whenever he wanted. You want to talk family? Fine, Todoroki said. Midnight made a motion with her hand, and one of the lights on the cameras went out. If Izuko remembered Kyoka's trivia right, the sound was cut. I imagine we're not too different, considering our mothers. She knew it was a provocation. She knew that he wanted her to go all out. She also knew that she was not above the petty anger that rose up when he mentioned it. I informed myself, of course, considering how much you know about my family, I just thought it'd be fair if I knew more as well, Todoroki said. Your family ditched you, leaving the country out of embarrassment for having a villain daughter. It was strange. She felt off. Even after the talk with Kyoka, everything in her body felt wrong. Her quirk was awkward. It burned twice as bright and 4 times as long. Maybe it was overuse, maybe it was the lack of proper use for such a long time that she was having trouble adjusting to it. Maybe it was something else. Like something was being pulled out of her. The buzzer announced the start of the match. Izuko made the first move. He sent a wave of ice, and she was already above him, kicking down with her heel. Though he dodged and sent another wave upwards, she melted through it in seconds and landed next to him. Todoroki made one simple mistake in his provocation. He expected her to make mistakes when she was angry. She wouldn't. Even as the flames of cremation ignited under her skin, she would never lose her sense of battle. If anything, she became better the angrier she got. Her success fed into her emotions and she continued winning. She would keep winning. Todoroki could pretend that this was about revenge for his brother as much as he wanted, but in the end, people did change. This was, and always would be, about his piece of sheet father. Izuko knew he was using her as a measuring stick to see how long of a way he had to go. She was more than happy to oblige. Her fist smashed into Todoroki's face. He had created some ice there, blocking the attack but leaving him shaken. Rather than take another hit, spikes of ice exploded around him and forced her back. Todoroki created a lance of ice and sent it ahead. It broke off the large formation and flew forward at a ridiculous speed. She wouldn't be able to melt it completely before it passed her, so she dodged. She heard a scream. Todoroki stopped. The lance of ice had moved faster than the teachers could stop it as well, and while it had not hurt anyone, it had hurled itself towards the contestant stand where the other 6 finalists were waiting. It had lodged itself half a foot between Kyoka and Kirishima, who had reflexively hardened in response to the shock. Izuko saw red, then blue, and then lost herself in that color. Right now, she was no longer Izuko Midoriya. Hellfire on her back, she was no longer the fire princess. She was at the center of a sun. The sweat that formed on her brow immediately evaporated and turned into nothing. Her hair was slightly singed as she was wreathed in blue flames. A baptism by fire gave birth to who she always was. Right now she was Helios. Todoroki looked ecstatic. Much the same as her, he created an armor of ice and a world of frozen wasteland around him that extended forward to half the arena until it met with the heat of her flames and turned into steam. It was already volatile. If they clashed, it would explode outwards. Izuko took it all in. She was not just wearing the flames like armor, but also the stares, the attention. All eyes were on her. She stood here, and like the sun the world revolved around her and her alone. Then she saw herself reflected in Kyoka's fearful eyes and the sun collapsed on itself. In spite of the heat around her, a cold shiver ran down her spine. It began deep in her neck and carved into her back until it made her cringe. People don't change, the small voice in the back of Izuko's mind spoke softly. A cruel whisper. Only their circumstances do. She wasn't sure how true that was anymore. Midnight looked uncertain if she should let the match happen. Her eyes were seeking the approval or disapproval of the announcer box, where Aizawa had stepped out off and was making his way down. He had not yet erased her quirk, but his eyes were focused on both of them rather than just her. The cold kept creeping up on her, trailing a path back up her body and onto her arms. She felt smaller now. The world in front of her was no longer an audience that screamed, but a skeletal man with blood running down his mouth. He had just told her she would never be a hero. She wanted to lash out and scream. She wanted him to take his words back. She wanted him to be the person she had adored and worshipped. Izuko took a shuddering breath. The flames vanished and she invited the cold in. I forfeit. She stood there with her eyes closed and her arm raised. The screaming in her ears died down. The world was silent. Izuko was not certain just how long she was left standing there before she opened her eyes to find herself searching for a resolution to her decision in the eyes of Midnight and Todoroki. Both looked shocked, the former frozen in the middle of the motion to use her own quirk to stop the fight early, and the latter wavering between anger and confusion. "No," Todoroki managed to force out. His breath was shallow and his voice echoed with discontent. "This was meant to be our fight." "I'm sorry," Izuko said. She wasn't sure who she was saying it to. There was Todoroki, who was denied his fight. There was Hawks, who was here to see her win. There was the audience, whom she had scared to the point that some people were leaving the arena. There was Midnight as her homeroom teacher, who had always given her the benefit of the doubt. There was All Might, no doubt watching from somewhere, hearing the same words that he had spoken once in the past. And then there was Kyoka, who had all but rushed onto the stage and wrapped her arms around her. The warmth of another person was much more pleasant than the heat of her flames. Izuko sunk to her knees, her face pressed into Kyoka's shirt as she wrapped her arms around her girlfriend's back. Kyoka followed suit, kneeling down and hugging her back. Each time she attempted to stand, her legs would start shaking. The crowd did not say a word. Kyoka lifted Izuko up and carried her to Recovery Girl, who led them both back to her office. Kyoka wasn't sure why she was still competing. Izuko had practically collapsed after her bout, carted off by a muttering Recovery Girl. Kyoka wanted to go with her girlfriend, but the hero's orders had been clear. Izuko needed rest, and Kyoka needed to compete or else be disqualified. While Kyoka was more than willing to forfeit immediately, she knew that it wouldn't wake up Izuko earlier. If nothing else, she would try her best with the opportunity that Izuko had given her. Setsuna Tokage had faced off against Ida, and lost just barely after a good back and forth, using her quirk to dodge his high-speed attacks until she grew too tired from regenerating destroyed pieces. Kirishima had faced Momo and defeated her quite easily, rushing her down before she had the time to react and using a move on her that Izuko had taught him, throwing her far and wide out of the arena. Kyoka would be facing Mina, who looked less than thrilled about it. Though the usually cheerful pink girl was practically bouncing around, Kyoka could see her expression change back and forth between a forced smile and a worried frown. "Is she all right?" Mina asked. The countdown started. 10 seconds. Kyoka frowned. "I don't know," Kyoka said. She remembered Mirko's lesson. Izuko approached every fight, even spars, like her opponent was truly an enemy. "We can visit her when we're done." "Sounds good." Mina raised her palms, ready to use her quirk. 3, 2, 1. Kyoka dodged a, hopefully low-powered, dose of acid and ran forward. Mina filled the floor with slippery liquid and slid away from the approach, keeping some distance between them. However, Kyoka had her own trick now. When Mina cartwheeled out of the reach of one of her earphone jacks, the other one had already snuck its way around the pink girl's wrist and pulled, tripping her up. Kyoka was now in range, and that meant a very simple beatdown. Mina was not good at hand-to-hand combat. In a testament of her excitable personality, her every expression and motion was exaggerated. When she went to throw a punch, even a novice would be able to tell. If she was winding up to kick you, her entire body announced it. When she instead tried to block using her thick acid, Kyoka had pulled her arms apart using the earphone jacks and kicked the girl in the stomach. Mina wheezed, falling over. Is it over already?" Present Mick's voice rang through the place. Everyone cheered. The fight was not long, and Kyoka was barely winded. It looked like Mina's own worries distracted her more than Kyoka's did. "Midnight, can you keep going?" Midnight asked. Mina looked up, then down at Kyoka's legs, which had been taking on quite some definition since her training with Mirko began. After a moment of silence, Mina shook her head. She likely could keep fighting, but it wasn't worth the injuries. Kyoka understood. Winner, Kyoka Jirou. Kyoka helped Mina up to her feet and carried her over to the stands. The next fight was announced shortly after. Ida would face Kirishima. Izuko woke up to the sound of a machine beeping softly. She came to in the nurse's office, and the vague memory of what had transpired caused her to cringe into herself, shuddering as she remembered her reflection in everyone's eyes. What a miserable person she was. Perhaps she had proven herself wrong. She knew that the Fire Princess would not have pulled back from that fight. In the name of revenge, she would have destroyed anyone in her path, because that was the kind of person she had always been. But the word always did not quite apply anymore. Very few people with middle school syndrome actually had the fire that would reduce creation to ash as their quirk. It changed a girl. Izuko sighed, turning around to the machine attached to her arm and flipping a switch. The beeping stopped. Recovery Girl appeared at the base of the bed, forcing Izuko to look down. "Don't turn that off." She turned it on again. The beeping was annoying, but Izuko did not complain. "What happened?" Recovery Girl pointed at the screen. She knew it wasn't the fight that Izuko wanted to know about, but the subsequent ones. Kirishima had just defeated Ida, and the next fight was... Izuko's eyes widened. She nearly threw her blanket onto the ground and rushed out, but Recovery Girl's firm hands stopped her. "I need to stop them, he'll dash," Izuko said. The countdown hadn't even started before the boy raised his hand. "I forfeit," Todoroki announced. He looked off. Not quite the way she had seen him before. His eyes were less clouded, and his gaze was not threatening to fall on his clearly furious father who was visible in the background. Kyoka looked as confused as Izuko. Kirishima was tired. Kyoka could see it. He had hardened too often today, and while his stamina was certainly on the upper end of Class 1A, even he had his limits. While Kyoka only had one fight, Kirishima had two so far. Ida had left him in a pretty bad state. It was then that she realized something critical. She might be able to win. Kyoka had not approached the tournament with any real expectation or desire even to win. She had, in fact, been pretty certain that Izuko would take the gold medal and go home with it. Making it to the finals herself was a surprise, because she'd ridden the coattails of those who were much stronger and better than her. But not every fight was fair. Not every tournament would be nice. Kirishima gave her a grin so wide that she couldn't help but grin back. He was too out of breath to say anything, but his stance announced his intent as the countdown began. He would fight to the end, and the best would take this crown. Todoroki's surrender, likely due to the dissatisfaction of not being able to fight the only person he wanted to fight, ended up becoming the biggest turnaround of this stage. The countdown ended with a loud buzzing noise. Kyoka and Kirishima clashed. Her boots hit his hardened knuckles with sparks. Her other foot came up to kick off his chest when he tried to grab it. She flew through the air, spinning by using her earphone jacks in the ground. The excitement got to her. The cheers were like prayers in her ears. Her heart was beating to the sound of their clapping hands. Thunder drums and rattling chains. She pointed her boots at Kirishima as she fell, pushing her earphone jacks into the modified boots and sending out her heartbeats as sound waves. Kirishima cracked. But he would not stop. His hardening ended with a heavy shudder as his body pulled itself together again. She hit the ground and rolled out of his stomp. She rolled back, kicking upwards and then pushing off the ground to kip up, landing on her feet. Her earphone jacks moved from the boots into the ground and vibrated. The arena crumbled slightly. Kirishima lost his footing. Kyoka grabbed him by the vest of his costume. He, in turn, grabbed her wrists and pushed, stopping her from throwing him. "Hey, Kirishima," Kyoka said. "Can you still harden up?" Kirishima frowned. His happy fighting grin turned into a worried wide-eyed look. Kyoka pulled her head back as she twisted her wrists to break his hold, grabbing his arms to lock them in place. With a roar, she bashed her forehead directly against the bridge of his nose. She felt him harden his face, but it lost most of its edge before she hurt herself on it. He staggered back, dazed but not out yet. Dazed was good enough. One of her hands grabbed him under his armpit as she pulled on his wrist, lifting him up. He refused to forfeit. His other hand came down on her shoulder and he shifted his weight to land again. "Winner," Midnight announced. "Kyoka Jirou." Kirishima blinked, then looked down. The part of the arena she had destroyed before was right near the edge, leaving a small slope down to the ground, at an angle that made it hard to notice the ground was uneven. Had she thrown him, he would have ended up in the arena still, likely out of the fight anyway. But the way he landed had sent him straight over the edge. She had won by ring out. Kirishima let go of her shoulder and staggered back. Kyoka gauged his reaction. He took a deep, shuddering breath and sighed. Then he grinned again, smiling up at her before falling over backwards with a thumbs up. Kyoka was going to wear a sheet-eating grin for the rest of the day. Izuko stood near the gate, smiling back at her. Recovery Girl was behind her, all but pulling the girl back to the nurse's office. Kyoka would join them soon. It was on the way to the nurse's office that she was caught by Aizawa, who had told her that All Might was looking for her in a nearby office room. Kyoka wasn't sure whether she wanted to meet with the man right now. She still had Izuko to worry about, but something in Aizawa's voice made it sound urgent. Sighing, she ended up taking a left from the hallway to Recovery Girl's office and found the room in question. It was a plain office with a small table and 2 chairs in the middle. The desk in the corner looked like it hadn't been touched for years. "You wanted to see me?" Kyoka asked, walking through the door and closing it behind her. The man on the couch did not look like All Might. He looked more like a hollow shell, a strange emasculated alien being with spiky blonde hair and a chin that looked like it could cut someone. Sorry, I must have gotten the wrong room." "No," the man said. "Please, take a seat, young Jirou." She frowned. His voice was familiar. She always had something of an ear-phone jack for specific sounds, and voices were some of those. "All Might Sensei?" Kyoka asked, blinking. The man nodded slowly. "What happened to you?" "It's kind of a long story," he said. "One that young Izuko is familiar with, so you do not need to lie to her about this conversation. Suffice it to say that almost 6 years ago, I was in a fight with All for One that caused a severe injury. While I had defeated him, or so I had thought back then, it came at a price." He lifted his shift. The scar was disgusting, and Kyoka resisted the urge to throw up. Still, she went green in the face, pushing one of her hands over her mouth. "There are many ways in which I consider my conduct with Izuko Midoriya a failure," All Might said. His body inflated, turning into the form she was more familiar with. Despite that, it was not a smile on his face, but a sad frown. "Back when she asked me if she could be a hero without a quirk, I was a hypocrite." "What do you mean?" Kyoka asked, her voice faint. "She said she doesn't blame you for it, you weren't wrong. But I was," he said, a bit rushed. His hands came together, his fingers intertwining. "Just like her, I was born quirkless. The quirk I have now was granted to me, again, just like hers, though the circumstances were different." "Different?" Kyoka asked, frowning. Her nausea was leaving her as her interest was piqued. "I assume you mean you didn't receive it from All for One." "In a way, we all did," All Might explained. 8 successors of this quirk, the first who was All for One's brother. The story he weaved was one that sounded too far-fetched to be real, and yet it was told by the one man who had been held up as the paragon of virtue and all that is good. All Might was many things, and she had quite some opinions about him due to how Izuko had looked up to him, but she knew that he was not a liar. "I should have given her my quirk, but now. I do not think that she would want it, even if I were to offer it. She would probably hate you." "I know," All Might said. "She knows it can be passed on. I thought that All for One had told her to make her angrier at me, but from that I can tell it was one of the few things she didn't care about. She's a complicated person, as you may know." "Tell me about it," Kyoka said, sighing. "So why are you telling me this?" "I know you have more things to worry about right now, and I do not wish to pressure you into a decision," All Might said. "My master has always said that I should not never judge someone by their ability, but the content of their character. I have erred on that front in many ways, and as I approach a point in my life where I feel I cannot continue for much longer, I have a request." "What kind of request?" "I wish to make you my successor," All Might said. "And for that, I wish to pass on my quirk to you. To someone whose legs move faster than their brain." Kyoka thought, and blinked, and tilted her head, then cleaned her ear with her pinky just to make sure she heard right. All Might didn't interrupt her, instead waiting for her response with bated breath. "Is it because I won the tournament?" Kyoka said. All Might shook his head. I made this decision, almost on a whim, I suppose, All Might said. Not during your fight, but the young Izuko's. When you ran onto the stage as the fire was still burning, worried not for yourself but for her and those she might hurt. It proves a character that I have not been able to live up to for many years. And you think I'm good? As good as you? No, Kyoka Jirou, All Might said, standing up. He raised a hand to his head and plucked a strand of his hair. I think you are great, and I believe firmly that you will be better than me. Kyoka wasn't sure why, but somehow she felt comforted by those words. The cheers were louder than before, to the point that Kyoka felt overwhelmed. Once the adrenaline had worn off, and the strange feeling in her chest had subsided, nothing was left. The tension had left her body, and she stood on the stage waiting for the announcement with shaking legs. All Might appeared in all his glory, giving her a nod as he approached the microphone holding 3 medals. The cheers grew louder still. Ladies and gentlemen, All Might said, thank you for joining us today. Though all students have fought valiantly and proved what made them excellent applicants for UA, I have only 3 medals to hand out for the finalists. For those who have gone far above and beyond Plus Ultra, this is one of the many ways UA honors the efforts of those who work hard to be pillars that we can rely on. Young Ida. The boy's back straightened. Yes, sir. 3rd place overall. Congratulations. All Might led him to the prepared podium and hung the bronze medal around his neck. I know your brother is proud of you. I hope you are too. Ida's face twitched, but Kyoka could see a smile form on his lips. Thank you, sir. All Might nodded, patting the boy on the shoulder before continuing. Young Kirishima. Kirishima walked up to the 2nd place on the podium and let All Might hang the silver medal around his neck. He looked too tired to say anything, still, but his smile told them everything they needed to know. All Might nodded at him and ruffled his spiky hair when the boy's gaze lowered to the medal around his neck. And finally, All Might said, turning around to Kyoka. The first to cheer the loudest was Izuko, sitting in the stands next to Hawks. The rest of the crowd drowned her out with their own clapping and thunderous voices. Young Jirou. Kyoka walked up to him with stiff legs. The podium to the 1st place was a bit higher than she could climb without some effort, but Kirishima and Ida both stretched out their hands and helped her up. She accepted gracefully, only stumbling for a short second when she turned around and smiled widely, her eyes meeting Izuko's. Hawks, too, was giving her a thumbs up and a nod, which was about as much as she could expect from him. Endeavor was pacing up and down the top of the stands, a phone in hand. Her focus was brought back to the ceremony when All Might put a gold medal around her neck. It felt much heavier than it should. You will go far, All Might said. Good job, young Jirou. Kyoka wasn't sure what to do with her hands, so she hugged All Might out of reflex. He patted her back, smiling for the cameras. The sound in his chest was hollower now, and every breath he took made it weaker. Todoroki wasn't sure why. He hadn't stayed until the end of the festival. The second he had forfeited, his legs took him out of the arena and towards the train station. His stop was one he had passed often and never dared to step out at. The institution, because it could not reasonably be called a hospital, was a short walk away from there. It certainly looked like a hospital. The reception hall was neat and tidy. Few people were here at this hour, many of them were likely watching the sports festival from home, and those that were working looked busy enough that nobody paid any attention to him. At least until he walked up to the receptionist's desk, where an elderly man was signing some papers. Ah, are you the reinforcement? He asked. Todoroki blinked, then looked down. He had his costume still on, of course. He had forgotten to change before all but running from the school grounds. His worry about his father catching him had made him rush. Reinforcement? Todoroki asked. The old man raised an eyebrow. Sir, Night Eye has requested a police and hero presence on the 4th floor. Ah, but I shouldn't be telling you that. The elderly man fumbled around a bit. I apologize, what were you here for? Shudo Todoroki, he introduced himself. Here to visit my mother and my brother. Of course, that makes more sense. I did think you looked a bit young to be a hero, the man said, nodding. He moved his hand over to a display and typed something on the screen. After a moment, he looked up with a frown. Your mother is on the 4th floor. Your brother has left the facility dash. Todoroki didn't listen to much else before rushing up the flights of stairs to the 4th floor. The old man was a bit too chatty. If his brother had left, that meant he had escaped. Why would nobody inform him? Did Endeavor know? He was out of breath when he arrived on the 4th floor, and his rush down to his mother's room was stopped by a thin hand that grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Owner of said hand was Best Jeanist, the number 4 pro hero on the charts. He was in costume, jeans jacket with a collar higher than his nose on top, and jeans for his pants. Todoroki coughed. Best Jeanist was glaring up at him as he held him against the wall so easily that it made Todoroki feel like a manhandled child. State your business. My mother, Todoroki choked out. Is she safe? Mother? Best Jeanist asked. Another one joined the fray. A man with a killer whale head put a hand on Best Jeanist's shoulders and stopped him. Todoroki knew him as Gang Orca, another top hero. That's her kid, Gang Orca said. Let him down. Best Jeanist did as instructed, slowly lowering Todoroki to the ground and giving him a once-over. Apologies. We're currently protecting your mother due to an apparent risk. You're free to visit her. What dash? Todoroki started, choking on air. He had rushed up the stairs too fast. What risk? Is it my brother? Best Jeanist and Gang Orca shared a look. Todoroki could already tell it wasn't about Dabi. If he had any intention of hurting their mother, he would have done so during his escape. No, Todoroki was quite aware of his brother's obsession. They shared it after all. It wasn't like some quirkless villain could do much in a hospital with people that had quirks. There's an arrest warrant out for your father, a voice cut in. Todoroki turned around. A less familiar face, but one very easy to recognize for any die-hard All Might fan. Sir Night Eye, older now than his pictures from the All Might Agency, stood tall and imposing. His glasses reflected the indoor lights. Your brother has shared recordings of various kinds, taken in secret in your home. Todoroki frowned. That wasn't what he had expected, and yet somehow exactly what made sense given the circumstances. Those charges won't stick. I doubt they will, Sir Night Eye said. And people in charge fear what he might do if we revoke his license. Regardless of whether he stands trial or not, his reputation will be ruined. We're turning an icon into a villain, and we can't say for certain he wouldn't lash out. Todoroki wasn't sure how he felt about that. There were many words to describe this situation, and very few were as appropriate. It was not something he was trained for. He settled on nodding. Where's her room? Todoroki was not someone with a lot of patience. He could act cool, but only for so long before he defaulted back to setting the world ablaze. He found his target in the dark streets of Tokyo, down the way of a ward that was practically dead at this time of night. All for One was not stupid. He knew that there was a possibility that someone could betray him at any point. This translated to an elaborate scheme in which there were certain places set up of which some people in the League had no information on. Izuko Midoriya would, for example, had never known about the cellar of a bar tucked into a corner so close to the train station that it might as well have been Main Street. He only had to dodge a single knife thrown his way when he walked down the stairs. Hey there, cutie. Himiko Toga greeted him with a smile that would make any vampire jealous. I don't think I've seen you around. You haven't, Dabi said, one of his hands coming up to brush through his hair. Blue flames danced on his fingertips as he reached out for the knife that had lodged itself in the wall and pulled it out. I suppose it's an unfamiliar face. Dabi? Toga asked, blinking. It was the first time he had seen her genuinely surprised. Dabi grinned. Dabi? She jumped at him and wrapped her limbs around his torso. He very purposefully avoided his arms getting pinned down, moving the knife so she bit, giggling, into the metal instead of his neck. That was and remains a terrible greeting, Dabi said. I've got my quirk back, and I've got some business. Where the F is Shigaraki? Toga let go, landing on her feet and spinning around, showing off her new uniform she must have stolen off someone. She slipped the knife back into her sleeve so quick he almost missed it. He'll be here soon. Did you see the UA Sports Festival? Your brother was attending. I was busy, Dabi said. He found the remote on one of the tables and turned the TV on. Rather than the results of the sports festival, the news were showing nothing but Endeavor's face on every channel. I've dealt with my sheet. I know you've been chasing the princess. Any success? No. Toga's shoulders sagged. I thought she hadn't changed, but I think she did. She forfeited in a fight after her girlfriend nearly got skewered. It was kind of embarrassing. Funny, Dabi said, not finding it in him to smile. I could have sworn she was the beach who always told us people can't change. And they don't, a voice echoed from above the stairs. No matter how much you hide your true nature, in the end you always remain the same twisted piece of sheet underneath. I didn't ask you, Shigaraki, Dabi said, turning around. The filthy young man with pale hair and red eyes looked almost happy to see him again. His filthy grin made Dabi want to burn him down. His fingers twitched. Flames sparked out. I'm here to make an announcement. Oh ho! Shigaraki said, stepping down the stairs. I see your quirk's back, so you're here to join again? I'd rather SEK off my father than come back to this hell house, Dabi said. Toga made a somewhat disgusted noise. Dabi would count that as success. All for one betrayed me. You can't betray your loyal subjects, Shigaraki said, raising his hands to the side in an exaggerated shrug. You lost a bet. I lost a fight, Dabi said. The bet was she would get a quirk for beating me, not that she would get my quirk. But that matters little. I don't care about you and your BSRD teacher. Shigaraki managed to hold himself back from screeching about insulting sensei right there, but only barely. Dabi could see the snarl form on his lips. He could see his hands itching to grab something and decay it. I'm going to go after her, and I want none of you rets getting in my way. You're not in a position to make demands, Shigaraki said. Dabi chuckled. Let me be clear here, Dabi said, raising his hand. Flames danced on his now unmarred skin. This isn't me asking nicely. I know you think you're untouchable because of All for One, but you and me both know that you're nothing without him. You touch her, I will kill you. Funny, Shigaraki said, his dirty grin turned grotesque. The handprint on his face was almost glowing like a fresh wound. It almost sounds like you're threatening me. Shigaraki reached out. Toga moved back to watch. Dabi sent flames into every direction. It was the black sludge and mist of Kurogiri that stopped the fight before it began. The man appeared at the bar, unconcerned about the lashing out, and poured everyone a drink. He's free to go, Kurogiri said. Sensei's orders. What about the princess? Shigaraki asked, glaring at Kurogiri as the black mist held his hands far from where they could do damage. The flames must have been sent out of the bar. Make it a competition, he doesn't care, Kurogiri said. There are more important things at hand than your childish feuds. Yeah, Dabi thought. His childish feud. Endeavor was done. What a strange idea. Izuko was not sure what she expected when she came home. She thought that Jirou's face would be plastered all over the news as the up-and-coming first year who has won the sports festival, with more news about the second and third year stages. Instead it was the face of someone else plastered over the news, with the occasional news station daring to show clips of the evidence that they've received about what he had done. Hawks and Mirko sat on the table, staring at the TV screen as the news continued to speak about the government's decision to refrain from pressing charges. Kyoka was taking it the worst. To prove their point about the reasoning of the prosecution being flimsy, they showed a recording of Endeavor's abuse towards his wife. Kyoka was not one to wear her emotions on her sleeve, especially when it came to tears. If anything, she remained calm even when feeling strong emotions. But whatever she saw in that recording pushed her over the edge. That BSD, Kyoka said, blinking tears out of her eyes. If anything, Todoroki made it seem minor. Izuko nodded. Todoroki was not exactly secretive about his disdain towards his father, and Kyoka had told many stories about people sharing way too much personal information in class. If this was the home in which Dabi grew up in, Izuko could almost understand how he became such a piece of sheet. While Izuko's hand comforted Kyoka, it was Mirko's hand that comforted Hawks. Though he had of course heard, and certainly not doubted what a man Endeavor was, seeing and hearing were two entirely different things. Endeavor was to Hawks what All Might was to Izuko herself. And while All Might had disappointed her in the past, there was no doubt in her mind that his heart was in the right place. This was nowhere near the right place at all. If he had a heart, it was somewhere near the frozen wastelands of Uranus at best. Hawk's phone lit up. The man picked it up and checked the message he had received before putting it on the table. He's lost his license. How? Izuko asked. They're not charging him with anything. The Hero Safety Commission has independent jurisdiction under its contractors, which is essentially what heroes are. Mirko's explanation sounded a bit too happy about it. This means that even if the courts refuse to prosecute, the court of society has already decided he can't be trusted with hero work. If he wants to continue being a hero, he will have to move countries or dash. His arrest warrant was lifted, Hawks continued. No prosecution, no victim who wants to speak up. He could get his license back under restrictions. The commission are pragmatists. He doesn't deserve it, Kyoka said. Her voice was shaky, and her shoulders were shivering until Mirko finally turned the TV off. Izuko leaned against the girl, putting her head on Kyoka's shoulders. What'll they do to him? A handler? A leash? A collar maybe? Transfer to as far a place as possible. There's heroic work you can do without contacts, Hawks explained. It depends on his own decision, which depends on his self-reflection when the world turns to him and tells him what he did was wrong. Not wrong, Kyoka said. Her fists were clenching under the table. Abhorrent. Disgusting. Absolutely vile dash. Kyoka, Mirko said. The girl stopped, looking up towards the older couple. Hawks looked tired. It's been a long day. You have the weekend free. It wasn't hard to get the message. Izuko stood up, taking Kyoka's hand and pulling her out of the room and towards hers. Kyoka didn't resist, instead letting herself get pulled along. The door closed behind them with a louder thud, and Kyoka found the next best thing to punch her frustrations out. Said next best thing was a rather big All Might plush that sat in the corner of the room. It rumbled with his voice, shouting, "I am here," every time she threw another punch. Izuku wasn't sure, but she had the feeling that Kyoka became more and more frustrated the more she heard the man's voice. You, Kyoka said, punching again for emphasis. Weren't. And again. Here. Izuko came up behind her and grabbed her wrists to stop her from abusing the poor plush more. Kyoka pouted. I didn't expect you to be that angry about it, Izuko said. She wasn't. Is it wrong to be angry on someone else's behalf? Kyoka said. Todoroki was an a-hole but that dash. It kinda esikas, yeah, Izuko said, nodding. And I hope he gets the help he needs. I'll even be slightly less mean the next time I see him. Kyoka stifled a laugh. You're terrible. Just the worst, Izuko said, nodding again. She pulled on Kyoka's wrist again. I'm the kind of person who'd drag her girlfriend into her bed before marriage. Wadash was as far as Kyoka got before Izuko had already stumbled backwards onto the bed. Distracting Kyoka from being angry was top priority. Enjoying each other's company while doing that sounded like the best course of action. Izuko's grip on Kyoka was broken quickly when the girl finally fought back. They rolled on the too big bed until they hit the wall with Kyoka on top, glaring down at Izuko. Oh no, Izuko said, her voice flat. You have caught me. Kyoka snorted, her shoulders shaking from laughter to the point that she lost strength in her arms and fell down on top of Izuko. They flushed, but Izuko's phone rang. The ringtone was loud and annoying, and exactly the kind she reserved for people whom she didn't want to call her. I'm going to melt it down, Izuko said. Kyoka laughed, wrapping her arms around Izuko's to stop her from exploding into flames. If we get interrupted one more time dash. Kyoka shut her up with a kiss and handed her the still ringing phone. This country will be in dire times in the future, All Might said. Sir Knight, I nodded. I suppose it will be harder to earn back the trust of the people considering the circumstances of this revelation. People are always blind to the faults of those they admire, Sir Knight, I said. The muted TV in the background had protests in front of the National Diet and the Hero Commission on a split screen. And even then, some are not willing to accept this truth. There were more than a few supporters of Endeavor who were, if not outright denying the truth, very happy to claim it didn't matter. Perhaps it didn't to them. To the face of a bruised woman. There's just one more thing for today, though it might take the longest to discuss, Sir Night-Eye said. When I told you that I was working on something else, it was perhaps the biggest investigation I've had to do. My sidekick had to force me to stop occasionally, which is why it took so long. Knowing when to rest is a virtue. We've had this talk. And you've never listened to your own advice, Sir Night-Eye said, grinning slightly. But no, this is serious. I had to confirm it for myself. You know how I am. I wouldn't have it any other way, All Might said. Though the way you're saying this worries me. You think I can't handle the information. No, Sir Night-Eye said. I know you, I know exactly how you will handle it even without using my quirk. What worries me are the consequences. When have they not worried you? All Might said, laughing softly. Sir Night-Eye's mouth twitched downwards. The tension in the room grew. All Might's laughter died in his throat. What did you find out? I don't know if it's arrogance or intentional error because it would hurt more, but due to Izuko Midoriya's testimonies and a few old files I was able to dig out, I have found out that Tamura Shigaraki is not Tamura Shigaraki. All Might raised an eyebrow. So who is he then? If I'm not mistaken, Sir Night-Eye said, folding his fingers together on the table. Then Tamura Shigaraki was born Tenko Shimura, grandson of Nana Shimura. All Might's reaction was, as expected, a puffing up. Focusing on his quirk, his frail body turned into that of the human god who had become the symbol of peace for all of Japan, but his face was missing that trademark smile that Sir Night-Eye had loved so much in the past. Between the debt you owe your teacher, Sir Night-Eye said, his voice even, and the debt you owe Izuko Midoriya, which one do you think will be easier to repay? All Might grunted. He looked ready to run and tear the streets open. I wouldn't go as far as to say that anyone is beyond redemption, Sir Night-Eye said. But if you focus on Tamura Shigaraki, who is the prime suspect in a long line of murders, and lose sight of the bigger picture, it will not just be you whom you're hurting. I know, All Might said. Sir Night-Eye blinked. The man's voice was almost too calm. But I know you wouldn't have told me this if you didn't already have some sort of plan. I've passed my quirk on. You know I did. If I don't act now, I will not be able to do so by the time the school year is over. Tamura Shigaraki will have to face the same consequences as any criminal, Sir Night-Eye said. All Might nodded. If removing him from All for One's influence helps that, then we need to remove All for One. All Might perked up. You crusty beast you, I knew you had a plan. I was contacted through some sources. Tuya Todoroki, Dabi, is reaching out, Sir Night-Eye said. After ruining his father's career, he's put himself into the perfect position to come out as the victim forced into a life of crime, but that's not his end goal. He has a vendetta. Against All for One? Izuko Midoriya and All for One, Sir Night-Eye said. All Might nodded along. He is making an offer that would never fly under any sort of legal circumstance. It's something we will have to decide on. He's offering assistance. What kind of assistance? And for what purpose? All for One is weakened. His recovery has not gone well. He knows the locations of various safe houses and can narrow down the ones where All for One is hiding. All he wants is some leniency. A pardon? All Might asked, his fingers twitching. The flame was flickering, but it was still strong. He would have another 6 months before his quirk vanished. No, Sir Night-Eye said, sounding almost as confused as All Might. A fight. I refuse. Putting her in more danger on my call would dash. She already said yes. All Might glared at Sir Night-Eye with a fury that made the bespectacled man break out into a cold sweat. Sometimes, Sir Night-Eye knew, it was much easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. That saying was a lie. It felt very, very hard to ask for forgiveness right now. Calling it a tribunal would be excessive. Hawks sat with all the formality he could muster, next to the other top heroes, as a council of sorts in front of the Hero Commission's own leadership. The number 2 seat would remain empty until the next ranking. People were still uncertain whether it was Hawks or Best Jeanist who would win that honor. With the positive attention on Izuko Midoriya lately, it was not unlikely that her legal guardians would rise in the popularity polls. What a miserable and whimsical society. There are few villains that warrant a task force, and fewer still that would require one that involves the top heroes in this country. The president was an elderly woman with slicked-back ashen blonde hair. The suit she wore probably cost a year of Hawk's salary, and he was not poor by any means. All Might shifted in his seat. All Might if you would. He stood up, walking over to the middle of the plenum-like room, addressing the pro-heroes with a rough voice. Some of you are old enough to remember, All Might said, his fingers clenching around the podium. The shadow that loomed over this country, the organization that had caused the Yakuza to cower, the politicians to turn a blind eye to crime, and the deaths of many good heroes who had stood up against the corruption that had festered and spread. While many recall the terror, few speak of it, as if they fear its resurgence from speaking his name. All for one. Hawks could see it. Orochimaru, stoic and harsh, looked both disgusted and furious at the same time. Crust and Edgeshot reacted in a similar way, though the latter ended up growling slightly at the idea. Kamui Woods and Best Jeanist both shook their heads in disbelief. Even if they weren't old enough to be heroes at the time, few didn't know the Dark Age, which was now downplayed as Age of Chaos rather than the Reign of Terror. When I had fought him 6 years ago, it was long after dismantling his support network. His organization had crumbled, and his reign ended long before that showdown. I had reported him dead, because I genuinely thought that I had killed him. Hawks had read the report in his free time during the harsh training for his Quicklane Heroics license. The injuries described were no doubt fatal. The running theory for those who had found out about his survival after Izuko Midoriya revealed it after her confession was simple, a quirk that gave someone a second life. How true it was, Hawks could not say. But he survived, Crust said, pursing his lips. The usually jolly man seemed quite under the weather. The Fire Princess met him. He survived and he went into hiding, All Might said, nodding. But we've received intel from someone who had quit All for One's new organization. Though alive, he is in bad shape. Even 6 years later, he has lost the capacity to breathe without machines and is barely kept alive by whatever quirks he has gathered. We also have Sir Nightie's quirk, which allowed us to map out where he is hiding. You're going to do an alpha strike, Hawks said. All Might nodded. You want us to fight with you? It's my way to fix the mistakes I have made in the past, All Might said. To rely not on myself, but the ability of all of you, who have been nothing but good friends and allies to me over the years, is not a weakness. We will finish this chapter in our country's history together. All I need is your approval. Hawks stood without hesitation. It was not just his mistake of leaving All for One alive that All Might was talking about, after all. Hawks had a horse in this race as well. To make up for his own hero worship that had blinded him to the faults of his idol, and to clean the slate for Izuko Midoriya, so she may enjoy her peaceful future. When and where do you need me, young man? Orochimaru asked, standing up as well. One by one the rest of the heroes stood. Sir Night-Eye stood at the door. One of the commission members was taken for questioning as they walked out. You are unhappy. Kyoka's eyebrow twitched at the statement. I'm not nearly enough of a control freak to tell you that I'm not letting you do it, but I'll repeat this so you realize how stupid it sounds, all right? All right, Izuko said, nodding. Kyoka stood up, pacing up and down the kitchen while Izuko prepared them some lunch. You've accepted a challenge by Dabi, Todoroki's psychotic older brother, Kyoka said, raising one finger up. The second finger soon joined, and both were pointed at Izuko in the same motion. You did so because Sir Night-Eye said it would help get All for One. Sounds about right, Izuko said. The mix of skis she had prepared created a heavenly aroma once they were added to the pan, and Kyoka forced herself to focus on the task at hand. 3 fingers. Said information has already been given, Kyoka continued, for fingers. Dabi has voluntarily committed himself to protective custody by pretending he's worried about his father, 5 fingers, and you're still going to do it? I'm the last person who'd go back on her word, Izuko said, nodding. And to be honest with you, I really want to punch Dabi in the face. Kyoka sighed, sitting down again and banging her head against the table. The door rang. Kyoka blinked, sharing a look with Izuko. The door never rang. Izuko walked towards the door with a cautious look backwards to Kyoka, who was getting ready to rush into the bathroom and grab the emergency phone. Izuko gathered flames near her hand as she looked through the door spy. A mop of red and white hair stared back. Izuko blinked, lowering her hand and opening the door slowly. Kyoka raised an eyebrow at the sight of Shuto Todoroki, standing on the porch with an uncharacteristic bashful attitude. "Hello," he said with all the calm he could muster. "Sorry for showing up unannounced, I was sure you would say no if I asked." Kyoka snorted and stopped Izuko from swinging the door shut. "Come in," Kyoka said. "Izuko's just making lunch." "You're not inviting him to lunch," Izuko said. "I already did," Kyoka said, grinning. "And really, I'm the last person to go back on her word, you know?" Izuko fumed silently. "Thank you," Todoroki said, stepping in and taking off his shoes. It didn't take long for the three of them to be seated, and as confused as Izuko was, Kyoka seemed to enjoy the quiet. Maybe she shouldn't have said yes to the Dabi fight. Kyoka would poke at her because of it for weeks to come. Once everything was done, Kyoka volunteered to take care of the dishes. "You're a good cook," Todoroki said. Izuko rolled her eyes. "You're probably not here to talk about my cooking," Izuko said. "If I had to guess, it's about the sports festival. If not that, then what happened afterwards?" "I found the cameras," Todoroki said. "After the videos went online, I checked every corner. They were still there. Inactive but dash." "He was throughout?" "Yes," Izuko said. "I imagine I'd have done much the same if my father was Endeavor." "You don't sound happy." "Don't I?" Todoroki said. His face twisted in pain. "I'm not sure if I should be, or if I have any right to be. I've been focused on many other things. I wanted to apologize for talking badly about your family. We all have our own circumstances." "It's fine," Izuko said, shrugging. "My family would have gone to hell for me. It was me who pushed them away to stop the hate from spilling over. I can't expect everyone to know what's up with that." "That's good," Todoroki said. "I've talked to my mother over the past few days. She's doing much better now. I don't know if it's my presence or if she had been sedated much like Tuyo was. It feels strange." "Good strange or bad strange?" Izuko asked. She hated how curious she sounded. She would be lying if she said she didn't feel bad for Rei Todoroki. Though if the rumors about the divorce were true, she might end up switching back to her maiden name. "Good strange," Todoroki said, nodding. "I think." "Good, that's good," Izuko said. Her eyes moved over to Kyoka, who had finished with the dishes and sat down next to Izuko again. "But you're still conflicted, huh?" "It feels like he got away too easily," Todoroki said. Izuku pursed her lips. "You're thinking like a hero," Izuko said. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. "Think like a villain for once. What is the worst possible scenario for that bastard? What has he worked for his entire life?" "Surpassing all might," Todoroki said. "If not by himself, then by his blood." "And what happened?" Todoroki thought. Kyoka had clearly gotten the answer quickly, but held herself back from speaking up. Though she was still part of the conversation, Kyoka's focus was on her phone, scrolling down the news. "He's not eligible for the rankings anymore," Todoroki summarized. "He keeps his license under conditions that make your probation look like child's play, and he was transferred over to a jurisdiction where he will likely do nothing but community service." "What did you say would be worse to Endeavor?" Izuko tried again. "Getting arrested, losing his license and going to jail, or becoming a nobody, removed from all the prestige he used to have, and cut off from the only people whom he had any control over?" Todoroki's jaw set. The young man's fists were clenched over the table, shaking slightly as the idea of Endeavor's misery manifested in his eyes. "He could still change," Todoroki said, sounding hopeful. "You changed." "He had 2 decades to become a better person," Izuko said, shrugging. "Me? I dunno, I'm still getting used to the idea of having changed. To be honest with you, I was certain you'd attack me after I gave up back then. The fact that you didn't proves your character much more than you think." "You're not wrong," Todoroki said, nodding. I thought about continuing the fight. I knew I'd have been disqualified, but I felt like proving myself was more important than winning. In the end, everything I do comes back to him. I still don't understand, Izuko said, leaning back into the chair. Why'd you make the entire way here to talk to me about this? There's a ton of people at school who you can talk with, and who are more than glad to listen. Because you're the last person I want to ask, he said, his fists clenched so hard that his knuckles had turned white by now. That makes you the only person whose advice matters. I once heard someone say that the first person you should care about is yourself, not self-centered arrogance, but rather, being the best you can be before you extend kindness out to others. Do you think that's true? As true as any self-help advice, Izuko said, shrugging. And every religion's about 5% right. You want to know how to move past being an a-hole? I'd focus on what you want first. Hang out with your mom, make dinner with your sister, work out with your brother. The only advice I can give you is that you should live your life how you want it, and not let that BSTRD's shadow loom over you. She grinned, sparks of flame popping from her cheeks. After all, we cast our own shadows. Izuko reached out to Kyoka, taking her hand. Kyoka turned her hand around, intertwining their fingers. Todoroki nodded once more, a pained look on his face. There were things to be done. Night had fallen. A starless sky over the light-polluted streets of the greater Tokyo area. In the middle of the briefing room sat the husk of a man that had rested the entire day for this moment. It was time to see the end of his way too long story. All Might lowered his head. Sir Night-Eye knew All Might well, and he knew that he had little faith in higher powers that were not his fists. Nonetheless, the silent nod felt like a prayer. All Might's shaking hands and haggard breathing stilled. A preemptive strike was not something that heroes usually had the chance at, especially not against a foe like this. It's time, Eraserhead said. All Might nodded, standing up. As the blue in his eyes burned bright enough to vanish the shadows that had gathered over his face over the many years, Sir Night-Eye knew it to be true. All Might would win. Izuko never liked shrinks. Not because she thought they wouldn't help, but because they helped a bit too much on the occasion. She felt too open. Vulnerable. Dr. Mikima was amicable and friendly, as well as a good listener. She reminded Izuko of her mom a lot. A lot has happened since we've last seen each other, Dr. Mikima said. Izuko nodded, leaning into the soft chair. It felt a lot more comfortable nowadays. Would you like to talk about it? It was always the same question, and always she would say yes, because there was no real reason to say no. Izuko took a deep breath and began. I've made friends, Izuko said. And a girlfriend, but you knew that from last time. I've gotten to use my quirk more lately. You talked with All Might. The woman blinked. You did. Izuko nodded. It was a random chance. I was agitated, so I went to the nurse's office. He was there, and I didn't have it in me to avoid him then. What did you talk about? Just things, Izuko said, shrugging. It's more about how I managed to sit down and talk to him without throwing up than what we talked about, if that makes sense. It feels stupid to get hung up on it. It's not stupid, and I understand what you mean, Dr. Mikima said. We've already said, there's no such thing as a stupid thought here. Furthermore, this isn't therapy, this is more or less an evaluation. Talking about how things make you feel is important to that. Izuko resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Honestly, at this point I just want to go home. Can we cut it short today? Mirko and Hawks aren't home, and I'm kind of hoping to spend the rest of the evening with Kyoka. Of course, Dr. Mikima said, smiling. Just a few more minutes, I do need to get in my hours after all. You're not paid by the hour, Izuko said, pursing her lips. Dr. Mikima waved her off. What else is there to talk about? About the school event a few weeks ago, I've made a few observations, though if you'd rather I don't talk about them, that is fine. The sports festival? Izuko asked, raising an eyebrow. I've watched it, of course. Do you know what I saw? A monster? Izuko asked. There was no bitterness in her voice, but curiosity that defied absolute curiosity. She continued slightly more sarcastic. A scared little girl? A person who reached a crossroad, the therapist said. And who decided not to walk backwards scared of what laid ahead, but instead who took a step forward that so many people would not dare. Sounds like a load of bull. Izuko laughed, but for once it didn't sound forced or dismissive. So, Himiko, Toga said. How'd you break out? Dabi pursed his lips. The drink in his hands had already warmed up too much to be enjoyable. Turns out they don't check on quirkless people. The bar was terrible, dingy, and it smelled of wet dog, which was an appropriate description for Tamura Shigaraki after a shower. As far as Dabi knew, the man walked under cold water and walked out. The no fighting rule inside the hideouts was to his benefit. As much as Shigaraki wanted to kill him, he could not touch him at this point in time. Kurogiri was tending to the bar as usual, to stop any fighting from breaking out and to report back to All for One. Not that it was necessary. Dabi could feel the man's presence. Still, you'd think that they'd keep an eye on you. You're kind of a key witness against the big man, aren't you? He's not gonna get charged, Dabi said. But that was fine. That was never his goal, after all. He had destroyed Endeavor, and proved that the man would not live up to his name. Haven't you heard? Not really, no, Toga admitted. A hero won't get charged for crimes, huh? I guess we chose the wrong job, Shigaraki. A corrupt society will always look for its most vulnerable to lock up, Shigaraki said. His hands twitched over the table, earning him a chiding look from the black mist in a vest. I suppose I should commend you. To think you'd have the ball to go after your old man, and ruin him so thoroughly. Ball were never the issue, Dabi said. He needed to bide his time. I just never had much of a reason. It felt too easy. Too quick. So why did you take the videos? Shigaraki asked, his derisive frown twisting into the face of a confused child. You had to be planning something. Protection, bribes in case I needed them, Dabi said. He pushed the drink away towards Kurogiri, who stopped the cup and poured it out, pouring something new in with ice. I was planning on using it in case my mother finally filed for a divorce, but she got put into the funny farm instead. Should have stayed in there with her, then, Shigaraki said. The news said you killed a nurse on your way out before you got arrested. Dabi smiled. So they had seen the news. What's one more notch on the belt, child killer? Shigaraki's whole body shuddered. It was an accurate descriptor, and one that Izuko Midoriya had used before she burned that handprint into his face. Shigaraki's confused stare turned into a twisted smile. I suppose so, Shigaraki said. He sounded full of rage and ready to snap. Dabi knew that the second he walked out of this door again, he would be facing Shigaraki once more. Toga would watch, and then glue her arms around whoever was left standing. Such was the extent of her love. But that was fine, he wouldn't walk out today. He had an escort to wait for. Someone knocked on the door to the bar. Shigaraki nearly jumped out of his seat. Himiko pulled out her knives. Dabi pulled out his pack of cigarettes and ignited one with the tip of his fingers. It was after a moment of silence that a voice from the outside announced, Tokyo PD, we're investigating a complaint about serving alcohol to minors. Is anyone in? Toga pulled a vial out from under her skirt and drank the blood inside, her face shifting into one of a mature woman as she pulled off her clothes to get rid of the school uniform. If it wasn't serving minors alcohol, the bar might go belly up due to PRSTTN. Shigaraki walked to the side of the door, staying out of sight. Dabi too hid away slightly. When Toga opened the door, it was a heavy kick to the face that greeted her, sending her into the wall on the other end. Dabi took a drag of the cigarette and gave a solid thumbs up when Eraserhead and Hawks grabbed Shigaraki, who began screaming at the top of his lungs. What a beautiful FNG sight, Dabi said. Toga's stare from where she was lying against the wall was worth its weight in gold. They had eaten dinner and were just talking. But as always, even their time alone could not be left uninterrupted. Kyoka's phone rang. Then messages hit Izuko's. Before she could look at her own, Kyoka had already picked up the call. Izuko could hear an unfamiliar voice asking if Kyoka was all right. Yes, Mum, I'm fine. What dash? Kyoka said. Her eyes widened, then turned to Izuko, then to the door towards the living room. The TV. What? Izuko asked. The messages on her phone were from Kirishima and Setsuna, telling her to watch the news. Immediately a news alert popped up, All Might Fight livestream. Izuku all but jumped out of her seat and rushed over to the TV, turning it on. She didn't have to find the channel because it was on every broadcast. A helicopter flew by overhead and she had not felt awe in a long time. Izuku was unsure whether or not it was appropriate to feel it. She was now at home on the couch, Kyoka leaning against her as they were glued to the TV screen which showed not a fight, but a single-sided slaughter. All Might was fighting All for One. The beast looked worse off than he ever had, the repairs to his own body had not held together, and All Might was still strong enough to surpass him in that hollow state that he had been left in. Kyoka's breath hitched for a moment, and Izuku could feel the energy running up the girl's fingers as she clenched her fists. She knew, of course. All Might had told her, in fact, that his intention was to give his power to Kyoka, as if asking for her blessing. Izuku reached out, grabbing Kyoka's hand as the screen went white from the various explosions that were going on at each clash. All Might was not just stronger than All for One at this moment in time, he was also with allies. Hawks and Best Jeanist darted through the air. Mirko lanced into land devastating kicks before dodging away. The remnants of the League, Shigaraki and Himiko, were apprehended early in the raid. A man named Kurojiri was taken out with them. It all looked perfectly, exquisitely planned, as if someone who could see the future had taken the reins. It felt easy in a way, too much like she should have had her own part in this. But she would not say no to it. Though the losses were grave, she would endure them. Though the victories were hollow, she would claim them. And she could see that All Might, too, was willing to do everything to bring this chapter in his life to a close. Izuku could see the pain on his face as he pulled his fist back. The sound cut out and became a single, continuous beeping. The screen once again went white as his fist crashed into the skull of All for One. When the camera feed came back, it was All Might in full glory, raising his fist to the sky. All for One was gone. Tamura Shigaraki and Himiko Toga were arrested and taken not to Tartarus, but to juvenile detention facilities. Izuku, she'd made a promise. Kyoka, too, had to start doing what she promised to do. Mirko and All Might were giving each other a look that made Kyoka feel quite worried. They were in the exercise basement in Mirko's agency, and All Might hadn't even bothered hiding his hollowed-out form today. "I've spoken to Gran Torino," Mirko said. "You're a savant when it came to that quirk of yours, but your ability to teach is questionable at best. Your students weren't very impressed." All Might's shoulders sagged. "I know. But it's not like you've done that badly," Mirko continued. "We'll get her through this together, right? So what's the quirk like?" "Well," All Might said, crossing his arms, "a flame would not be inaccurate. It's kept alive by the memories of those who held it before." Kyoka nodded. She felt something like that one day during a dream, like she was sitting at a campfire with heavy hands sitting on her shoulders. "All right, then we'll work on sparks first," Mirko said. "Remember the first sparring match we had?" "Yeah," Kyoka said, nodding again. "You said I had to look at you like an enemy so I wouldn't pull my punches." "Please, do pull your punches somewhat," All Might warned. "The quirk can be highly destructive not just to others, but yourself as well. Once you have complete mastery of it, you'll be much more powerful than me in my prime, especially with the way it might improve your own quirk." Mirko pointed at a training dummy that was standing nearby. "Punch." Kyoka rolled her eyes. She walked over to the dummy. She had kicked it over 100 times by now, to the point Mirko had started training them harder by getting heavier dummies and fixing them onto the ground. Izuku was still quite capable of knocking them over when she wanted, but Kyoka still struggled with it. But with this flame... She turned around, receiving a nod from both All Might and Mirko. Kyoka took a deep breath, and ped her fist back, and gathered sparks of that flame. Slowly, very, very slowly. The sparks burned, she lost concentration for a moment. The second she punched, the dummy splintered into 100 pieces. So did her hand. Her arm was fine, but everything above her wrist was bruised. She hissed in pain, sinking to her knees and clutching her hand to her chest. Mirko and All Might ran over. "F-," she said quite loudly in the face of her teachers. Mirko didn't laugh like she usually would. What the F dash dot? All Might scratched the back of his head. So much for clenching your butt cheeks, air. I'll call recovery girl. Kyoka glared at him as he walked off to the stairs. Mirko wrapped her hand up with some bandages she pulled out from somewhere. It was so quiet she could hear her heartbeat. In the end, the arena was chosen by Aizawa on UA campus, who had graciously accepted the responsibility of proctoring the match. Hawks was watching as well, leaning against the wall. Dabi was psyching himself up in his corner of the ring. He looked off. His hair was red, his eyes looked quite like Todoroki's, and the lack of scars made him look a lot more approachable. If he didn't overuse his quirk and kept visiting the doctor, he could stay scar-free for the rest of his life. Somehow she doubted he would care much. Todoroki was going to kick his butt if he made their mom cry, though. Do we need to go over the rules again? Aizawa asked. Dabi shook his head. No killing and maiming, fight ends when you use your quirk to tell us it ends, and if we break the rules, Birdbrain back there will personally bring us to jail. Sounds about right? I wish I could say you're the worst person I've had to watch fight in this gym, Aizawa said, shaking his head. Start whenever, just finish it quickly so I can go home. You hear that? Dabi asked, turning to Izuko. He told me to kick your butt quickly. It's weird, Izuko said. Maybe it's because of your pretty boy face, but I feel less inclined to punch your nose into your brain. Dabi snorted. Any more big announcements? Izuko thought. She shrugged, her eyes dancing from Aizawa to Hawks and then back to Dabi. After a moment of thought, she opened her mouth to speak. I told myself people couldn't change because I didn't want to believe I could be better, Izuko said. Dabi twitched. But you know what, I'm full of shit. I've always been full of shit. And so are you. Dabi grinned, shrugging in an exaggerated motion. I suppose that's one way to look at it. So what, you gonna appeal to my inner child? Tell me everything will be fine? That I should visit that shrink of yours? No. If you touch her I'll burn your face off too, Izuko said, punching her fist into her palm. Blue fire sparked around her. I'm saying we're not the same assholes who fought each other last year. So when I kick your butt, I'll drag you over to your mom and we're going to have some dinner. Kick my butt, you say? Dabi muttered. He picked at his ear. I'm sorry, I can't hear you over all that shit seeping out of your mouth. Izuko moved first. She kicked forward as Aizawa walked towards Hawks. Her body twisted through the air, drilling into Dabi's raised arms. He fell backwards, too easily she noticed. When his back touched the ground, she didn't have enough of a foothold to kick back. He kipped up, his quirk shooting out from his feet and right onto her. He knew though, there was no way he could defeat her with his quirk. Because All for One's fed-up experiments have left her body completely incapable of being affected by fire. It did not stop the flames from blocking her vision, however. His feet hit her in the chest, sending her sprawling. She coughed, rolling out of the way as another wall of flames came down on her. It was a stark contrast from the first time they fought. She was completely unapologetic, still. Drugging someone with a quirk while she didn't have one, so she could earn one of her own? Who wouldn't do such a thing? But that was then, this is now. But now she was not a quirkless loser with a desire to prove herself. Now she was a normal goddamn girl. Who threw normal FING punches. The fist of her normality hit Dabi in the face with the force of a rabbit-themed train. The knuckles pushed against his chin, sending him staggering backwards as she summoned her own flames. Before he could dodge, her hands clasped around his head, pulling at his hair and shouting flames. He kneed her in the stomach and she let go. His face was slightly singed, the heat was kept under control. She didn't want to burn off all his hair before he got to meet his mother again after all. When he tried to punch, it was slow and aimless. He could barely see, it seemed. She grabbed his arm and jumped up, her legs wrapping around his neck and twisting around to send him onto the ground. Straddling him was a mistake. He had aim now. His fist hit her in the face, but she had the high ground. She felt no remorse as she pounded his head into the ground. She wouldn't quite call it therapeutic, but beating the shit out of Dabi was definitely the next best thing to punching endeavor. Dabi grabbed her wrists and opened his mouth wide. He shouted, similar to her, copying her move and sending a wave of heat that made her eyes tear up and her throat feel singed. He rolled, taking her with him. Dabi tried to straddle her. She punched him in the throat. He kicked her in the chest. They slid apart on the floor, staggering upright. Dabi was still half-blind, while Izuko recovered faster. "Hey," Izuko said. "Sorry." Dabi blinked. But before he could even process what she was saying, Izuko moved. She leapt, easily slipping past a sloppy punch. Sure, it meant she couldn't hit him back, but Izuko hadn't been aiming for his face. Her feet touched the wall behind Dabi. She spun, erupting in a massive jet of flame as she pushed off, putting every ounce of her quirk into a kick that just clipped Dabi's chin in a show of control that made Hawk smile. But even that was enough to send the ex-villain flying. He hit the ground hard and tumbled to a stop. Izuko landed a second later. If she'd hit him full on, that kick would have cracked his skull like a grape. On the other side of the room, Dabi coughed, black smoke escaping his lips before he drew a sharp breath. Aizawa stepped in, crouching down next to Dabi to give him a once-over. "Can you keep going?" "Do I look like I can keep going?" Dabi asked. His voice was rough, clearly strained, and his jaw was already starting to swell. "Holy shit, you stink. Off and give me room to breathe." Izuko sunk to her knees. Her limbs were shaking, and her hands would not hold their grip on her upper arms. She had not felt this cold in a long time. "Are you happy?" she asked. Her voice was even as Dabi's ragged breathing turned into a low growl accented by thick billows of smoke from both his nose and ears. "You got your fight." "Depends," Dabi said, turning his gaze from Aizawa and glaring at her. "Was I close?" Izuko forced her limbs to sit still, slowly rising from her position on the ground. "No." Dabi laughed, coughing another bit of smoke before turning around and pushing off the ground. "You're such an arrogant little sheet." Izuko laughed as well. Aizawa glanced back and forth between them, rubbing the bridge of his nose in visible frustration. "Is he good?" Izuko asked. Aizawa shrugged. "Looks intact, probably needs to be checked over but dash. Good enough for me," Izuko said. She walked up to Dabi, who barely struggled when she lifted the young man up and threw him over her shoulder. "We've got dinner with his mom." "You were serious," Dabi said, unable to resist the manhandling. "You can't be serious." Izuku laughed all the way to the exit. Shudo Todoroki was meditating. It was in the dojo at their mansion. They would sell it soon and buy themselves a smaller home, big enough for all of them, still, but not so big that it would be oppressive. Not filled with terrible memories that still haunted these hallways. "Dinner's ready in 10, a voice called out. Shudo frowned, opening his eyes to look upwards. Tuya stood there at the railing. The scars which he had received over the years were almost all gone. Whatever gave him his quirk back had seen to erasing them as well. But his hair had been dyed black once again. "You look like you want to say something to me." "I don't know if I want to be a hero anymore," Shudo said. It felt strange, saying it to someone who was essentially a stranger at this point. Or perhaps that is why it was so easy. "I'm considering switching over to the General Studies Department." "Heavy stuff," Tuya said. He hopped over the railing and down onto the mats, bending his knees and landing. "So you're not going to be there for dinner? Mom's going to be sad." Shudo stood up, rubbing his nose. "I get it, you don't really care. I'll just talk to Fuyumi after dinner." "To be honest with you, yeah, I don't care," Tuya said, nodding. "But I'm the last person whose opinion you should care about. If you really want it, I'd say it's a waste. You're strong and your problems aren't as severe as mine." "I envy you," Shudo admitted. "You're at peace with who you are. Even when you broke out of the hospital, you just went back to what you were doing." "I'm a piece of sheet," Tuya said, frowning. "Even if it wasn't for the old man, Spitfire made a pretty good point when she punched my face in once. We are who we choose to be, not who they make us. I chose to be a villain, you chose to become a hero. To spite him. Is your ego this fragile?" Tuya raised an eyebrow. Half-burnt and barely moving. "Is your reason for becoming a hero more important than the people you save? And he didn't have good reasons either?" Shudo asked, his voice rising. "He became a hero from the start just to be the very best?" Knowing him? Probably, Tuya said, shrugging. If you want to believe he became a hero out of more altruistic reasons, feel free. We won't know what the F is going on in his mind because there's no way he'll show his face here again. Shudo punched forward with a fist encased in ice. Tuya spun on his heel and redirected the attack with a motion that Shudo had seen before. Grabbing his arm and using his momentum against him, Dabi threw him onto the ground, bouncing him off the mats. You learned that from her, didn't you? Shudo asked, coughing. Tuya scoffed. I taught it to her, you idiot. Look, you want spite to be your motivator, that's fine, Tuya said, glaring down at him. Become the hero he couldn't be. Don't become the number one, don't even aim for any top spot. Become a hero who looks out for the people, and for his family. Become a better person than he ever was. I don't know if I can, Shudo said, raising a hand to the ceiling and staring at it. Every time I feel this fire on my skin, it feels like his hand is reaching out. Well shit bro, Tuya said, grabbing his hand and pulling him back up. There's therapy for that. He could see it. The crowd stretched so far that he could see them sink into the horizon. When he stepped onto the stage, it was not ripples but waves that shook the sea of humanity before him. Arms raised up, loud cheers, cries of people thankful for a day in their lives that he had saved them. If only he could say that he still remembered each and every smile. Thank you, All Might said. The crowd was still cheering, but his own voice, together with the powerful speakers, let him continue without issue. Thank you. Judgment Day. There was no other way to begin this than the truth. Am retiring, All Might said, bowing his head. The crowd went still, like someone had plucked thousands of souls out of their bodies. He could not stop here, though the letters on the paper in front of him were getting blurry as he opened his mouth again. The last battle I have fought has shown me just how far I have pushed myself. It was with Sir Nightie's help that he had set this all up, of course. In the end, this needed to be done right. And if it was done right, he would teach them how to say goodbye. More than that, I have come to realize just how much the meaning of heroics had changed over the years. All Might continued to the now deadly silent crowd. In our aspiration to have something to look up to, we ignored the mistakes of those who kept us safe. It is not just Endeavor who had taken his ambitions too far, but also me, who had protected a society that could not extend its merciful hand towards those very children who were hurting the most. The crowd chattered. The direction of the speech was already clear. As I have said not too long ago, when I defended the rehabilitation Izuko Midoriya, All Might said, if a perfect society punishes people who do not conform with the same severity as mass murderers and RPSTS, then that society is no longer perfect. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. He pointed at the screen behind him. An image was displayed, large, revealing 4 faces. Izuko Midoriya, not with a mugshot but forfeiting her battle at the sports festival with empty eyes. Tenko Shimura, an image from his childhood, smiling with his family. Himiko Toga, an old selfie she took with her friends before she lost control. Tuya Todoroki, in the hospital bed holding the hands of his mother. It is not simply that my body has been brought to its limits, but my heart which yearns for the day when we can treat children as children, and extend then the courtesy to make mistakes without condemning them forever. The image changed. The All Might Agency logo had been replaced by the image of him extending his hand outwards. For that purpose, All Might continued. I have used all the funds from my years of work to create an organization for rehabilitation of juveniles, not just for those who are under the age of majority, but those who have fallen onto hard times up until the age of 25. Silence. Silence and more dead silence. All Might looked up, staring forward, finding himself reflected in the eyes of thousands of listeners. He smiled his trademark smile. Even if the world becomes your enemy, and nobody believes you, All Might said, pushing his thumb into his chest. I am here. She wasn't sure how long they were here on the rooftop. It was after school, Mirko and Hawks were busy, and All Might was busier still. They were left alone for the first time in a long time. The music playing from Kyoka's phone was the same song that they danced to in the bar back on their first date. Izuko felt like she had come a long way to get where she was now. She felt not quite as vulnerable anymore, not quite as needy. Ah, Kyoka said, standing up and turning around, giving a small mock bow. May I have this dance? Izuko still didn't like slow songs. But just this once, she would make an exception. An exception she would no doubt make again and again, just this once, just for that moment, just for the first person who had truly reached out to her, not as a scared child to be molded, or as a scarred criminal to be redeemed, but as an equal. Izuko laughed. It was a loud, melodious laugh, increasing in pitch as Kyoka pulled her up and twirled her around. They danced up and down the top of the roof, ignoring the clouds that were gathering above them and raining down on their parade. She was happy. And there was nothing else she could ask for.